Your Excellencies, moderators, speakers, panelists, and distinguished participants. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning to everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Malaysia-Australia Dialogue Series on Combating Marine Plastics Pollution 2022, with the first dialogue session today focusing on harmonizing marine plastic monitoring. This program is jointly organized by the University of Queensland and the Maritime Institute of Malaysia, MIMA, and supported by the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, Australian Government, and the Ministry of Environment and Water, CASA, Malaysia. First and foremost, we have privilege to have Dato Dr. Sabirin Jaafar, the Director General of the Maritime Institute of Malaysia, to deliver his welcoming remarks. The floor is yours, Dato.
Selamat pagi semua. His Excellency Dr. Justin Lee, the Australian High Commissioner to Malaysia, Mr. Jamulail bin Abu Bakar, Under Secretary, Environment Management Division of the Ministry of Environment and Water, or CASA, Professor Justin Cooper-White, Head of School of Chemical Engineering, University of Queensland, Mr. Mahesh Pradhan, Coordinator, the Coordinating Body on the Seas of East Asia, or COPSEA, United Nations Environment Program. Your Excellencies, distinguished speakers and participants. Ladies and gentlemen, I am honored to welcome you to this Malaysia-Australia Dialogue Series on combating marine plastic pollution 2022 with dialogue. 1. Today, focusing on harmonizing marine plastic monitoring. We will be having the second dialogue, which is scheduled from 14 to 15 September to discuss another important theme related to the subject, with a focus on the technological aspects of waste handling, materials recovery, and advanced recycling. We are indeed delighted to join venture today with the Australian government and our organizing counterpart, the University of Queensland, Australia, and appreciate the continuous support we have received from the Ministry of Environment and Water, CASA, Malaysia. To those joining us today from the different time zones, thank you for your support in our endeavor towards providing the suitable platform and opportunities to all relevant stakeholders across the plastics ecosystem to discuss, share best practices and lessons, as well as collaborate in finding solutions to the marine plastic pollution issue. Ladies and gentlemen, a robust and healthy marine environment is vital in sustaining the ocean ecosystem and natural marine resources. Nonetheless, the marine environment is being significantly impacted by a number of persistent pollutants. Plastic contamination in the ocean is one of the most urgent threats. Marine plastic pollution in the oceans is pervasive and has become a global concern. In addition to being unsightly, marine plastic pollution and microplastics pose grave dangers to the ecology, human health, the economy, and our general quality of life. It is transboundary in nature, hence demanding concerted efforts and measures across borders to effectively tackle the problem. Ladies and gentlemen, according to the International Union for Conservation of Nature, or IUCN, in 2018, around 3 million tons of plastics ended up in the oceans. Marine plastic pollution is caused mainly by leakages and activities from land-based sources, including due to gaps in the solid waste management, surface water runoffs, and illegal dumping, among others. Sea-based sources such as abundant loss or otherwise discarded fishing gear also contributes to marine litter pollution. Malaysia is not spared from this problem, and it is evident that marine plastic pollution is omnipresent and must be urgently addressed. In the Southeast Asia region, including Malaysia, floating, submerged, and sinking garbage have been identified to cause marine pollution challenges. The country's strong economic growth has resulted in 4% annual rise in garbage production. Notably, a considerable part of this garbage will wind up in streams and seas. Malaysia's 4,675 kilometers of coastline and rich marine wildlife would be badly impacted by marine trash, especially plastics. Malaysia's plastic manufacturing industry, which produced plastics worth of about USD 580 million in 2015 alone, and has been projected to expand by 6.6% annually. The disposal of plastic waste and the prevalence of marine debris are related to the fast rise of plastic manufacturers, its use and durability. Ladies and gentlemen, as an eminent maritime policy research institute, MIMA continues to address important issues related to marine litter pollution in order to increase coherence, coordination, and synergies between existing mechanisms and to enhance cooperation and governance at national and regional levels. One such effort includes our close cooperation with the Ministry of Environment and Water Malaysia, OKASA, on the preparation of the National Marine Litter Policy and Action Plan 2021 to 2030 as the guiding document on addressing the issue. One of the priority areas that were identified include the need for better baseline data collection, analysis, and comparison between sites to support management actions and approaches. This, however, calls for the need to streamline monitoring efforts on the ground, which has largely remained a challenge in many areas at different levels. Ladies and gentlemen, to preserve human and ecosystem health, we must protect our oceans. Oceans provide essential services such as carbon sequestration, climate regulation, and oxygen production, as well as our source of food and medicines. To truly protect our oceans, not only from evident human practices, but also from invisible toxic pollutants, we must enact and adopt feasible solutions to address the challenges. It is therefore crucial to increase coherence, coordination, and synergies between existing mechanisms and to enhance cooperation and governance to better address marine litter pollution challenges at the local, national, regional, and global levels. Ladies and gentlemen, I envisage that this virtual gathering would provide a good platform and promote encouraging exchanges towards establishing practical and effective mitigating measures on tackling marine plastic pollution. It is hoped that the deliberations from experts throughout the two sessions arranged for today will highlight present understanding, success stories, and best practices, as well as a feasible way forward on monitoring gaps, challenges involved, and needs. With that, I thank you again and look forward to the volume and breadth of the deliberations today. Terima kasih.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sabirin Jaafar. And now we are honored to welcome Professor Justin Cooper-White, the head of School of Chemical Engineering, University of Queensland, Australia, to deliver his welcoming remarks. Over to you, Professor Justin.
Thank you. Your Excellency, Dr. Justin Lee, Australian High Commissioner to Malaysia, the Honourable Jamalullah bin Abu Bakar, Under Secretary, Environment Management Division, Ministry of Environment and Water, Datuk Dr. Sabirin bin Jaafar, Director General, Maritime Institute of Malaysia, Mr. Mahesh Pradhan, Coordinator, the coordinating body on the seas of East Asia, United Nations Environment Programme, distinguished speakers, and participants. Salamat pagi semua. Good morning, everyone. On behalf of the University of Queensland, it is my pleasure to welcome you to this workshop, the first in the Malaysia-Australia Dialogue series on combating marine plastic pollution. This workshop is the result of a collaborative partnership between the University of Queensland and the Maritime Institute of Malaysia. We thank you, Director General, and acknowledge the spirit of partnership between our two organisations. This project would not be possible without the continued support and encouragement of the Australian and Malaysian governments. We thank you, Your Excellency and Honourable Undersecretary, and recognise the continued and growing partnership between our two countries. Plastic truly is the wonder material of the 20th century. Its flexibility and versatility allowed it to be a substitute for scarce natural materials. Indeed, the first synthetic plastic derived from cellulose was a substitute for elephant in vehicles. Certainly since then, the invention of fully synthetic plastics, the availability of fossil fuels and cheap production methods has allowed for the development of so many of the consumer goods that form the basis of our economies and that we take for granted in our everyday life. But, and I know that this is we're all here today, this wonder material is a double-edged sword. In 1963, a speaker at the National Plastics Conference in the United States of America stated, "You are filling the trash cans, the rubbish dumps, and the incinerators with literally billions of plastic bottles, plastic jugs, plastic tubes, blisters and skin packs, plastic bags and films and sheet packages, and now even plastic cans. The happy day has arrived when nobody any longer considers the plastic package too good to throw away. And now we are filling the oceans with millions of tons of plastic. The solutions to this complex problem are not easy, but it is essential that we understand the scale of the problem and develop evidence-based policies to address the problem. We require rigorous monitoring programs that are consistent across regions and countries. Marine plastics pollution affects all of us, and no one's country is at fault. And we need to be able to compare the results. We need quality research to identify issues and identify new options for addressing the problem. For example, the newly established Centre for Bioplastics and Biocomposites within the School of Chemical Engineering is looking to play its part in creating a sustainable plastics economy, whereby we reduce our reliance on fossil fuels and improve our options for plastic biodegradability and recycling. And we need to keep talking and communicating to develop new knowledge and insights, as we are doing here today. Once again, on behalf of the University of Queensland, I welcome you and commend you in your interest and efforts to address the problem of marine plastics pollution. Terima kasih banyak. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, Professor Justin. And now we are delighted to invite His Excellency Dr. Justin Lee, the Australian High Commissioner to Malaysia, to deliver his opening speech. The floor is yours, Dr. Justin.
Well, thank you very much, and I hope everybody's able to hear me. I'd also like to commence by acknowledging everybody else that is on this important workshop, especially Dr. Sabirin Jaafar. It's very good to see you again, the Director General of the Maritime Institute of Malaysia, Mr. Jamalul Abu Bakar of the Ministry of Environment and Water of Malaysia, Professor Justin Cooper-White from University of Queensland, and Mr. Mahesh Pradhan from COBC in UNEP, and everybody who's able to join into the workshop. Selamat pagi dan salam sejahtera kepada semua. It's really a privilege for us today to be able to welcome you to this important workshop, which I'm very pleased the Australian government and the Australian High Commission in Kuala Lumpur is supporting. And I really want to thank the Maritime Institute of Malaysia, the University of Queensland's UQ Plastics, and the Malaysian Ministry of Environment and Water for all their organisation and work in bringing us together today. And I want to thank the many experts from Australia, Malaysia, and the region who are taking part. Climate change, rightly, gets considerable attention as the most pressing of environmental issues facing us all, but the sad reality is that there are many environmental, social, and economic challenges confronting the world today, all of which need our attention and all of which need us to work together across sectors and across borders. And as we all know, and of course you all know, being in this workshop, plastics in our oceans is one of those most pressing challenges as well. As has already been mentioned, the figures on the amount of plastic in our oceans and the microplastics that are entering sensitive marine ecosystems and possibly us already really are staggering. I think we've already heard some figures. One source that I saw today also describes it as being over 5 trillion macro and micro plastic pieces in our oceans. And of course, the environmental impact of that is devastating, with broader flow-on effects for our economies, and especially for those who make their living from tourism, fishing, and other immediately impacted sectors. And while the world's coming to better understand the challenge, thanks in large part to the work of many of the experts who are here today, there's much that we still need to do to understand what we should be doing. Recognising this, collaborating to tackle marine plastics debris is an action item under the new Australia-Malaysia Comprehensive Partnership, agreed by our 2 Prime Ministers in January 2021. And that comprehensive strategic partnership sets us up to take what's already a strong bilateral relationship to new heights, and to turn our energy and efforts to our most pressing shared challenges of today and tomorrow. And that commitment to work together on shared challenges lies behind our support for this important collaboration between the University of Queensland and the Maritime Institute of Malaysia. And we hope that the collaboration will be productive and help identify future interventions to help us move closer to a circular plastics economy and eliminate harmful plastics from our oceans. It is pleasing that our 2 governments are taking the issue seriously, and we welcome Malaysia's adoption of a marine litter roadmap, which aligns with ASEAN's regional action plan. And I know Australia's Commonwealth Scientific and Industrial Research Organisation, the CSIRO, and other experts lent expertise to the development of that roadmap. And CSIRO's involvement in this policy work in Malaysia is also notable because it's the only way that a truly transnational problem that affects the global commons like this can be solved. It is through that cross-border cooperation and collaboration. If we're to have an impact, stakeholders right across our societies, governments and industries need to be involved and committed, and that applies across borders as well. So once again, we're pleased to be supporting this collaboration between UQ and MEMA, between Australia and Malaysia. We understand that they've already conducted a strategic review to see where their efforts can best be targeted to ensure they support and reinforce work that's also done elsewhere, including the good work of COBC and others. I understand today's session will look at an important aspect of better understanding the problem, marine plastic monitoring. And I think, as was also mentioned, that there'll be a second workshop next month looking at what we can do to stop plastics getting into our waterways in the first place, recognising the terrestrial origins of those plastics. So I trust that it'll be a great discussion today that will contribute to our collective efforts to tackle this critical problem. And once more, thanks very much to the Government of Malaysia, the Maritime Institute of Malaysia and the University of Queensland in bringing the workshop together. And thank you all very much for taking part, whether you be in Australia, Malaysia or elsewhere. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Justin, for that wonderful speech. And now I would like to invite Mr. Jamalullah Abu Bakar, the Undersecretary of Environment Management Division, Ministry of Environment and Water, Kasar, to deliver his opening speech. Over to you, Mr. Jamal.
Yang berbahagia, Dato' Dr. Sabirin bin Jaafar, Director General, Maritime Institute of Malaysia, MIMA, His Excellency Dr. Justin Lee, the Australian High Commissioner to Malaysia, Professor Justin Cooper-White, Head of School of Chemical Engineering, University of Queensland, Mr. Mahesh Pradhan, Coordinator, the Coordinating Body on the Seas of East Asia, COBC, United Nations Environment Programme, Your Excellencies, distinguished speakers and participants. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me an immense pleasure to extend to you all very warm greetings and thank you very much for inviting me to this Malaysia-Australia dialogue series on combating marine plastic pollution 2022. I am truly honored and privileged today to represent the Ministry of Environment and Water, CASA, as the focal ministry in Malaysia on addressing the issue. We are indeed delighted to continue to support related efforts from all parties and stakeholders involved, including the Maritime Institute of Malaysia, MIMA, in ensuring effective implementation of the formulated national strategies and action plans, achieving progress in the area, as well as discussing practical ways forward in tackling the issues at the national level. Ladies and gentlemen, the United Nations Environment Programme defines marine litter as any persistent, manufactured, or processed solid material discarded, disposed of, or abandoned in the marine and coastal environment. It has been estimated that almost 80% of the plastic pollution come from land-based sources, with majority originating from the coastal and riverine urban areas where rapid growth and economic development is outpacing waste management system. According to the report by UNEP, which was released at the 2021 United Nations Climate Change Conference, COP26, the total amount of plastic waste in the global oceans is projected to double by 2030 and triple by 2040. This is very alarming. Very unfortunately, the Southeast Asian region is a major contributor to the source of plastic pollution, and consequently, its population and marine life is being threatened by the problem. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Malaysia, under the purview of the Ministry of Environment and Water, recognizes marine litter as a transboundary issue with multidisciplinary challenges that are rooted in unsustainable production and consumption patterns, which requires both integrated national and regional cooperation. In order to align with the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, CASA has established the Plastic Sustainability Roadmap 2021-2030 as a national initiative to regulate plastic production, consumption, recycling, and waste management in a holistic manner. This roadmap highlights the ministry's vision to transition the plastic sector to a circular economy and proposes new methods for mitigating growing risks associated to the area. Our main objective is to achieve 15% recycled content on average for plastic goods and packaging, 25% plastic recycling rate on average for post-consumer plastic packaging by 2025, and 100% recyclability of plastic packaging by 2030. CASA also launched the National Marine Litter Policy and Action Plan 2021-2030 as the national master plan in combating marine plastics pollution. This national framework will assist in coordinating and streamlining actions to address marine litter at the national, state, and local levels in accordance with the international and regional strategies and approaches. More specifically, Pillar 3 in the national policy prioritizes improving monitoring and data collection on marine litter, which will be directly addressed in this dialogue today. We are indeed proud to have these national policies, action plans, and guidelines at the national level to ensure we tackle the issue in a comprehensive, integrated, and driven manner. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Malaysian government and CASA, I am optimistic that the insights, knowledge, and views, as well as sharing of best practices and experiences from Malaysia, Australia, and the region today will help further in shaping and streamlining actions on tackling marine plastic pollution monitoring and management. With that, thank you, and I wish you all a successful deliberation.
Thank you so much to Mr. Jamal for the opening speech. We are indeed delighted to have CASA as the focal ministry for Malaysia supporting this endeavor. We're now inviting all of our guests, speakers, and panelists for a group photo. And now, please turn on your video for a while. And smile at the count of 3. Okay, I will start first. 1, 2, 3. Fantastic. Thank you, everyone. With that, we will now move on to the keynote presentation for the program today by Mr. Mahesh Pradhan from COPSI. Over to you, Mr. Mahesh.
Thank you very much. And while I get Cheryl's help with my presentation, I would just like to congratulate our colleagues from both Malaysia as well as from Australia on this very important dialogue series, the first of which is happening today. I think in terms of bringing the different scientists, policymakers today closer in collaboration, this is a very exciting opportunity, as was mentioned by our opening speakers. Cheryl, I still cannot see my slide on the screen.
Just gonna try to put it up again. One moment.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, maybe you can. I think it's looking fine, except it's not full screen. Okay, I think we can still go ahead. Yeah, there's just a tab on the right for Adobe. The comments, you can maybe minimize that on the right side.
Is it better now?
Unfortunately, I cannot see it. I'm not sure if Craig or anyone else can see it. No.
Okay, let's try it one more time.
I think it's,
Now?
yeah, I think we can move with this.
Okay.
So thank you again to Mina and the University of Queensland for this opportunity to present on COPSI. I wanted to provide an update mainly from different levels. First, the international or global levels, because 2021 and 2022 have been very key years in terms of plastic pollution, and focusing on COPSI, the coordinating body on the seas of East Asia, and our regional action plan for marine litter, as well as several other projects and partnerships that are ongoing for regional synergies. Next slide, please. Starting first, and 2022 was also the 50th anniversary of the United Nations Environment Programme. Earlier this year, in end of February and early March, we had the 5th session of the United Nations Environment Assembly. It was very key in the sense that we had 14 resolutions adopted, and the most important one was, of course, on addressing the marine litter and plastics challenge. The 50 years of UNEP since it first started in 1972 has moved and created quite a number of agreements, especially related to climate change, ozone, biodiversity, etc. And now we are at the cusp of a new agreement on plastic pollution. Next slide, please. So with the marine litter and plastic pollution, it has been sort of phased in through a number of resolutions at the global level. The first one goes back to the first UNIA, and here where we were requested to come up with a state of knowledge report on marine litter. The second UNIA added to that in terms of asking for a state of governance report on plastics and marine litter. And the third one looked at asking for a vision for zero leakage and also an ad hoc open-ended expert group on marine litter and microplastics. So this has been meeting several times, and this culminated with the UNIA 4 resolution, where we wanted to look at strengthening the scientific and technical knowledge, especially with a new state of knowledge report, and as well as increased coordination amongst the different stakeholders. So these 4 resolutions led to the background of this UNIA 5.2 resolution earlier this year on marine litter and plastics. Next slide, please. So this resolution basically calls for a new internationally legally binding instrument. So basically a global treaty on plastic pollution that has to be ready by 2025. Very limited time, but again, the ask is there to have this work in completion. And for that, an international negotiating committee has been established, and the work will start in the second half of this year. There will also be a multi-stakeholder forum. So we're looking at the science, we're looking at different community engagement with policymakers to exchange information, and then to have a diplomatic conference to actually have this new global treaty in place. We've all heard the different statistics from our opening speakers as to how important and a challenge this is. Earlier this year, end of May, early June, we had an ad hoc open-ended working group that actually agreed on the process to move these international negotiations forward. The date for the first INC, the International Negotiating Committee, is now confirmed for November, just before the COP27 on climate change in Egypt. And all this builds on the Regional Seas Conventions, and COPSI is one of these 18 Regional Seas Conventions. Next slide, please. So what does the resolution specifically entail? And this resolution looks at a whole life cycle approach to plastics in terms of both the production as well as consumption of plastic and waste management. There is a need to also look at technical and capacity building, technical assistance and capacity building, as well as very important in terms of adequate financial assistance, especially for developing countries. Data monitoring and reporting, the means of assessing, and this is very relevant to our discussion today at dialogue number 1. The scientific and socio-economic assessments to complement, I think, is also very important. And one very key element, and I think Malaysia is ahead of the curve in terms of national action plans, roadmaps, asking countries to start developing, implementing, and updating, and also supporting regional and international cooperation. There is also the knowledge aspect in terms of awareness, education, and exchange of information, as well as cooperation, coordination amongst different regional and international instruments. Multi-stakeholder engagement and collaboration at all levels, from international, regional, and local levels, I think is also very important. And finally, there should be a financial mechanism to support the whole process of this new global treaty. I think all of us are aware we have the Global Environment Facility, supporting several conventions such as CBD, and climate change. But then we also have the Green Climate Fund that's supporting the climate change negotiations, for example. And in the same context, there is a request to come up with a financial mechanism for this new global treaty on plastics. And to complement everything, the best available science, lessons learned, and best practices. So it was quite a long negotiation process. There was 2 different versions of this resolution that were submitted, one by Peru, Rwanda, the other by Japan, and then we also had India that came up with these proposals. But at the end of the day, we had 175 countries adopting this UNIA resolution to move towards a legally binding global instrument by 2025. There is also a global partnership on marine litter that has been championing the whole move in towards addressing this challenge of marine litter. And they have been sort of asked to strengthen the work, especially on monitoring methodologies and sharing available scientific and relevant data. With that, member states were asked also to continue and step up their activities on plastic pollution, including sustainable consumption and production, circular economy, national action plans, waste management. Next slide, please. So this gives you in a visual way how we move towards 2025, the diplomatic conference, when we will have hopefully a new global agreement, and member states will be signing up to this at this diplomatic conference in 2025. But then we have 5 INCs, International Negotiating Committees, the first of which, as I mentioned, will take place in Uruguay towards the end of this year. But then we have 2 in 2023, followed by 2 more in 2024. And in between, we will have the 6th session of the United Nations Environment Assembly in Nairobi. Next slide, please. So there are several global guidance and monitoring in place already. And of course, the most prominent one is the one from GESAN, which is this global group of experts on the scientific aspects of marine environmental protection. They have a specific working group 40, that looked at sources, fate, and effects of plastics and microplastics in the marine environment. And then we also have the UNEP guidelines, which came out in 2021, looking at rivers and lakes and looked at harmonization of methodologies. And there are several other efforts, for example, with Japan, the G20, and IOC, Westpac, etc. So in terms of monitoring, there are different guidance available, but at the COPC level, we also have put together some sort of guidance that we then would be helpful for our member states. Next slide, please. So with the regional seas programs, we have 18 all over the world, and now, especially in terms of COPC and the East Asian seas, we have 7 that are administered by UNEP, and COPC is one of the 7, including, for example, NAUPAC, which is in the West Pacific. We have the Nairobi, the Cartagena Conventions for the Caribbean and for East Africa, etc. And in 2024, the regional seas will actually celebrate its 50th years of existence, and oceans being such an important area of work. Next slide. So with COPC, we started in 1994 with a East Asian Seas Action Plan. We have 8 countries that are participating in this, most of which are from ASEAN. Sorry, I meant to say 9. We have 7 ASEAN plus China and the Republic of Korea. And the Secretariat is hosted in Thailand. in Bangkok and administered by UNEP. Next slide, please. So here we have a regional action plan on marine litter, and this is what I wanted to share with you, which was adopted by IGM 24. Basically, we have an intergovernmental meeting every 2 years that guides GOPSI on our way forward. And in fact, the next regional IGM 25 will take place later this year in October in Hanoi, Vietnam. So there is, in fact, a GOPSI working group on marine litter, as well as an expert group on monitoring, and I think several of you in the call today are involved in this. The RAP Mali, or the Regional Action Plan on Marine Litter of GOPSI, looks at 4 key action areas. First is prevent and reduce marine litter from land-based sources. And here, the plastics, the source-to-sea approach, the runoff, I think is something that we're looking at. Second, and which we hope to consolidate further, is looking at marine litter from sea-based sources. This looks at coast, fishing gear, etc. We are also looking at monitoring and assessment, and we're very happy that we have several speakers, including Denise from CSIRO, that are on this call today that have been helping us in terms of monitoring and assessment. And last is the enabling conditions. Here we have knowledge sharing, regional coordination, outreach, education, research, etc. Next slide, please. So with the ongoing monitoring efforts in the East Asian seas, as I mentioned earlier, we have actually come up with regional guidance based on the GASAM guidelines on harmonized national marine litter monitoring. This was adopted last year, followed the expert group on monitoring, and which called for a regional inventory of monitoring global best practices, quality standards, etc. And I think as a follow-up, we are trying to focus on building capacity on marine litter monitoring. We had a first event in Bali, Indonesia in September, and just last week we had the training in Phuket with our CSIRO colleagues. At the same time, there are several national trainings that are taking place in Cambodia, Malaysia, Philippines, Thailand, and Vietnam. We're also hoping to have the ski training modules ready on marine litter monitoring. Next slide, please. So with the different technical assistance and data collection, there have been several activities that are ongoing as well as completed, including national baseline assessments. And here we've looked at Cambodia, Malaysia, Philippines, Thailand, Vietnam. At the same time, in terms of hotspots, the leakage aspects, where we've collaborated with our colleagues at UN Habitat, looking especially at, for example, in Malaysia with Seremban, there was regional modeling on plastic leakage with the University of Leeds. At the same time, as we move towards a regional assessment. So with the GOPSI and the marine litter, RAP Mali, we are linking up and hopefully planning to launch East Asian Seas regional node with a global partnership on marine litter, which will focus on these 3 pillars: policies and good practices, second on science and research, and third on building capacity. Next slide, please. So building capacity, as was mentioned, we just completed the training in Phuket towards the end of July. But at the same time, there are different other activities that I mentioned earlier. Next slide, please. So looking at regional marine litter frameworks, and this is a very interesting slides put together by our colleagues at the National University of Singapore. which gives you a visual sort of aid of the different COPC, ASEAN, APEC, and the countries that are involved in all these different aspects. For example, you can see COPC in the blue circle, then we have the ASEAN, we have the ASEAN +3, then we have the East Asian Seas overall, and complementing from beyond the region, we also have the APEC group. And in fact, Thailand is hosting the APEC summit in November later this year. Next slide, please. So there are several regional initiatives that are ongoing, and these are a few where COPC are involved. For example, a very interesting project supported by the Swedish government called Sea Circular, and I will share a bit more information on this. There was also a legal review in terms of marine litter activities, the legislative guidance in terms of policy for Cambodia, Philippines, Malaysia, which looked at sea-based sources. Also, we had with the US EPA some activities in terms of pilot projects. We're looking at Malaysia and Indonesia. We're talking with GIZ, the German government, for a new project on sustainable design and recycling plastic packaging, hopefully which will start later this year. And then we're also talking to the Asian Development Bank in terms of resource efficiency and circularity for a regional Asia-Pacific project. Next slide, please. So with the Sea Circular project that I mentioned, there are different aspects and the focus on science and policy, and this is where monitoring comes in a big way. Component 2 that we are working on with Sea Circular looks more at circularity on the whole, and in terms of engaging business, as well as looking at awareness aspects. And this in turn helps with the implementation of COPC's Rahmali, as well as UNIA resolutions. Next slide, please. So in terms of helping implement Rahmali through the Sea Circular projects, there are several aspects, and here we're hoping the East Asian regional node of the Global Partnership on Marine Litter will be one through the knowledge of the monitoring, and as we're discussing today, I think the regional guidance on harmonized national monitoring, looking at national action plans, and then piloting different activities, as well as seeking solutions. And I think which will be a theme perhaps of the second dialogue in September of this Malaysia, Australia. Next slide, please. There was an interesting study on plastic leakage hotspots, and as we heard from Mr. Anwar from CASA, that Asia Pacific is one of the key hotspots globally. But then in terms of plastic leakage, we had this example with our colleagues at UN Habitat through a Waste Cities tool, which looked at several cities in Cambodia, Vietnam, Thailand, and Malaysia. And as you can see, Malaysia and Thailand comparatively less leakage to Cambodia and Vietnam. Next slide, please. And with this, there is also this annual Sea of Solutions event. The last one was virtual and hosted by the government of Malaysia in November 2021, where I must congratulate Malaysia on this roadmap that was launched during this Sea of Solutions, or SOS as it was called, and was, as mentioned, in terms of the different aspects from 2021 all the way to 2030, looking at single-use plastics and extended producer responsibilities. The Sea of Solutions was very interesting that it came up with these 10 solutions, crossing in terms of leverage, in terms of circularity, in terms of science, in terms of innovations, and finally zooming in on cities as solution leaders. Next slide, please. And with this, we have also an ongoing example of waste management in remote areas, and this is supported by our colleagues at the US Environmental Protection Agency. We are looking at Mersing Islands in Malaysia, and especially engaging and empowering community for waste management systems. And this is a partnership with Reef Check Malaysia. Similarly, we're working in Indonesia on waste banks, which is a partnership with the WWF Indonesia. Next slide, please. And my final slide in terms of looking ahead and where we are going towards. And as I mentioned earlier, the global community is moving towards this new global agreement. We're hoping that this is ambitious, well-designed, and inclusive. It takes a life cycle approach to plastics and is well informed by science. It is a multi-stakeholder process, which also looks at economic opportunities, and we must learn and build on these existing multilateral instruments. So hopefully, as we move towards 2025 and this global agreement, we take these different aspects into consideration. Second is the regional seas, 18 regional seas, and COPSEA being one of these regional seas programs, where we hope that we can bridge these local national actions to the regional level and global level. We even have a regional sea strategic directions 2022 to 2025 that can help articulate this. Next, in terms of governance, can hopefully leverage existing regional mechanisms to overcome financial, technical, capacity building, and knowledge barriers, and tackle this transboundary marine litter challenge. The source to sea approach, the reef to ridge, I think there are different aspects, and plastics being quite transboundary. We know about the great garbage patch, etc. So in terms of governments leveraging these regional mechanisms. And in terms of regional seas also providing an important role to harmonize monitoring methods, and here we have the regional guidance that COPSEA has put together, will be one aspect that we hope countries can move this process forward. We are hoping, and later in the discussions in Vietnam this October, but with the regional node of the GPML in the East Asian seas, the knowledge, the data aspect, the networking aspect, and the capacity building aspect, where we can then link to this global digital platform, is an important bridge to bring our activities from the local, national, regional to the global level. And finally, as we all see, marine litter has become a very crowded space, many actors, etc. And here, in terms of coordination, bringing together different partners for coherent and coordinated action is key. We saw the earlier UN Ocean Conference in Lisbon, hosted by the governments of Portugal and Kenya. And then coming up this year, right after the second dialogue, is on the Marine Debris Conference in Busan, Korea, where we have the 7th International Marine Debris Conference. So I think it looks very exciting, the road ahead, especially as we move towards a global agreement. But at the same time, we need all these regional activities, including the strategic cooperative program, a comprehensive strategic partnership, as was mentioned by His Excellency, to come together to help us move forward. And with this, I think we are very well poised to bring the national, regional, and global elements together in moving forward. Thank you very much. Back to you.
Thank you very much to Mr. Mahesh for that very informative presentation. We should now move to the first session entitled Monitoring and Reporting Frameworks. Without wasting any time, we are pleased to present to you our first moderator, Ms. Sharorita Ko. She is the Research Fellow and the Head of Center for the Straits of Malacca at MIMA. Ms. Shara, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Aslam, for the kind introduction. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much, Mr. Mahesh, for setting the scene for us for the discussion throughout today. That was very informative and definitely very pertinent to some of the aspirations that we're going to try to discuss and try to come up with at the end of this program today, and of course the second dialogue later. So ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we are very much on time, and thank you once again for those from Australia and elsewhere from the region for joining us this morning, Malaysia time. Ladies and gentlemen, as we've heard from the opening remarks, as well as from COPSI's presentation, we can see that it is widely acknowledged that approximately 80% of plastics and other litters entering the sea are from land-based sources, much of which are then carried to the sea by rivers and so on. The remaining litter comes from ocean-based sources, about less than 20%, if we may quote it as such, including sea vessels used for recreation purposes, fishing and transport, as well as stationary platforms used for mariculture operations or oil and mineral extraction. Once in the ocean, marine litter is transported throughout vast distances and across international borders by wind and ocean currents, thus becoming a transboundary problem with shared responsibility, making such a cooperation with Australia and the region pertinent in this context. Management depends on measurement, setting of baselines, development of appropriate strategies, and monitoring of the impact of those strategic actions, and where necessary, using the acquired information to adapt management procedures. We have all probably heard this quote before: if you cannot measure it, you probably cannot manage it. So with that, I think it sets the background as to why we're talking about the theme. The first theme today, monitoring and reporting frameworks, what best case studies there are out there and how we can all learn from one another and further enhance our methods and so on. Now, often the first step to improving management is similar to Malaysia's context as well, is to develop a baseline. Often the biggest challenge is with that. And it should entail information in terms of what are the amount of litter that we're talking about, what is being produced, where is it being produced, and how is it transported from its sources to the shores and in the sea. Hence, the monitoring system is, we feel, a prerequisite to tracking the success of management strategies. For instance, Malaysia has got a national policy now and an action plan, but we need to be very clear as to now implementing it and measuring the success that comes with the actions that we adopt. Now, there has been a variety of methods, as we will see from the presentations this morning, each adapted to different survey sites and litter types and suited to addressing different questions. There has also been regional and global acknowledgement on the need of standardization of these data collection protocols to enable data comparisons and identify trends to correctly inform management actions. The same goes as what we've heard from Mr. Mahesh presentation under COPSI. I think that's also one of the call in RAP Mali. However, we have to acknowledge there are challenges involved in achieving this, not just at the national and local levels, but also at the regional and international levels. Hence, we have a lineup of experts for you in the first session. And I am extremely delighted to welcome Dr. Britta Dennis Hannesti, with whom we've been working at least over the last couple of years. And we're really excited that she's made time to join us this morning. I'll just quickly mention very briefly her CV, Dr. Dennis is a broadly trained ecologist, and her current work focuses on plastic pollution and marine monitoring and surveillance to reduce illegal fishing. Her work has also focused much on drivers for litter losses in the environment, how to identify and implement effective policies to reduce plastic entering the environment, as well as gear loss from fisheries. She promotes the role of science in underpinning policy and decision making, and has regularly provided science advice to governments and international platforms. With that, Dr. Dennis, the floor is yours. We've got 10 minutes each for each of the speakers, and we'll keep the questions to the end of the session for a longer discussion. Please go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Cheryl. And I want to start by acknowledging the traditional owners of the lands and seas where I live and work, which is the Mirawana people here in Tasmania, and to acknowledge their continued custodianship over land and sea. I also really want to acknowledge you, Cheryl, and Craig for putting together this fantastic day. This is a really exciting forum to bring together so many different perspectives and peoples. And I'm really pleased to be able to be asked to talk about some of what we've been doing in collaboration with COBSI, as Mahesh mentioned, within this region in particular. And so I was asked to speak really to what are we doing and what are some of the best practices around marine litter monitoring, and trying to look at perspectives from globally to regionally down onto the national scale or even locally. And hopefully these slides will transition. Just very briefly, our work has focused over the last 15 plus years looking at where does debris come from, why does it enter the environment, how does it move through the environment, what are those impacts when our waste enters in the environment on people, on wildlife, on communities and economies. We know that people will spend more money and travel further to go to places that are clean. And so considering all these things is really important, no matter what your focus is. And then we've also obviously been focusing a tremendous body of work around management or policy responses, because collectively we want to be looking at this holistic picture of plastic, from where does it come from, how does it move, what happens when it gets there, and then importantly, how do we change that? And as part of that, we've been working with many governments and bodies and research institutes and citizen science programs and volunteers and community groups around the world, really focused on identifying some of those appropriate place-based solutions to stop it before waste enters the environment. So a lot of what we come from and focus on is based upon this really important paper that highlighted a number of countries saying these are the countries that litter most into the environment. And then there's been some follow-up work around rivers saying that there are just these main rivers within this region that are so critically important in terms of waste leakage. But what we have less information on are actual empirical numbers, going out and collecting information on the ground. And as Mahesh highlighted, the United Nations and COBSI have been particularly focused in this region. And we've been working with them and other partners around the world to actually put some information together and to work not just in one country or two countries, but really in dozens of countries to share methods to ensure and to support countries, groups, governments to collect information in that harmonized or similar way. And to make sure that we are trying to harmonize methods and approaches, we really try to encourage and to build capacity to support organizations to know what they are trying to achieve so that you can design a monitoring program that will get you your intended outcome. And it's also just as important to know what you can do and what you cannot do with the monitoring approach that you're taking. And importantly, as a researcher, and so that we have science that can inform or underpin our decision-making, we really want to ask people and countries and community groups to know what our biases are. Because if we know what they are, then we can actually account for those analytically, and that allows us to make broader scale predictions and empirical assessments with what little data we are able to go out there and collect on the ground. So to that end, we've been working with partners around the world on what we call a global plastics leakage project. And the idea is really to go out there and measure things, to do that in a consistent way across countries. And as Mahesh mentioned, I'm really pleased to just be back from Thailand, where we were working with 5 of the COBC member countries to build capacity. We had participants from MIMA there, as well as 4 other countries in the region. And there's that really strong excitement to do things similarly so that we can make comparisons within the region and then across the regions. And bringing that together is really, really powerful. It allows us to not only figure out how much is leaking into the environment, to figure out where it's leaking from, and importantly, to understand what's causing that leakage in the first place. What are the most important factors? The socioeconomics, the people, the land use, the road networks, the infrastructure. All of that is critical as we go out and measure to make predictions about how much waste is being lost to the environment. This allows us to not only put together a global baseline or a regional baseline or a national baseline, but importantly to measure change as new policies and practices come into place. And this, of course, supports us from an empirical framework, from a science-based or a sound decision-making framework to identify those culturally, socially, economically, environmentally appropriate place-based solution. Hopefully, and many of those solutions can be addressed at scale and within and among different regions around the world. And to do that, what we're doing is actually going out and measuring, not just on our beaches and coastlines or in the sea, but also upland or in inland areas and in riverine areas. And importantly, this is a really statistically robust, easy to carry out with trained citizen scientist volunteers. It now happens with an app that can be translated into over 120 local languages at the click of a button. And all of this is work that we're doing, listening to the countries to help meet their needs, to make sure that countries are able to adopt a program that's suitable when and where and how for them. And this means going out and surveying, as I mentioned, in these inland habitats. This is some capacity building that took place in South Korea, as well as along rivers, on our coastlines, and importantly, measuring those plastic plumes extending from our urban centers as well. And again, those aims are really to carry out information and get actual hard numbers, to collect information for that baseline, which provides that empirical validation to see how correct are those estimates that have been put out there already. And this importantly allows us to identify, where do we put our efforts? Where do we put our resources for actions? And what's likely to be successful? Do we want to put out more traps and infrastructure? Do we need more outreach? Do we need to work with fishers? And making sure that we address those solutions so that they suit the needs of the communities and the people around them. And to really answer those questions about what is the relationship between what we find in the environment and what's happening nearby? And then how, again, does that move through the environment? Is it through human littering behavior? Is it along highways? Is it along our rivers? And putting hard numbers behind those things so that we can identify solutions there. And figuring out, again, where do we want to invest to get the best bang for the buck, because we know we don't have unlimited resources. And what do we get from doing this in this collective community-based way? Well, not only is there a comprehensive data set, but we really need and want to, and what we're doing is increasing the capacity in the member countries that participate. This allows us as well to put together country-level estimates, report in a consistent way so that we can compare within countries, within regions to identify those solutions. It allows us to scale up and get a global estimate as well. It also really helps bring together partners to have that consistent, harmonized sampling approaches among countries. It builds those partnerships of countries to work together. It allows us to measure those plumes that emanate from our cities so that, again, we can look back up the supply chain to have those solutions. As I mentioned before, it's really important to build the capacity so that countries are able to measure and monitor going into the future, and that if needed and as needed, we can help provide some support for that. It allows those country and regional level estimates, and really importantly, it helps countries to amplify their messages, to work together, to be collaborative, And I suppose that kind of comes from that perspective that the whole is really greater than the sum of its parts. Overall, with harmonization, we really try to encourage groups and countries to follow these 5 main tenets for marine litter monitoring that were put together as part of a preliminary or initial project in which we worked with Malaysia and the other COBC member countries for measuring and establishing baseline through time. Do things consistently, capture variation within your habitats, report your findings in a consistent way, record how many people, how long you spend there, and survey across different habitat types. And finally, I just leave you with this thought in my last 30 seconds available for this presentation. We know a lot about what drives or causes our waste to enter the environment. We know it links to how many people and the infrastructure, the urbanization, the regional use, the land use context. We also know that socioeconomics are really important and that the different site types contribute differently within different countries and different contexts. And by knowing this information and surveying across the landscape, again, we can help identify those solutions, we can put them into place so that we can measure and monitor and to really determine that change. And again, look for those place-based solutions. And with that, I will leave you and hopefully haven't talked too long. And I look forward to the panel discussion a little bit later. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much indeed, Dr. Brita Dennis, for the presentation. Again, I'll say I would concur to mention here that in Malaysia, as well as other countries under COBC, I'm sure has learned so much over the last several years from CSO efforts, capacity building measures, and like you pointed out, our colleagues has also just written back from the Thailand training, and you have indeed pointed out several important characteristics that we indeed would like to look further into. There is this needs gaps that we need to address in terms of capacity building. What is it exactly? What kind of information do countries need at the national, local level? And how do we then bench this with other countries and so on, so that we can then monitor where we stand at the moment? Most of the information is very much based on modeling exercises, like you mentioned again. There is empirical studies and publications showing these countries at, for instance, number 8, Malaysia is at number 8, top 10 polluters, but yet we feel we lack the empirical numbers and evidence to actually say, is that right? Do we need to do more? Are we on the right track? Are we doing the right, are we taking the right actions? Are we going now out of the top 10 polluters, rank? So we want to look at all these questions, and I'm sure also some of the other countries in this region. So thank you very much again, Dr. Dennis, for the excellent presentation. We will keep the questions to the end of the session, and I'll call upon all the participants to please use your chat function, your Q&A function, and just post your questions there, and we'll pick it up at the end of all the presentations this morning. So we'll move on to the next presenter. We have with us, again, really excited to introduce to you Dr. Mei Lin Neo from the National University of Singapore, who has also been very active at the COBC level and in this region on addressing this issue on monitoring and database and baseline information and so on. Very briefly, Dr. Mei Lin is a trained marine ecologist with broad research interests in experimental ecology, mariculture of endangered marine species, population, if I say it rightly, population phylogeography, marine biodiversity and conservation. Her work aims to generate robust scientific data to support marine conservation and management of endangered species. She has been working on the issues of marine plastic pollution in Southeast Asia, focused on understanding the status of research in this region. Very, very pertinent to the theme we have this morning. Dr. Mei Lin, I pass the floor to you. You have 10 minutes. Thank you.
Right, thank you so much, Cheryl, for the introduction and also the invitation to be here today. I also like to really thank Dr. Denise for giving the broad overview of what really is critical in ensuring that monitoring is ongoing and also consistent. So today, on behalf of my research team, along with Ms. Yona Leons, Ms. Chenling Lim, and Ms. Yulu Liu, we are presenting our findings or preliminary findings from a research inventory that we created and built a couple of years back. So that also is when I started that's when I started on looking at marine plastics pollution in Southeast Asia, as well as also in 3 other countries, namely China, South Korea, and Japan as well. So I like to also very quickly share how we have used and also can use the information gleaned to inform science and policy discussions. So in this presentation, I will talk about how the team had built up this research database, and followed by how we are using the information from the database to assess the regional status and capacity in monitoring marine plastics. I will also briefly share how my colleagues have assessed the effectiveness of policy interventions in managing marine plastic pollution in this region through understanding some of the publications that have been already reported. And finally, to wrap up this talk with some conclusions and parting thoughts. So very quickly, very first part is like, where do we get our data source? And in this first iteration, the very first iteration of a regional research inventory on marine plastics was first completed in early 2019 for 10 Southeast Asian countries. And since then, this current inventory, which we call RRI 2.0, has significantly been expanded with more states, as well as the research scopes that we're interested to look at pertaining to marine plastics. Currently, the data in this inventory is publicly accessible, and it contains 702 publications from a wide range of sources. And many of these publications cover a wide range of topics, which I'll share some of the elements, data elements later. The work here was primarily led and coordinated by Yona, who's at the Center for International Law, and myself at the Tropical Marine Science Institute. So between the two of us, one of us looks at the environmental policy, laws, legislation, and myself looking at the scientific data and research also. And along with a team of colleagues at the National University of Singapore. So currently, this research inventory is being updated by our team with new publications as and when we find them. And I think what's really interesting is that, when we talk about like what is our current understanding or what could be the kind of information that is already present on the loading and distribution of marine plastics, both macroplastics and microplastics, we can see that there have been publications as early as 2001 or as early as we can find based on our search methodology. So I'll share very quick, I'll share the team as well that we've been working with. So it's very well supported, not just from the team based in NUS and also various collaborators from different countries. We also have inputs from our regional researchers, whom we extended invitations by gleaning for context in our networks and through the inventory that we first generated. So many of them were involved in checking the inventory records, as well as adding on with native language articles. And this was particularly significant for countries such as Indonesia, Thailand, and Vietnam. So in this current version, unfortunately, we did not manage to invite any Japanese researchers to join us. However, we are also still continuing our efforts to extend the regional teams and contributing researchers, including other institutions in the Republic of Korea and Japan as well. So moving on to what kind of information we have gleaned from each of the publications. So each inventory record contains more than 70 metadata elements to inform 4 key areas: the article information, the research scope, research methodology, and research findings. So some of the examples of elements are listed in the respective boxes that you see on the screen here. So as an output for the research inventory, we also develop an online platform to visualize various information packets in presenting the data for further analysis. Please do note that the current regional database and its online platform are still in their beta versions. And while they are publicly available, they are actually still under review for feedback from users in the research community, input into. We're also thinking of actually furthering the platform itself. For instance, like whether is it going to be a part of GPML, and also trying to institutionalize who would be hosting it, maintaining it, and updating it, along with our partner COPC, one of the regional bodies that we have heard earlier from representative who spoke to us earlier as well. So you can actually access the beta version through this website. And we're more than welcome to hear your feedback on how it looks like, and as well as if the information that are presented on the website is useful for your work. So very quickly, just as a demonstration, these are some examples of visuals that are available on the online platform. So at a very first quick glance, it is very easy to see how the temporal changes of the research topics on the left side of my screen. You can see how the research topics have changed over the years, as well as their importance. So for instance, when we look at the yellow bars, which represents ecological and environmental impacts, we can see there's a very huge jump in the types of studies and research that's been done. And we also see that there's consistently a large number of articles that focuses on survey and monitoring pollution status, which means that there is probably a good number of studies that we can actually draw information on, getting empirical data of what is the extent of pollution in several different environments. When we look at also the research topics that occur in different water bodies, we can also see the concentration of research. It appears to be mostly in South China Sea, as well as also the spread of the types of studies that are done across the different water bodies as well. So moving forward in part 2, we'll be focusing on on our assessment of the survey and monitoring capacity of the region using some of the information that we gathered in the inventory. So in order to get a better sense of marine plastic pollution situation, we know that it's necessary to have data collected consistently over time. And we know this data will aid in developing baselines to help respond to marine plastics pollution, such as designing appropriate mitigation measures. So in the scientific research, however, we know that survey and monitoring is not always conducted the same way in terms of the choice of location, the frequency, and methodology. And some of the studies may also only conduct a one-time survey at a particular site. Some may survey many times at a few locations over the years. And many of these decisions are usually based on the context, the purpose of the research, and probably also funding and availability of time as well. So just on survey and monitoring alone for this inventory, we've captured 303 research articles. Although these research articles adopted varied methodologies, the research and findings reflect the development of plastic research capacity and expertise in the region. So I'll be using some charts to elaborate the regional research profile and the landscape as well. So in this bar chart, you can see that the countries and territories where plastic sampling has been conducted. And clearly, there's a very large proportion of research that has been done in China and Indonesia. So along the colors in the bar chart, they represent the different compartments where we define as the different types of environment. So the blue and red bars are dominant, which actually refers to the shoreline sediment, such as beaches, and the water surfaces are also most frequently sampled in our region. The least frequently sampled compartments are seagrasses and coral reef habitats. So these we know are sensitive habitats, which may be more vulnerable to marine plastics, but they are currently understudied without very much information for us to further management strategies for this particular habitats, which also happens to be areas of high biodiversity for our region. So I'm trying to move the screen. So for a recent paper, we also examined marine plastic sampling effort within the South China Sea using the information from the inventory. The map shows the locations represented by circles of marine plastic sampling in South China Sea itself. And the colors of the circle represents the different compartments that we talked about earlier in the previous slide. So from the map, we can see that one, in the Gulf of Thailand, only seabed sediments have been examined for marine plastics, and there could be a lack of research on marine plastics in water and shorelines. But this is the converse for in the spread list, where sampling has been mostly done for the water surfaces and water column, and not so much is known of the extent of pollution on seabeds and shorelines. And finally, the third point is there seemed to be more research done in the northern part of South China Sea, and we did not find and capture any marine plastics pollution in the southern region, which is southern region of South China Sea here. We also examined how plastic sizes are being perceived and reported across the studies. So while the definitions of plastic sizes vary across the research, but most of them actually generally define microplastics as less than 5 mm, which is consistent with the GAZAM 2019 guidelines. So here we can see that microplastics represented by the blue bars in the bar chart are also the most frequently sampled plastic size. There is a strong, and this suggests that there is a strong and growing research interest in marine microplastics, as the small sizes are likely easily ingested by marine animals and therefore causing more harm and may end up in the food chain. We can also see, we also examine nanoplastic studies, and we know that it is the least examined plastic size at the moment, likely due to some of the technical instruments that are required to examine nanoplastics, or the ease of actually using them for experiments, or even like locating them in our samples as well. So last but not really the least, very quickly, we look at the different technical scientific capacities of ASEAN plus 3 countries and territory. So generally, we can see that there are low number of publications that are conducted following the research methodologies and techniques. So many of these methodologies and techniques require specific capacity and expertise which are still developing in the region. And specifically, we look at 3 main types of capacity: the characterization of polymers, looking at biota, the animals, contaminants, and modeling as well. So perhaps some of this capacity requires more time and funding for development, but definitely will be highly beneficial to understanding marine plastic pollution in the region. So very quickly to share some of the lessons that we've learned from an ongoing research project. So our team had the opportunity to apply what we've learned to to this program, which with multiple Southeast Asian partners. The program was funded by the National Environment Research Council of the UK and National Research Foundation of Singapore to conduct 3-year research on the impacts of marine plastics in Southeast Asia marine environments. So a major component of this program is to gather current baselines on marine plastic pollution in selected habitats across the 4 Southeast Asian nations. So even among the countries, the knowledge of marine plastic pollution varied. And also not all of the participating researchers were very versed in the topic of marine plastics prior to the project as well. So as a starting point, we broadly agreed to co-develop and harmonize as best as possible the sampling protocols to ensure data consistency and comparability at the end of the sampling exercises. So these are some of the considerations that we have included in developing the protocol itself, such as coming up with common data sheets, having the common sampling elements, common lab protocols, and having sort of an ongoing communication, to understand how we're all doing with the protocol itself as well. So these are not come without challenges itself, as much as we all broadly agree the need for standardization and harmonization. There are still some challenges in really fully adhering to a common protocol for various reasons, including the sensitivity and differences of marine environments across the region, across the countries, the differences among research institutions in terms of capacity and accessibility. There are researchers' biases as well. In fact, also looking at the macroplastics and microplastics, the data that you get could be different in terms of the precision and accuracy, and as well as the effectiveness of the communication that we use for clarification as well. So the project is still ongoing. I think it was a very good attempt in trying to harmonize survey and monitoring protocols across 4 countries. So we're at the phase of trying to see if our data are comparable, and this is an ongoing work itself as well. So to conclude, we can see that there is a certain level of capacity for monitoring marine plastics here. We also acknowledge that there are some difficulty in achieving consistent, comparable data. So there are some considerations that we can take into account for discussion. One is, developing indicators and proxies that can be used across the countries, maybe using specific representative locations, as well as perhaps including calibration protocols to help ensure consistency of results obtained as well. So I know that I'm running short of time. I will just very quickly show this one. It's just a work that my colleagues have been doing to actually look at how effective some of the strategies and the effectiveness of interventions through some of the publications that we found in the inventory as well. And I would love to talk more about this, but I will probably keep a hold on this as it's running out of time. So very quickly on just to conclude, I think we do have the capacity in the expertise and technical materials, especially, and we have seen how it has evolved with the increase in publications on monitoring alone itself as well. Although we could do with more developing capacity concerning the identification of polymers, as well as for plastic particles less than 0.3 mm as well. The inventory has been very useful, not just for the information and the data itself, but also being used to identify regional experts and entities on different topic areas. There are some gaps, such as the geographic, the compartments, biota, associated contaminants, that we can identify as well and also extract from the inventory. And overall, as part of a discussion later, what could be agreed upon as different indicators and proxies to help, make the data more comparable across studies and across countries. With that, I thank you for your kind attention, and apologies on overrunning the time.
Thank you very much, Dr. Maylin, for the very comprehensive presentation on, indeed, again, I would say this is an exemplary research initiative in this region, where while we talk about compiling a proper integrated database at the national and local levels, I can just assume how difficult it is to do at the regional level. But yet this has been such a useful endeavor by NUS and COPSI and all the experts involved, because it now sets a baseline as to we are guided on where the gaps are, not just in terms of macroplastic, microplastics, but also in terms of where the focus should be and where the focus has been over the last couple of years and over the many publications that you have surveyed and put together. So thank you very much. A very exciting initiative by NUS, and we'll keep the question. I'm sure there's so many questions from the participants. We'll keep it to the end of this session. We'll now move on to the next presenter, Dr. Beryl Morris, who is the Director of TERN Australia, a national collaborative research infrastructure under the Australian government NCRIS program. She has been the CEO of several companies in the life sciences area. She has provided strategic leadership in the tertiary sector, designed and implemented complex national science communication programs, commercialized technology, and authored books and papers on the range of topics, including science, education, and management. Very apt, and it's a pleasure to have you today, Dr. Beryl. I pass the floor to you.
Thank you very much, Cheryl, and thank you everyone for having me, making me so welcome today. I'm going to take you onto the land today, and as Director of Australia's Terrestrial Ecosystem Research Infrastructure. So we are funded by the Australian Government and, as mentioned, by the National Collaborative Research Infrastructure Strategy Program. And our job is to monitor changes over time in Australia's ecosystems, which we do with a series of sensors and so on at about 900 sites across the continent, a very large area to monitor. And we do it with 4 operating partners, and they then contract a number of site-specific organisations. And as I give the talk today, I'd like to acknowledge the traditional owners and custodians throughout Australia of the lands on which we're giving out our talk. So as I said, we're a field-based land observatory, and we're using sensors and surveys and various other tools to produce open data freely available to anyone, and a series of analytics to people. And we do this at multiple scales. So we're answering a whole lot of different questions. So our continental scale monitoring, which happens mainly through remote sensing and derived products from remote sensing data, answers questions about where and when things are happening and changing. And then our regional scale monitoring, which is principally our survey activities and drones, helps us answer what is changing, how much is changing, which direction it is changing. And then we have a whole lot of highly instrumented sites across Australia that help us do a really deep dive to work out why things are changing and how we can go about mitigating that change. To hold the whole lot together, we need contracts. So first of all, we have the Australian Department of Education, through the grant program called NCRIS, contracts money to what is called the lead agent, which is the University of Queensland in this instance. And as I mentioned, Australia is so large that one institution really can't carry out the level of monitoring that's needed to understand what's changing. And so the University of Queensland then contracts its obligations out to a series of other universities, University of Adelaide, James Cook University, its own self, and to CSIRO, the lead government research entity. And they in turn may contract a myriad of other organisations to monitor specific sites. The members who are doing the actual work on the ground form what is called TERN's executive group to oversee the day-to-day operation of this Australian-wide observatory with the field airborne satellite and data activities. And behind the scenes, our TERN executive group is providing advice through to a science advisory committee made up of totally independent people that represent all of the domains of science that are involved in environmental studies. And then that goes to an advisory board, which is comprised of independent members plus representatives of all the operating partners. And they may call upon the advice of various subcommittees and working groups. That's how we are put together through a series of contracts to operate what's happening at the at the Australian level. But what if we want to go further than the Australian level? What if we want to actually link in internationally with groups? So I'm just going to run through a case study of what we've done after having put together something that is working coherently at the Australian national level so that we can work at a global level. And why would we want to work at a global level? Well, the whole surface of the Earth is a series of interconnected ecosystems. And those, at the country level, we have national sovereignty. Every government governs its own territory. But all the problems that we're facing in the world, like global warming and marine pollution and so on, don't recognise national borders. And so to provide an understanding of the whole global environment, and we need to be able to share the ecosystem data that we're collecting to give that global perspective. And And by having that shared data, we then can contribute meaningfully into global agreements such as the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, because there is consistent, quality controlled, openly accessible data. And so what to do? So TURN is a founding member of what is called the Global Ecosystem Research Infrastructure, or GERI for short. And we found that by looking around at who's there at the continental level, like Australia, that we can see that the data maps into a whole lot of issues, such as what are the drivers of change, what processes are actually changing, and what are the impacts on things that are really important to society in there. And so we've taken those continental scale observatories, which are comprised of Europe, South Africa, China, Australia, and the US, that have continental level observatories. And we have come to some, we've recognized that we're all working on understanding ecosystem processes, the services that come from ecosystems, biodiversity changes, and just a whole lot of ecological questions. And those groups that we have identified each run a distributed network of sites within their continents or countries. So we've got well over 500 sites globally, all with a terrestrial focus, although some of them do take into account coastal areas. But they have in common a scaled approach where they're all working from the local to the regional to the country/continental scale, which means that by collaborating, we can put together a very good global story. And our researchers are already working across geopolitical boundaries. And so they definitely would benefit from the federation of these ecosystem research infrastructures, or ARIES as I've abbreviated, so that for the first time in history, we can ask the ecological questions among the continents using the same type of data. Very interesting, but how do you actually bring them together in a governance structure? Well, we've decided to take a slightly non-traditional approach. I talked about TURN with its contracts, which are very binding. What we wanted was something that was the right level of governance for a group from across the world, but not too onerous, just enough to be able to bind together those continental level observatories to accommodate the bottom-up needs of their user communities. But at the same time, we recognise there are potentially many unforeseen cultural and funding program barriers that might affect whether or not GERI could develop, because each of our country level groups are glued together differently. And those differences can shape our collective decision-making capacity because of the biases and assumptions and values and even the reward systems and how our science is executed. And the differences can be both good and bad, but we thought it was really important to spend a lot of time planning the governance structure so that we could accommodate all those differences explicitly. Intellectual property would be one of them, approaches to open data, very important. And by spending that time, we felt that we could continually build trust amongst the international community in GERI and therefore its harmonized data, and develop a sustainable governance structure, and by so doing, better understanding our partner organizations' strengths and weaknesses, so that we could account for not just now, but all the future unknowns that might come along. One thing that was very clear right from the beginning was that because we were wanting to put together a whole lot of different country interests, our funding sponsors and the contracts that we have with our funding bodies would mean that research infrastructure resources couldn't be transferred internationally unless that was approved. But it didn't preclude us from providing a lot of in-kind support internationally. And so we all provide the international travel, and our systems and processes are all shared amongst each other, but we don't export funds specifically. And the way we've gone about putting together this global structure is through a memorandum of understanding, which is not a legally binding instrument as we have with TURN within the GERI structure. And we adopted what we call sociocracy principles, a dynamic governance, and you can look that one up later if you like. But what it means is that every actionable decision that we make is only made when there's common agreement. So the interests of all parties, all members has to be considered, and we have to respect the interests of what we're trying to do as a whole, not just of the individuals within it. And to do that, that means that we don't take any action without a decision that all the members can accept, and only when all members accept decisions. I know that sounds as if I just repeated it, but it amounts to a unanimous decision so that we have consent. And so by combining the memorandum of understanding and the sociocracy principles, we've been able to get, we've been able to get all of our funding bodies and shareholder organisations to agree to what we're doing. And we've found so far that the process is meeting all of the challenges and requirements that we've met along the way. So it's also really great because when we set up all of our country level organisations such as TURN, this global sharing or collaboration was not within scope. And so one of the things that we found really incredibly helpful was that we were able to look at the group of senior officials document on how to put together global research infrastructures, and have a whole lot of voluntary adherence principles, and some examples are provided here for you to look at. So that meant that the maturity of approach we've taken, the governance and the structure of management, have all been made possible because we took on board that group of senior officials or GSO recommendations to build best community practice in what we're doing. So that means in total, TURN's work is the result of a whole lot of collaborative partnerships at the country level with funding bodies and the operating institutions, which requires contracts, and that's an appropriate thing for TURN. And then by applying the right governance model in the right context, we've been able to go global and federate with other organisations that are listed here to deliver the data and impact from quite a local level to entire global levels. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Beryl, for the very informative sharing on the framework or the model that TURN has adopted to try to tackle this issue at a much larger scale, which again, it's topical now in terms of international negotiation, discussions, and so on. And the way TURN has done it is very, very interesting, and probably a model that countries in this region should also try to emulate and try to follow. Again, a couple of points that has been very, very exciting from Dr. Beryl's presentation include the Global Ecosystem Research Infrastructure, or GERI, and the way the mechanism is undertaken in terms of trying to come up with collaboration across geopolitical boundaries, as well as across multilateral agreements, conventions, and treaties, and so on, which is again something that we should consider when we talk about monitoring, building baseline database, and so on, especially now that we're talking about a global treaty and national endeavors in terms of action plans, policies, and so on. So with that, thank you once again, Dr. Beryl, for sharing that, and please do stay on for the discussion session at the end. We'll now quickly move on to the next presentation, which will be a joint presentation. I was informed by Associate Professor Ben Sparrow, the Program Lead, TURN Ecosystem Surveillance the University of Adelaide, as well as Dr. Samantha Munro, terrestrial ecosystem scientist. With that, I'll quickly pass the floor to you, Professor Ben, and also Dr. Samantha. Thank you.
Thank you. You can all see my screen?
Yes.
Yep. Thank you for inviting us along today. Really keen to be able to chat to you about some of the learnings we've got from our program over the last decade, operationalizing a national surveillance monitoring program. And so today I'm presenting in conjunction with my colleague, Dr. Samantha Munro. Samantha's a marine ecologist, and so I thought the two of us presenting together might give a nice translation from some of the learnings we've got in the terrestrial environment and how that might apply to the marine environment. It's nice to present immediately after Beryl, because Beryl's provided some of the context needed to interpret what we do. So she's already discussed about how we've got a really widespread monitoring network right across all of Australia. And so in all terrestrial environments. And so given a short 10-minute presentation, that doesn't give us the flexibility to go in all the aspects of our program. But I thought what might be constructive is to distill out 5 key learnings over the last decade or so that we've learned along the journey of making our monitoring program really standard and national. And so I think the first thing, and I'm really pleased to hear some of the speakers before me talk to this point as well, that the more you can standardize data collection right from the outset, it makes it so much easier to bring data together and collate and analyze data from so many sources. And so I think that there's several parts to that. Initially, it's about defining that really well, getting the right people together and working to a consensus method, but then defining that really well so that anyone can pick up those methods and utilize them in that same standardized way. It doesn't leave any ambiguity. You know that everyone will be collecting your information in exactly the same way. And then also justifying it so the scientific community's comfortable and understands the rationale and the decisions made behind those methods, and will then have buy-in and are keen and comfortably in utilizing them and when they do their monitoring. The other point that several speakers have spoken about already as well is to be objective, so to measure wherever possible rather than subjective measures. If you have the ability to take objective measures in the environment, I very, very much encourage you to do that. The second principle, I guess, is that wherever possible, collect samples. We're creating a huge archive of over 100,000 samples of soil and vegetation from right across the continent. But the real strength to that is those samples can be used for a whole range of scientific purposes, only some of which you can anticipate at the time of collection. And so it enables them to be analysed at a later date. They essentially create for you a snapshot in time. They're simple and easy to collect and store, but they give you real power down the track to go back in time and look at the conditions in that soil or that environment at the time of collection. And one of the things that I've sort of learned about our program over the time that's really exciting is that people are likely to use those samples for purposes that you hadn't anticipated when you collected them. And certainly that's the case for all of the samples we've collected. All the types of samples we've collected have been used for things that I'd never anticipated when we sort of designed our method. So I think collecting samples is a real strength. The third principle, I think, is to plan and develop data collection, management, delivery right from the outset. It's not a trivial task, but it's something that if you spend the time and effort and get the right people in the room and work through all the issues and nut out exactly how it will happen from the outset, you save yourself significant amounts of time and effort and energy down the track. And so to achieve that aim, we collect electronically in the field on an app. We have that syncing through our database. We have web curation tools that people can curate and manage that data. And then we have automated ways to deliver them to the audience that we need to reach. And that makes life so much easier in a data processing flow. It also goes back to the first point I made in enforcing standards. By having an app, you're encouraging people to collect data in the way that you'd really like them to. And the other thing is it helps with uptake as well. And this will be one of my subsequent points, but providing people with tooling to do their data management is a huge advantage to them. And so they'll be really keen to get on board and use your methods if it's saving them a massive amount of time in their data management and curation subsequently. The fourth principle, which is perhaps a little less scientific, but it would be to do what you can afford to do well in the first place. So rather than try and achieve everything in the first instance, work out what you can afford to do and set a realistic scope and achieve that really, really well, because that success will make your financial sponsors really comfortable and confident that you can deliver. And you more than likely find that down the track, they're keen to back you to add additional components to that. And so we, in the beginning of our program, we had a really tough decision to make about whether we'd monitor fauna. And at the time, we all agreed that we couldn't do that because there wasn't enough money to do flora and fauna really well. But now that we decided to work on flora, the government come back and we're starting to get some support to look at methods, etc., for fauna as well, because doing that first bit really well gave them the confidence to subsequently support the program. And a point that's already been made by others as well is to carefully consider what to monitor. So that's about what types of questions you need to ask the data. And Beryl's triangle diagram she used earlier, similar to the diagram I've got at the bottom of my slide here, looks at the kinds of monitoring information you need to answer the types of questions you need. So you kind of got to contemplate what you need to get out of it to work out which kinds of monitoring, what aspects of the environment to monitor. And my last key point, I think, is to bring the community with you. And while as a scientist, we'd like to think that this is largely a scientific endeavor, it absolutely is, but it's also a social endeavor as well. And we need to bring people with us right from the beginning to help us agree on those methods and to support the program. We then need to train people. One of the other speakers talked about citizen scientists. There's communicating your value through to your user base, etc. as well. So there's certainly a really social component of that and making sure people identify with what you're doing and appreciate it. And so that's it from me. I will pass over to Sam to continue.
Thanks, Ben. Can everyone hear me? Hopefully. So one of my roles at Turn is whenever we are considering implementing a new environmental monitoring method, it is part of my job to help create those new methods and also evaluate whether or not we should be using our limited resources to send our teams out to start collecting that data. So whenever we have a new method to use, it sort of undergoes a trial by fire, a bit of a review process to see if it's worth doing. And these are sort of the main questions we ask ourselves and we ask of the data before we go that next step and actually start collecting that piece of information. So just the first point, Ben. So the first thing we have to ask is who's actually going to be using these data? Turn has a wide potential audience for our data that can include people like academics at university, researchers with government, NGOs, and landowners. So whenever we're considering what type of new data to collect, we have to make sure that it is reaching at least one of our target audiences, that it is useful to at least one of those target audiences. And this goes back to the point Ben raised about bringing the community with you and ensuring that what you're doing is useful to the people you're trying to help. Now, of course, not all data will be equally useful to all groups, and that's okay. But you do want to be clear on who you're targeting for any particular type of data, because that's really going to give you a lot of help through the rest of the process as well. So the next thing that we need to ask ourselves is, what types of questions are these data going to answer? Now, we're never going to be able to predict, as Ben mentioned, all the different types of questions that someone might be able to answer with a particular piece of data. But we do need to consider if the data we're collecting will be useful to a wide range of projects or disciplines, or if it's highly niche, if the data we're collecting may only be useful to a narrow set of questions in a single discipline. And this is really just a cost issue, but it's more from a pragmatic perspective. Collecting data that will be broadly useful is arguably more cost effective than data that is less likely to be used or too specialized. And as Beryl mentioned, this is why our advisory boards are so important, because they help us understand what the current and emerging questions and problems are likely to be, and thus help guide our priority. The next thing we need to think about is whether or not these data that we want to collect are fundamental or a high priority. In other words, if we know what questions the data can answer, are these questions really absolute must-have? And this can sometimes be a bit of a painful process for us at Turn, because we have to separate, as I said, the must-have data from the nice-to-have data, because of course, all data has value, but some of it is fundamental to our goals and some of it isn't. But this is an important part of the process, because if a fundamental piece of data is time consuming or costly to collect, we can still justify that because it is essential to our mission and a broad range of applications. And again, this comes back to what Ben said about focusing on what you need to do and can afford to do well. And as identifying what is fundamental for our aims allows us to do that. So next slide. Yep, there we go. And the last two things I wanted to mention were how the data is going to be collected and processed is a big part of whether or not we actually decide to implement a method. There are, of course, a lot of things to consider when determining whether or not we can logistically afford to collect data. It could be very costly. It could be very time consuming to collect a particular piece of data. The preservation of that data, if it's a sample, for example, could be very difficult. And we have to remember that the survey teams that we're sending out to some very remote parts of Australia have to then do these methods at scale. So we have to think about, is it feasible for them to collect these data? Even if we recognize it would be valuable, can they feasibly achieve it in the time that they have out in the wild? So that's a big part of our thinking. We also have to think about whether or not it's reasonable for us to be responsible for delivering the data and what can be left to external stakeholders. For example, it's not reasonable to ask our data users to travel all around Australia and count all of the plants they see and collect thousands of kilograms of soil. They don't have the resources to do that. But people can request our plant and soil samples to conduct experiments, such as determining the chemical composition of soil. That's reasonable of us to ask for our users to do that work themselves. So Turn chooses to focus on the data that would be very hard for your average researcher to go out and get, such as collecting the physical samples, and anything beyond that we have to allocate to them because it just wouldn't be a good use of our limited resources. And then finally, we have to ask ourselves, how is the data going to be shared and delivered? Ben already touched on this, so I won't spend a lot of time here, but thinking about from the beginning how you're going to record and distribute the data is pretty critical. One of the things we think about is if we know our target audience for the data, how are they going to prefer to use it? Do they like to use R to analyze their data? Do they like to use ArcGIS? Or they prefer just a report provided to them rather than them actually using the data? So we have to think about how we're going to provide the information to our users. And something else that's worth keeping in mind is it's also useful to monitor the types of data that people wind up using. Not all of our data necessarily is going to be equally useful to all users. And it's really good for us to see what types of data are getting published in the literature, for example. What types of data are being taken up in governance strategies, for example. And this helps us justify the work that we're doing, potentially identify types of data that we're collecting that aren't getting used, and maybe we don't need to put our resources into that, and also identify areas for expansion. So keeping tabs on how your data is getting used is also really helpful. Next slide. So that's all Ben and I really wanted to say on that. We also wanted to acknowledge that both of us are speaking to you today from the land of the Kaurna people in Adelaide of South Australia. And we want to acknowledge that Turn operates across all over Australia, and it wouldn't be possible for us to work without the cooperation and help of so many Indigenous groups. We also want to acknowledge NCRIS, which is our main supporter, and of course we wouldn't exist without them. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Ben and Dr. Samantha, for the presentation. Again, this very nicely ties up to the earlier presentation by Dr. Beryl on Turn's approach in Australia. And again, I think it again links back to also some of the points that Dr. Dennis mentioned earlier as well. The framework, although it sometimes seems to be pretty straightforward, but in many cases, the 5 key learnings that has been highlighted in this presentation, as well as the principles into practice, is pretty much something that probably sometimes countries at national and local levels overlook, and it goes much beyond a proper planning in that sense. It's sometimes very much based on the availability of funding and where, you know, certain focus would be at that point of time and so on. So hence, again, these are some very crucial points that we should consider when we talk about monitoring framework. Now, moving on quickly to the next presentation, we have with us today Dr. Andrew O'Neill. He is the Chief Operating Officer, Healthy Land and Water. Andrew is an expert in sustainable urban water management and water-sensitive urban design, and is recognized globally for his innovative work in building leadership and technical skills in professionals and students. He has designed and delivered award-winning integrated water policy and water-sensitive and urban design projects, and has researched and delivered projects in many countries around the world, including Sweden, Canada, the United States, and Indonesia. The floor is yours. I hope you can try to keep your presentation within 10 minutes. Thank you.
I will do that. Good day to everyone. Now, I trust you can see my presentation on the screen. Yep, good, thank you. I come to you from, I'm just going to try to get it to change slide for me. That does make it quite challenging for me. There we go. I'm today in the Jagera, Yugarapul and Turrbal people's country, and I would, out of respect for elders past, present, emerging, I pay my deep respects to them, and also just thank them for their custodianship. Traditional owners in Australia have maintained this country for tens of thousands of years. It's the oldest continuing culture in the world, and we're very proud and humble to work quite closely with traditional owners in Southeast Queensland. So Southeast Queensland, for those of you who don't know, it's 35,000 kilometres in area. We're about 3.8 million people at the moment. We're growing. We've got, I thought since we've had a few presentations from Turn, I can show some. I'm sorry, I do make terrible dad jokes as a daddy. So some birds. So we have a really engaged community here in Southeast Queensland. Really, they love their environment. We have pretty good policies in place, but we have some problems that are happening here, and that gives some context coming into my presentation. We're growing, so there's a lot of urban development occurring. Urban development's not a bad thing, but it just we just need to keep an eye on it. And as mentioned, I have a very keen interest in urban water management, and we still have a lot to learn around the world. climate change is really affecting Southeast Queensland. Everyone's affected, but we're feeling the brunt of it. It's not theoretical anymore for Southeast Queensland. We've had the worst fires we've experienced in living memory in the last couple of years. We've also had several floods already this year. So the floods from earlier this year, the insurance industry is saying that it's going to cost about 5 billion Australian dollars. So they're very significant impacts on our economy, on our society, because people are really feeling beaten up. So the report card and the monitoring program and report card for Southeast Queensland is more than 20 years old now. So that gives us a bit of a looking back exercise about what we've learned. So I'm just going to share with you 3 reasons how I think you, not only a monitoring program, but actually how you report it. So I'll just give you some my thoughts on monitoring programs and report cards. What we've learned are the really important things to keep them going. Because one thing to set it up, it's one thing to have data, it's another thing to use it, maintain it, and be able to analyze trends. So you can see the report card on the left, that was one of the first, not the very first, but you can see at the time, Comic Sans was the font of choice. Lots of color, lots of action. And now as we come into the, into 2020s, we've got, clean, white, corporate looking documents. So things have changed, but some things don't. The first reason that the monitoring program and the report card in Southeast Queensland has been so successful is because it's independent. So we work very closely with all levels of government. We work very closely with industry and the community. So we're not independent from everything, but that breadth of engagement and involvement means that that we have broad funding. So the report card results are tied to delivery, not to results. So we're not asked to change. We're asked to change things, but we don't. So we're arm's length from politics and bureaucracy, which I think is really important. And we have, and I certainly appreciate Turn's governance. It's excellent. So we have good governance too. It's really important. It's super, super important. So here's a little bit of a snapshot of the report card as it looked like. This is the first one. Now, in terms of rigor, the Bill Dennison, who some of you may know from the University of Maryland, and some other scientists sat around a table on one evening with glasses of red wine and came up with the process. They then designed the monitoring, but the very first one was not as rigorous as it has become. So I think we're building on the previous presentation. We've built on our strengths. We've built on the need, and where we've grown the amount of data, the rigor of the data over time as we've been able to collect more funding. So the second point I would like to make is that it is robust. The first one was robust because of expert opinion and some very strong data, but not a really, really robust, broad, integrated set of data as we have now. The indicators must be justifiable, so they have to make sense. So the indicators have to actually indicate something, and I think sometimes that gets lost. Not for scientists in this meeting, but sometimes that gets lost. Why do we monitor this? Well, that does not give us a sense of an indication that something is changing. Obviously, as has been mentioned, it's crucial, but I'll mention it again that the monitoring has to have a level of rigor to it, and the data, as I previously pointed out, has to be able to be integrated into the existing data so that you can monitor it over time. Also, what we've learned is that we integrate and calibrate that really good data with models, with field observations, and expert opinion. So, and also community data. It's not specifically mentioned, but more and more that community data, the breadth of community data that we have, helps us actually to check against our scientific data. I shouldn't say that citizen science are not scientific. They can be really scientific. So I'll just do this slide because it shows you how we essentially built it up over time, but I won't dwell on it too long. We've essentially got a range of monitoring data that goes into our monitoring program. At the moment, we don't. We're working on a litter index concept at the moment. We don't have it yet, so I'm not going to speak to that because I'm certainly not an expert in that area, and we're not there yet. But it's something that is very important for our community. So we have a range of data, and we bring that together. We then have an integrated set of data that we then pull from, and then we build our we then build the data set, which are our indicators for our report card, which we then build scores for grades for a catchment, and I'll show those in a second. We then put those into our models, which we can then do a few things with. We can interpolate spatially and temporally, and we can also build out deliverables for our stakeholders that will help them make better decisions. That's really important. I'll say why I think that's really important in a second. So again, if you can see the top, I don't know if you can see the top, but essentially what we do is using those systems, we then go back and we adapt our monitoring over time. Every year a little bit, and every 5 years, quite a significant refresh. Also, we're working on new indicators, and I mentioned that we're working on a litter index. That's not done yet, but stay tuned. We are working on indicators to support First Nations with cultural heritage. That's new, really important. And we've got, as you may know, we've got economic and social indicators. We've got biophysical data, but we also have economic and social indicators to indicate the linkage to ecosystem services. Our report card in South East Queensland looks like this. And for a long time, that service served us very well. Cheryl, how am I going for time? Couple of minutes, 2 minutes? 3 minutes, thank you. I want to keep to time and honor you in that regard. Okay, so that served us very well. When you have a very simple problem, an A, B, C, D, F works really well. We found that, and for 10 years or so, that served very well. But as we moved into after we upgraded sewage treatment plants, which is a rather simple, expensive problem, into really complex, dispersed problems like litter, like plastic. We've then needed to move to more sophisticated ways of using the data, and we're still working on some of those systems at the moment. The progression of the program from when the initial thought came in '96 through to the first report card in 2000, through to where we are now in 2022, you can see there a bit of a snapshot of the evolution of moving from having data to tell a rather simple story to using the data to drive better decision making. So you'll see here over back in 2000, our population was about 2.4 million. Now it's about 3.8. We're projecting around about 4.5 million-ish around in the next 10 years. So you can see that this is a trend in nitrogen, just to give you an idea of what's been happening. So we did some major investments. We saw nitrogen go down, waterway health, the health of the bay improved. The population continued to grow, but it stayed static, which is good because the population is growing. But what we're seeing now is because we've got this great data, we can see a trend. And that trend we can use to go back to operators of sewage treatment plants and the like and say, we might have a problem here, guys. So my message is the data has to be spatially and temporally fine enough so that you can tell a story to influence a decision. I think that's really important. So my last point is that messaging empowers action. Things have to be relevant. So what you're doing has to be really relevant to your stakeholders from the ground up. So from the community to a minister in government, all super important people, but it needs to work at all levels. Obviously plastic is a burning issue. So there's no question about that, but it must respond to the burning issue at the scale. So if it's a local creek or an open ocean, there needs to be some scalability to how messaging is given to help stakeholders make better decisions. There was a point made, and I agree with it, about if you don't measure it, you can't do anything about it. But measuring it's still not on its own not enough. The communication of the monitoring needs to be, I want to say sophisticated, but not really. It needs to be simple enough, and telling the right story so that it can make a difference. In order for, I've mentioned that already. So the last thing I wanted to say is that, and the Turn guy said it well also, is adapt. Adapting what you have today will not be right in 5 years, no matter how good it is. So be ready to adapt, be ready to stop doing some things and start doing other things, as long as you can bring together and you don't lose the trends. So we've been doing that every 5 years or so, major updates, and it can't come soon enough for our stakeholders. They really appreciate us moving with the times, because the community and our decision makers don't respond to the same stimulus, the same information as they did 20 years ago. It's changed. But that's it from me. I hope I kept to time, and I hope that helped progress this really important dialogue. Thank you for having me. I really appreciate it.
Thank you very much indeed, Dr. Andrew, for the very, very interesting presentation. Again, I will quote you on the main points you have raised in your presentation: independent, robust, relevant, and adaptive framework when we talk about monitoring and reporting on this issue. Another interesting point that I would like to reiterate is when you mentioned the integrated monitoring programs and the report cards. Sometimes in this part of the region in Southeast Asia, we sometimes call it the state of the ocean and coast reporting. And it's really interesting to see how we could actually use that concept when we talk about this issue in an integrated manner. You also raised the point on indicators. Again, another important area to look at, and I think it's very topical now when we talk about marine litter pollution and so on. And Mei Lin as well, in her presentation, Dr. Mei Lin has also mentioned that they're also progressing towards indicators earlier. So again, I think we are trying to cover very, very topical areas here, and to further provide recommendations and inputs when we try to tackle some of these issues at local and national levels, as well as benchmark that towards the regional and international levels as well. So thank you once again, Dr. Andrew. We'll now move on to the next presenter. We've got with us Ms. Heidi Tate, founder and CEO, Tangaroa Blue, I hope I'm pronouncing it right, Tangaroa Blue Foundation. Heidi comes from almost 20 years in the marine tourism sector, which influenced her to founding TBF in 2004 to address the ever-increasing threat of marine debris in the oceans. Through TBF, or Tangaroa Blue Foundation, Heidi has developed the Australian Marine Debris Initiative, or AMDI, which is a network of communities, traditional owners, schools, universities, industries, government agencies, and individuals focused on both the removal and prevention of marine debris. So with that, I see a hand up, but can we keep the questions to the end, please? So Dr. Eric, I'll get back to you on the side. I now pass the floor to Heidi, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I'm very much excited to be part of this discussion today. I'd like to start by acknowledging the traditional owners on the land of which I'm meeting you today, and that is the Gia and Ngaro people of the Whitsunday region in Queensland, and pay my respects to elders past and present, as well as the traditional owners of all the areas of which we work on, which is across the country. Today, I'd like to talk to you about the Australian Marine Debris Initiative, and also the trends that we're finding through over 18 years of data on marine debris, and share with you some of the ways that we have utilised citizen science data for management responses as well. We are presenting on behalf of not only Tangaroa Blue and the Australian Marine Debris Initiative Network, but also our partners through the University of New South Wales. So Tangaroa Blue Foundation is a registered charity. We coordinate the AMDI, which, as mentioned, is a national network of partners, individuals and organisations that contribute debris and litter data from their cleanup activities. It provides solutions to address litter sources, and we collaborate with universities, with all levels of government and with local communities to develop, implement and monitor lasting change. When we developed the AMD network and the AMD framework, we were trying to identify the source of debris and understand why it was washing up or occurring of where it was. And then we could identify the right stakeholder group to bring to the table to develop source reduction plans that would look at reducing that item from entering into the environment in the first place. So we have a clear threat to environmental, social and economic values through items that are entering the environment. And the AMD enabled us to identify the distribution and the abundance of those items, to develop sources and identify the hotspots, but also then to work on which items we should target. And that was based on those criteria as well as on risk. So the AMD now has over 18 years of data housed in this national database. Recently, we kicked over 21 million individual items. So it's a quite comprehensive database. And you can see from the map there that we have cleanups sites and cleanup activities happening across the 6 marine bioregions around Australia. We work with all types of stakeholder groups, which has enabled us to have a good coverage around Australia. And while there's a lot of activity happening where there's lots of people, we also have been able to work in areas that are extremely remote to collect data in places that would normally not be accessible. There's over 29,000 cleanups actually in the database at the moment from more than 4,000 sites. And we partner with 2,000 plus organisations, and that can be from Indigenous ranger teams to school groups. It can be local government, agencies, industry bodies and individual volunteers. And that's equated to over 210,000 volunteer occasions. And while we are seen as a citizen science platform and program, I think it's important to acknowledge that a lot of people contributing to the database are doing so as a volunteer in their own time. And if we created a value of all of those hours, it would equate to over $21 million Australian dollars that individuals have contributed to the marine debris issue. So citizen scientists are extremely interested in this issue and want to participate in activities that is not just removal, not just being a rubbish collector, but is contributing to change that stops at the source. We recently worked with the University of New South Wales on a paper that was published earlier this year to look at the trends that the data had shown across Australia. We looked at, or we used 10 years of the data from the AMD database, and this was systematically filtered. And this process identified different parameters of data quality and site selection. One of the things that the paper looked at was to test the differences in the collection of groups, such as was there any difference in data collection from schools or government, NGOs or scientists. And we were really happy to see that didn't bias the data if the filtering was done correctly. We were able to take, after that filtering, 852 sampling sites across Australia, across the 6 marine bioregions for the analysis. And that enabled us to have a look at distribution across Australia, showing hotspots and accumulation. And this particular paper looked at specifically on beaches. And that gave us abundance and potential sources, both nationally and by region. And I will just make a note there that I think that by region is really important to consider. What we find washing up on a beach in one of our major cities is completely different to what we find washing up in one of the more remote locations at the tip of Australia, for example. So there won't be just one thing that will work across the board. And if I can give an example of that, Australia is almost at all states now with a container deposit scheme implemented for beverage containers. And we may see that reduces that particular item around our urban areas. But if we look at the very tip of Cape York, where the majority of debris is coming from offshore sources, we won't actually see a decrease in those beverage items in the cleanup data because it's not coming from a local source to start with. So it's important to have that regional context. If we look at the spatial trends and the sources from that particular data analysis from those filtered data sets, this map can show you the accumulation rates. And if we can see that there are hotspots around our major urban areas, which you can see with those green markings or boundaries around them, so around Sydney and around Brisbane. But we also have a significant marine debris hotspot in some of the most remote places in Australia, which is up in Cape York. And so that's a little example of what I was mentioning before with the beverage container example. The percentages total per source, we can see in the graph here, and also we can see that there is a significant difference across those different bioregion areas. So regional context is critical, and not just looking at it from a national trend, but taking those regional trends specifically. No, not surprising, plastic is the dominant material across Australia, like it is in most places and in each of the marine bioregions as well. However, we also saw that variation across regions within the material type as well, as you can see here. And when we look at the data, particularly from a formal versus a citizen science sampling setting, we needed to take into consideration how people look at citizen science, or decision makers look at citizen science. Scientific or formal sampling is seen traditionally to be more rigorous with data quality, measure of variability. However, the data has limited use. It usually is only fit for purpose for one particular project. If we look at the citizen science databases, we can see that there's concerns around data quality issues. They usually no measure of variability. However, there is access to quite significant large amounts of data. So we've taken this into consideration with our upgraded and expanded Australian Marine Debris Initiative monitoring protocols that were released a couple of months ago now. This is the solution, is to standardise monitoring protocols to help increase accuracy and reliability of data. So these were contributed to by researchers from the University of New South Wales, Tasmania, Macquarie Uni, Southern Cross University, the Tangaroa Blue Foundation data team, and also the Australian the Australian Microplastics Assessment project as well. And we thank funding from the Mostyn Family Foundation and the Australian Citizen Science Association. And it just looks at splitting up those different types of protocols for the different settings. So we have citizen scientists and trained in scientific techniques, specific protocols for different types of locations. So on the ground, in built drainage, inland waterways, estuaries, coastal locations, and underwater. And this gives greater reliability and trends to evaluate management actions. And this is just an example from one of those, which is the built drainage, where we had 120 stormwater traps that were installed across 6 different council areas and 4 different land use types to understand where the inputs of that data was occurring. They were serviced every 6 weeks between October 2019 and 2020. We didn't know when we started this project that COVID was going to arrive in the middle of that project, but it gave us a very interesting and unexpected data trend, and no surprises there. We saw an increase in OH&S items such as masks and gloves in the middle of that project. We also use that data for source reduction projects, and an example of that is this one, which is addressing cigarette butt litter through a program we call Ditch the Flick. It's a reef clean project to look at reducing cigarette butt litter along the Great Barrier Reef, and it's a collaboration between our organisation and the Queensland Country Bank Stadium and funded by the Australian Government's Reef Trust. We saw a 71% reduction in cigarette butt litter associated with football games in 2021 as a result of the project. And this provides a case study program which is replicable and scalable. So the conclusions are that a common foundation provides comparability, linking management from local government to state to federal. Citizen science debris monitoring, when coordinated, informs different management contexts and informs social source reduction plans and independently evaluates management effectiveness. I agree with what the previous speaker said. And it also has many other projects that directly feed into the monitoring processes as well. Soon to be published, we have an upgrade of our AMD database, web portal and data collection app, and also a release of the AMD source reduction resource library online, and they're all open source as well. And I'm happy to provide links if anyone's interested afterwards as well. So thank you for the opportunity to present today. A big thanks to all our AMD data contributors and citizen scientists who make this work possible. And thanks for the opportunity to present today.
Thank you very much, Heidi, for sharing with us the AMDI database and its monitoring protocols. Again, a very rich set of endeavor and something that we definitely should try to emulate. I must say there are efforts already, but having seen the over 18 years set of data since 2004 and how useful that could be in management, it's just brilliant. I'll just mention quickly that the AMDI database, ladies and gentlemen, is a national data portal, which is, as Heidi mentioned, providing citizen science and partner organizations a platform to collect and access marine debris data, and houses over 21 million data points from more than 25,000 cleanups across 4,000 plus sites across the country. So just look at the enormous efforts there. Thank you very much once again, Heidi. Please do stay on for the discussion session. I'll now quickly move on to the final presenter for session 1. We have our very own Malaysian researcher with us, Associate Professor Dr. Eric Wei Chiang, who is from the UCSI University, Malaysia. He is attached to the Faculty of Applied Sciences at UCSI. Dr. Eric has got more than 75 publications in Scopus at the index factor of 21, and was also one of the top 5 competitors of the Elsevier Green and Sustainable Chemistry Challenge 2015 out of 500 proposals that were submitted globally then. Very, very pertinent. Dr. Eric, one of the reasons we have Dr. Eric with us today is also because he just completed recently, he was the project overseer or the coordinator of the APAC Sustainable Coastal City Symposium in November 2021, just last year. And we believe that he's got a set of recommendations and ideas from that platform that could also be very useful to us in our discussion today. So with that, Dr. Eric, I pass the floor to you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Cheryl, for the invite. I'll share my screen. Okay, so a bit about myself. Actually, I'm really grateful to be part of this dialogue because I'm actually a fairly new comer to this marine debris dialogue. So my background previously was in plants and herbs, but actually now veered into green chemistry. So in the January of last year, we received the APAC grant to actually conduct a symposium, and which would actually gather people together to actually come out with a set of recommendations. So this is also monitoring, but it's more of a qualitative sense, not so much quantitative. So it's more of a qualitative type monitoring. So the symposium was held in November last year. So it was held virtually because at the time Malaysia was still under lockdown, and it was attended by the Minister of Science who gave the opening address. So as a result of this, as a result of this symposium, right, we came up with 2 publications. So both of these publications, I will invite everyone to actually have a look at it, and it's available on the APAC website. So one is a project report, which with all the findings from the different speakers, and another one is best practices and recommended policies. So this is, we got a panel of experts to actually come together to distill what we learned from the symposium and then come up with a set of recommendations. So what I'm presenting today is going to be recommendations from this publication on the right. So we have many contributors and some of which actually I'm very happy to see in the audience today. Like I see Dr. Eileen Tan, with we have Prof. Dr. Eileen Tan, Ahmad Fauzi, Ahmad Ibrahim, Dr. Ahmad Ibrahim, and also people from MTech, Prof. Hafiz, myself, Associate Professor Go, Dr. Paul from Terengganu, and also Fadaida from actually Terengganu. So Cheryl is also one of the contributors for this. So yeah, very happy to have here today. And also I was also assisted by a scientific committee internally. Okay, so a little bit of background. So we base our recommendations on this APEC roadmap on marine debris. So this was actually proposed in 2019. So just before when we actually received this grant. So we base it off this roadmap. And what we know is that marine debris is a global challenge, and plastic is a large proportion of marine debris. It accounts for 80% of all marine debris in the ocean. And majority of marine debris is actually from land-based sources. So it's best addressed through like altering our current plastic value chains. Okay, so based on the roadmap, we divided our recommendations into 3 different areas. Oops. We divided 3 different areas. The first of which is policy development and coordination. So this was actually a very important part of it. And next one is actually capacity building. So how each APEC economy deals with their problems locally, depending on their infrastructure. So depending on the location, the connectivity, and the infrastructure, different APEC economies have different solutions to their local problems. And the last of which is actually research and innovation. And this is actually the things that are somewhat new that were also presented at the symposium. So one very surprising thing we realized when we organized this symposium is that we received quite a lot of nominations from APEC. And these nominations from APEC are people that attend APEC events regularly. That means every time there's an APEC event, these people will actually attend. So what was surprising is that at first we thought that because it's going to be quite a number of them I have already presented before, right? What we are going to see is going to be the same thing again. But there were quite a lot of new findings. So we were pleasantly surprised. Okay, so first one on policy development and coordination. So we came up with these 3 main points for this particular area. So clear and consistent policies are key drivers for implementation. The reason for this is because policies clarify national positions. So it's like letting each respective country know, right, that this is the direction the country is headed, and these are the things that we are going to do. So clear and consistent policies is very, very important. And this is also related to interagency coordination. So it's important because the jurisdiction of say like marine plastics, right, falls under, on one hand, maybe the Ocean and Fisheries Department. And on the other hand, it also falls under the waste management jurisdiction. So there are different agencies overseeing these different areas. So coordination between different agencies, right, is also very, very important to implement any policies. And good policies should also support and promote knowledge sharing. So in addition, collaboration, knowledge sharing from different stakeholders, right, it's also very, very important. So a prevailing theme raised by stakeholders in this area is that the clear policies are important. And we found that not all APEC economies have a like unified coordinating body. Not all APEC economies have a unified coordinating body. And it would do well for those without a unified coordinating body, right, to have somebody to actually coordinate between different agencies. So this is actually implemented by some APEC economies and not others. So clear and consistent, this kind of implementation is important because this is a problem that is transboundary, and plastics will definitely drift beyond the 200 nautical miles of coast. So good policies and action plans is very, very important. And in terms of capacity building, so capacity building must be supported by behavioral change. And behavioral change is very, very much related to infrastructure, because we can't change behavior if the infrastructure to support the behavior is not there. So this was actually discussed at length during the symposium, and we found that segregation at source, also related to behavior, is still the most important driver for recycling. And waste collection in many APEC economies is still supported by informal waste collectors. So it's important that we recognize these groups of people and also support them with better infrastructure. And what we found is this: the recent trend in 2020 was that many APEC economies, many countries around the world started banning plastic waste imports. This is mainly because plastic waste imports generates very negative optics, and it does send the message is as if that it's the dumping around the world. So it's a very bad narrative lah. But what we found was this, is that even if you do ban plastic waste imports, right, it doesn't necessarily compel more recycling locally. And it doesn't necessarily sort of compel people to segregate their waste. So waste imports are still important because it's also important that recyclers have a continuous supply of plastics to work with. So their plastic supply chain cannot be cut for this kind. So waste imports may still be necessary. So long-term solutions, instead of a quick ban, would involve improving existing supply chains to ensure that recyclers have a consistent supply chain, to ensure that there is no leakage from the supply chain. And we also had companies attending the symposium. So we found that there is commercial interest to actually convert non-recyclable plastics into fuel. So things like polystyrene. So Japan is converting polystyrene collected from the sea, right, into fuel. And even in Malaysia locally, right, there's also a company that's very into converting this into fuel, which is Hincap Industries. So we also have one example locally at least. So different APEC economies have unique solutions to local challenges because of differences in infrastructure, accessibility, and also plastic hotspots. The last of which is very relevant to Southeast Asia, because Southeast Asia, right, is an archipelago. There's a lot of islands, right, and it's sort of a partly enclosed sea. That means ocean currents, right, you wash plastics all the way inside here, right, and it will tend to accumulate in Southeast Asia because it is a plastic enclosed sea. And one of the speakers today, right, also spoke about islands, right. So islands present a unique problem because infrastructure is lacking and waste collection is difficult. So connectivity to islands are difficult. But it's also compounded by the fact that in Southeast Asia, right, culturally, right, people tend to build houses into the sea. So islands are already a challenge, but if you build houses into the sea, right, on stilts, right, that's an even bigger challenge, Waste collection is even harder, and plastics tend to accumulate on stilts. So at the symposium, right, people presented like pictures of tons of plastics, right, accumulating underneath houses because it's built into the sea. So that is also a unique challenge for places, for certain parts of, say, Malaysia and also Indonesia. Indonesia having more islands, so it's a more serious problem there. So infrastructure-wise, recycling and availability of infrastructure will heavily influence recycling behavior. So Japan is one of the examples where the infrastructure is actually good. So even though Japan has many islands, right, they have very good infrastructure. So from there, the local tourism association, right, organizes like an annual cleanup activity, right? Oh no, sorry, not annual, monthly cleanup activity, right? And they can collect 5,000 liters of plastic monthly. So it's a really large amount. And this amount is enough that they can actually charter a boat to actually deliver this to Hatoma Island for converting styrofoam into fuel. So a sizable amount. So this actually highlights the importance of infrastructure and like these kind of supply networks. So Japan has a supply network that runs from Okinawa all the way to Hatoma Island, and plastic is funneled there monthly for fuel. So recyclers importing waste to meet demand is often symptomatic. So if recyclers have to import waste demand, right, they sort of have to import waste to ensure the like a consistent supply. So if they have to import, that means that there may be symptomatic of inadequate support for informal waste collectors. And this can come in the form of recognition or infrastructure. That means the better infrastructure or better like support for information collectors required to ensure that local plastic supply chains are unbroken. And in Taipei, also they managed to create a supply chain which converts fishing nets. So they can actually supply a consistent supply of fishing nets, right? For brands like Decathlon and Julabo to actually come out with sunglasses. So there's enough consistent supply for producing sunglasses. And locally, Hincap Industries, they established a supply chain, right, to convert ocean plastics into usable resin. So they have like a process for converting ocean plastics into usable resin. And they've also done the converting non-recyclable plastic into fuel, pyrolyzed into liquid fuel. So island-bound communities, again, very, very big challenges. And how they address this, right, varies depending on the local infrastructure. So infrastructure plays a key role in how to address all of these problems.
2 more minutes, Dr.
So last part here. Okay, research and innovation. So science-based data-driven decision-making is very important. And as mentioned by a lot of speakers, co-production plays a big role in expanding the reach of monitoring efforts. So remote islands require specialized technology, and plastics affect the current technologies in different ways. So one of the surprising things was that plastic will actually speed up biofouling of desalination plants, of resalination plants. And artificial intelligence is got opportunity to actually settle some of these problems. So science-based decision-making is important. Microplastics actually promotes biofilm formation, which interferes with reverse osmosis. So even interferes with other processes. And AI precision technology is helping with recycling booths, and also precision aquaculture. So precision aquaculture that is guided by AI, right, will actually have less leakage of plastic in the environment. So it's actually a more efficient way to do aquaculture. So overall recommendation is having a coordinating body is important. Awareness and adequate infrastructure is important. It's important that awareness accompanied by adequate infrastructure, and co-production is also very important to expand the reach of monitoring efforts. And in conclusion, this report is a snapshot of plastic after the COVID-19 pandemic. And while the pandemic itself did not substantially change recycling practices, right, it does highlight some of those other challenges are like sea level rise and coastal erosion, which also affects how people manage plastics. So coastal walls to prevent coastal erosions, right, were found to accumulate plastics, because plastics tend to accumulate behind coastal walls. And the impact of microplastics is no longer experimental. They have found that microplastics accumulate in organisms and interfere with biological process. And good technology for waste management using AI is very, very important to promote behavior change. Just like in the picture here, the AI is used to ensure that the plastics are properly segregated to detect it's properly segregated waste. Okay, so with that, that's the end of my talk. So and one last thing is that as a result of this symposium, right, we've also launched during the symposium this research consortium for sustainable coastal cities. So if anyone wants to do research together and have any capacity building activities together, right, please do come and reach out to me. Yep, very happy to work with all of you. Yep,
thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Eric, for the presentation and also sharing the highlights from the APAC program, which was done end of last year. And 3 major areas that was discussed at APAC included what Dr. Eric has highlighted: policy development and coordination, capacity building, research and innovation. And I think there are also relevant points from the APAC report that could also be further discussed in the sense of monitoring framework and reporting in this context. So ladies and gentlemen, I hope all of you would stay on for a maximum of 10 to 15 minutes more, just a little bit more to allow some discussions on this thematic area from session 1, which would be mainly on the monitoring and reporting framework. So ladies and gentlemen, I noticed there were a couple of questions in the Q&A function, some of which has been answered live. So you can just look at that. Thank you thank you to the panelists for taking that up offline. But if I can just, while having that to the panelists, can we just like quickly pose 2 or 3 major questions? If I can bring online all the 7 panelists, if you can just on your visuals. Now, we've seen all these different examples and all these best case models that has been presented in this session. And the question now is, we've seen how countries are looking at setting up the national and regional programs and endeavors towards streamlining monitoring methods and so on. So the first question is, if each of you can just quickly take 1 or 2 minutes to try to answer this. How do we now move towards streamlining efforts and breach engagements beyond boundaries, where we've seen what the Southeast Asian region is doing? We've seen some of the best case available from Australia. So having that at the back of your mind, how do we breach or streamline efforts? What would be the major areas that we should consider? Can I just quickly go from Dr. Denise and then move from there?
Sure. So I will confess that I am biased. As you know, Cheryl, I really believe in using similar methods across multiple countries. And with the support of United Nations, being part of some of those group of experts on scientific aspects of marine protection, et cetera, I would really encourage countries across the region and across the globe to continue and to build those national, regional, and global partnerships so that we're collecting information in the same way that can be made freely available back to countries, et cetera. So whether it's with the CSIRO method or a NOAA method or the GSAMP method or something like that, making sure that we're using methods that are robust, rigorous, quick, repeatable, that meet the needs of countries. And, we're seeing that happen already. We've got 25 or 30 countries that are already collecting data in the same way, and continuing in growing those programs and building that capacity, I think, will yield great success, not just at the country or regional level, but hopefully globally as well. And I'll pause there. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Dennis, for that. Can we also hear now from Dr. Maylin? What would be your take on this when we talk about streamlining efforts? We've heard from Dr. Dennis. What would be your take, having looked at the compilation of data that you have now? What would you say on this point?
Right, thank you, Cheryl, and all the speakers today as well. I think it's to reiterate one of my conclusions that I mentioned in the presentation is, given the inventory has demonstrated that there is good regional capacity, and it's about improving and working more closely together to streamline and harmonize protocols. I think using what we already have is also to try and identify proxies and indicators that we can actually draw from the existing studies, and how we can move forward with streamlining or standardizing some of these indicators so that we can actually be able to compare the data across regions, across nationally, or even globally as well. So I think it's really going in that direction, and I think some of the speakers have also brought up a similar point. So from an experimental point of view, now that I have an ongoing project, we also talk about calibration protocols. So that's one way of ensuring that the work and the process that we're doing is very similar by, for example, sending standard samples across different countries, maybe with different equipment. But if we're able to actually get very similar results, that would also be an indication that the methods used are reliable in spite of using different equipment or different processes as well.
Thank you, Dr. Milling, for your response. Can we also hear the response from TERN? There are two presentations from TERN. So any representative from TERN that could probably highlight what is your thinking when we talk about streamlining efforts beyond boundaries? What should be the main consideration, having seen what we have now? Please.
Ben?
Sure. Yeah, I think there's an analogy here with how we deal with environmental monitoring in Australia, in that environmental management is invested in the states. So to get our national program to work, we had to negotiate with 7 different state agencies, all who have their own methods, etc. And I think my point earlier about bringing the community with you, having those really lengthy discussions and workshops and appreciating each other's point of view, there's no shortcut to that. You just need those workshops where everyone presents their point of view and then comes together and works towards a common goal.
Thank you, Dr. Ben, for your response. I am seeing some keywords here. For instance, indicators was one of the main priority Dr. Maylin highlighted. We see common goal. Moving towards common goal is what Professor Ben has emphasized on. Can we also hear from Dr. Andrew, please? What would be your perspective on trying to bring all these different parties together and try to be standing at a point where we can make data comparable beyond boundaries?
Yeah, okay. So I'm going to start with something that I've learned over the last few years about environmental monitoring, is that people need hope. So if we keep reporting on decline, which we have been doing, then people lose hope. So the connector, it sounds strange to say, is the data connects people to hope. So therefore what you need to do is select, we think, at least for our context, select indicators that make sense for people. We monitor a lot of indicators, but we select a few, like sediment and riparian vegetation, for example, because people can see those. Litter is important, we know that as well, so that's I'm not going to forget that one. But just if I say sediment flows from the upper catchments where it's released from the ground, and then it goes out into the bay and covers seagrass. So if we take action to stop that, the beneficiary of that action is prawn fishers, recreational fishers, traditional owners in Moreton Bay. Now, they're the beneficiaries. So what we would want to do, a key thing would be to connect the people around the indicator. Now, people don't really connect around mud and dirt. They don't really get it. So we have to create really good stories and a really good narrative to connect who benefits from the actions that will make a difference to change the status of the environment based on that indicator. I'm sorry if that's not clear, but who's causing the pollution, who benefits from the action, and creating a really good story around so that people have hope.
Thank you very much, Dr. Andrew, for your response. Yeah, the community part, as we've seen in several of the presentations in session 1, it is emphasized clearly that community citizen science, and why we must make sure that we engage people, like you mentioned, beneficiary of all these endeavors and engagements that we're undertaking. Without showing it to them, what is it exactly? You don't get the buy-in, neither do you get the support. I would think the same. So it is a very crucial part to consider. Can we also hear now from Heidi, your take on this question?
Yeah, I agree. Hope is important, and one of our biggest mantra at Tangaroa Blue is, if all you do is clean up, that's all you'll ever do. We know that there are data gaps. We know that it's very, very expensive to fill data gaps in a government setting, but we have this, mass of people that want to contribute to this issue if they're given the opportunity. A couple of things on that is that they want to see that their efforts are not in vain. If you go to a beach and pick it up rubbish and then you do that every day for the next 3 years, eventually you'll get sick of picking up other people's rubbish if you don't see that actually has a result. So feedback loops are critical. How does the effort of someone not only removing rubbish, but taking the time to then document the data, which in some cases can take 3 times as long as actually collecting the rubbish in the first place to get good data? How did that actually result in long-term positive change for the environment? And if volunteers and citizen scientists don't get involved in that in the feedback loop, they do give up hope and they stop being engaged into this issue. So they want to be proactive, but they want to have assurances that their time that they're giving is not in vain, and it actually is going to result in a positive outcome in the long term. So I think that that's that's really, really important. Just slightly off topic, but linking is ensuring that we don't continue to reinvent the wheel. There are so many good processes, programs, frameworks out there to utilize and to connect. It doesn't mean we have to start from scratch all the time. You know, if different databases can create trends and trends can be compared, as long as language is the same, categories are the same, you know, we can use trends as well. If we start a new database today, you know, for example, in Australia, it's frustrating because that may not speak to 18 years of baseline data that already exists. So not reinventing the wheel and starting from scratch all the time as well.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you, Heidi. And finally, Eric, what would you say very quickly, 1 minute, what would you say should be, having seen the APAC case, how do we bridge, you know, comparing data and so on? What is your quick response to that?
Okay, the one thing like in the APAC publication, we recommend that like for East Asia and Asia, right, a coordinating body is very important. But after hearing the Australian perspective, right, I noticed we have to notice that there's some cultural difference between, let's say, the Asian countries and the Western countries, because Asian countries tend to do things top down. So a lot of things are top directed. Whereas in the Western countries, right, what I'm hearing is that much of the efforts are bottom up. So things like a hope and what is very important. But for in the Southeast Asia and East Asian countries, right, the different stakeholders are like say CEOs of companies, the directors of agencies, and the different stakeholders, right? They tend to work alone because in a Southeast Asian society, right, self-reliance is a virtue. So unlike Western societies where the civic duty is a bigger virtue, right? But in the Asian societies, right, self-reliance is a virtue. So, which is why we have to acknowledge some of these cultural differences. And from the East Asian perspective, I think a coordinating body is very, very important. That means having a agency that actually coordinates between different stakeholders. Whereas maybe a little bit different from the Australian perspective. So very, very interesting to see cultural differences. That's my take.
Okay, thank you for that. Now we just have one last round of a final question and then we'll close this session. Now, the next question for the panelists and the final question, when we look at the current governance structure and, you know, when we talk about, I think Dr. Eric has very nicely bring us to that point now, coordinating bodies and so on. Now we're looking at it from the regional perspective. If we look into Southeast Asian region, COPSI is there, but nevertheless, we are looking at several countries that are also non-member to COPSI, let's say. What are your thinking based on what you have now at your country level and so on? The governance structure, what should be some of the critical consideration in terms of governance structure when we look into monitoring and reporting framework as well as the coordinating body? How do we move around those pointers? Can we again start from Dr. Dennis, please?
Sure, thank you so much. I think when it comes to governance, we know that there are multiple approaches and lots of different perspectives. And, you know, we also, I think, acknowledge the real importance of the role of governance. I think that there's a really strong role for COPSI, which COPSI has been playing. Then we also have ASEAN, and then we have, you know, the Indian Ocean Rim, and there are many different overlapping bodies and structures. And I think that is resulting in sometimes as well overlapping approaches. So we do tend to see some duplication of efforts or crossover. And I think the more that we can step back and try to work cohesively and collaboratively, I think that will be really beneficial. The other thing I guess I really want to touch on, and I know I mentioned it earlier, is what I call the importance of socially, culturally, economically, and environmentally appropriate place-based solutions. And so I think there's a really important role for listening within the countries and making sure that the various needs are met so that we actually have the social license to operate, so that we have governance structures that will be supported within the different countries, taking into account some of the unique challenges and perspectives and the variety of cultures, because I think that's really, really important if we want to see success. I also would love to see or would welcome you know, that real regional based approach, which we're seeing increasingly here and which I think, you know, is happening so well within this region, and seeing that highlighted as an opportunity or as a model for adoption in other regions around the world. I think also bringing in some of the small island states can be really important as well. And I think we need to consider within that governance structure the importance of the role of reverse logistics and transportation from that regional perspective, and really looking at governance and business opportunities to employ, to help keep economic benefits where they need to be, to increase that circularity, to, you know, put a value or a price on plastics so that we have increased material recovery. And I think that there can be a really important role for governance in stepping in that place. So I'll pause there. Thanks so much for the question, Cheryl.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Dr. Dennis. We'll quickly move to Dr. Maylin. What would be your take on governance and institutional mechanism having the rich data source again that you've seen in this region?
Yes, thank you. So I would just put a caveat right here and say that, like, you know, it's not my strength to really give comments on like governance structure and maybe even the directions, but just broadly from what I see and also what's happening in my own country, Singapore, I think, you know, being, you know, having COPC as being one of the lead regional bodies with an actual focus on marine plastics pollution and a very strong presence in the region. We can see that, you know, it's driving a lot of countries in within the body itself to actually be putting forth their own roadmaps and plans and strategic you know, action plans. So in Singapore, very recently, we actually launched our own you know, action strategy plans just on combating against marine litter in Singapore. So we can see that, you know, there's a driving force there from the government perspective. But I also like to also bring in the point is that, like, as we, you know, look at it from a government initiative, but in Singapore's case, we actually have extensive dialogues with the ground-up groups as well. So we actually start to incorporate and we start to see that merger between bringing in the local stakeholders who are actually doing the beach cleanups and actually seeing the situation on the ground itself and being brought on to the table at you know, for discussions at the government level. So I think we're seeing sort of synergy, and I think it's also very similar, some similar cases happening in other countries as well. But I'm also with you know, Prof. Eric on this, where, you know, in our region it's very top down, and a lot of the success is also much more driven from a top-down perspective. But I think there is also a growing presence and capacity of ground-up groups, you know, making a difference towards the pollution situation as well.
Thank you, Dr. Maylin, for your response. Can we hear from Professor Ben, please? Your take on the governance and institutional mechanism.
Sure. Yeah. I think one of the key aspects that needs to be maintained here is some flexibility. I think Tern learned that with our interaction with the GERI, the international initiative, and it needs to be flexible so that everyone can contribute what they have the ability to contribute, but there's not any restrictions there. So some of the partners in GERI, for example, have restrictions on spending money offshore, like their grant means that their money has to be spent within the country it's assigned. And so having some flexibility so everyone can work together, but within the restrictions that their own funding sources provide, I think would be really valuable.
Fantastic. Thank you, Professor Ben. Thank you, Dr. Andrew, for staying on with us. It's just about to end. Thank you for being with us. Perhaps I'll just pass the floor to you now. What will be your take on these questions?
Thank you. It is my pleasure, but as I've mentioned, I'm under pressure to move on. I've got three ideas that I think I mentioned independence, and I think that is independence means lots of things to different people, but that the process that you have a process by which where the data is collected and how it's reported and messaged into reporting is independent from that we've all got conflicts of interest, right? So we've all got interest in certain things. We want certain things to happen, but those things are independent from all of us. That includes us as scientists. So that we need to then hand it off so that it's then handled by someone else and they develop. We can then circle back and have a scientific rigor process, but the governance is I feel it's important that there's a layered, independent steps or parts of the governance to ensure that those that our own biases are not reflected in the outcome, because we all have them and it's very natural. So protecting the data and the story from that. It was mentioned a few times, and I totally agree, that a diversity of views also brings an additional diversity of views in governance. So traditional owners here in Australia in particular is really important for governance. It's not just to ask traditional owners, what information do you have? Can we have it? It's actually asking them, what questions do you have? How would you like them to be answered in terms of Western science, and what traditional knowledge would you like to bring to the table, and understanding that, not just traditional owners only, but all different diversity of views adds value to governance. And finally, communication. The way that it's when it's bad news, it's good to, we always say it's good to brief early and brief often. And that's also goes the same with good news. But understanding this is the way we're going to communicate this information, and with the really key partners early. So when that information does start to come, it isn't a surprise. And also if there's pushback, you can say, actually, through our governance mechanisms, we did agree that. So you then can say you can fall back on your governance. So really, I think leaning on your governance and having good early discussions and having a robust framework will help you when things get tough.
Excellent pointers. Thank you, Dr. Andrew, for that. We'll move on to, let's hear from Heidi. Heidi, please go ahead. Your perspective on this, please.
Thank you. I think that this issue needs governance that's supported in the long term financially, and with a broad stakeholder group. We know the issue is contributed to by many different sources, and so we need to be able to be putting things in place that are fit for purpose, practical, achievable, measurable. And so we need a good cross-section of stakeholders to be contributing to that, and whether that's some kind of stakeholder group, steering kind of group framework, but it needs long-term funding, and it needs to have support for, ongoing, not only measuring, but check-in points with all of the different stakeholder groups and at a regional setting. Even if Australia had, marine debris sources all, sorted and weren't contributing, we would still have a significant marine debris problem, because much of our coastline is being contributed by offshore sources. And I'm not saying we do have it all sorted, far from it, but it needs to be something that can identify what we're contributing locally, and that can be addressed locally, but that we can contribute to a regional setting to also contribute to stopping from those other offshore sources. And we need that to be, funded properly in an ongoing way.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Heidi. And I think Dr. Eric has already responded to this earlier, but Eric, do you want to say anything else?
Okay, I think many of the success stories in Asia are top down, like Chinese Taipei creating a recycling plastic supply chain that empowers companies. China appointing bay chiefs to monitor and care for specific bays along the coastline, and also Indonesia developing incinerator ships for their islands. So there's very heavy involvement from the top-down government. However, it's also encouraging to see that more and more grassroots involvement in government efforts are coming up, like the ocean care movement in Indonesia. So it involves the grassroots. There's the Green Zhejiang movement in China. And in Okinawa, there it's also encouraging to see that the local tourism associations are taking efforts to really address this problem. So grassroots are becoming more important, but it's still very much top-down.
Thank you, Dr. Eric. And that brings us to the end of this session 1 this morning. Thank you to all the panelists and participants who have stayed on extra time here. We really appreciate your indulgence. So ladies and gentlemen, that we hope to take all these points, these best case studies that has been presented, the lessons learned, the recommendations, the suggestions that has come up from the questions and the responses that we've got, and try to merge that with session 2 this afternoon, and to put up at least some sort of a input paper to further focus on this topic, monitoring, reporting, and priorities in research on addressing marine plastic litter pollution. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I would pass the floor back to the MC for administrative announcement. Thank you once again.
Thank you very much, Ms. Shararita, for moderating this interesting discussion and fascinating exchange of ideas on the subject area. We hope all of you enjoyed this informative session. We will now take a break. We shall meet again at 2 p.m. for Malaysia time and 4 p.m. for Malaysia time, Australian time. We look forward to having you again at second session to discuss the theme, Designing a Marine Plastic Monitoring Program and Research Priorities. For the second session speakers, we will open the platform for you 30 minutes before the program begins, just in case if you like to test your slides. Thank you everyone and enjoy your break.
Thank you. See you.
Welcome again, ladies and gentlemen. We are pleased to have you for the second session today, entitled Designing a Marine Plastic Monitoring Program and Research Priorities. Before we start, we would like to invite all of our guests, speakers, and panelists for a group photo. And once again, please turn on your video and smile at the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Perfect. Thank you, everyone. Without further ado, we welcome Dr. Craig Miller, Project Manager, focusing on tackling marine plastics in Southeast Asia. He is representing the University of Queensland, Australia, as our moderator for this session. The floor is yours, Dr. Craig.
Thank you, Ms. Arnis. Selamat siang, selamat datang. Good afternoon and welcome back to the second session of the Malaysia-Australia Dialogue Series on combating marine plastic pollution. In the first session today, we looked at a range of monitoring and reporting frameworks that were particularly focused around governance at multiple scales and also looking from top-down and bottom-up perspectives. And the purpose of that session was to provide models and principles that Malaysia, and indeed the wider ASEAN region, could consider when they're developing a harmonised marine plastic monitoring system. And I guess the clue is in the term system. Governance is absolutely critical for that. Now, in this second session, we're looking at the research that could inform the methods and approach in the harmonised marine plastic monitoring system. The research that can contribute to the actual design of how we collect and sample some of the things that were alluded to this morning by Dr. Denise and some of the other speakers, But we'll take a more detailed look at that this afternoon. Now, we have asked each speaker to talk about their research and to consider the implications of their research for designing a monitoring program and or for interpreting the data that comes from a monitoring program. Now, most of the research has either recently been published or is part of an ongoing research program, and we are very grateful that they have agreed to speak to us here today. Now, like this morning, we have a large number of speakers to get through, so we will hold questions until the end, although we do encourage people watching today to use the chat function or the question and answer function and put up questions, and we will either get the speakers to address those as we go, or if we get time in the discussion session at the end, we'll address them then. So please feel free to use that. Now, without further ado, our first speaker today is Ms. Shantini Gunarajan. Now, Ms. Shantini is the Marine Policy Manager for WWF Malaysia. She holds a Master of Laws, specialising in environmental law from the University of Nottingham. And she has kindly agreed to speak to some of the legal and policy issues that drive research prioritisation for marine plastic monitoring in the region. The floor is yours, Ms. Shantini.
Thank you very much, Greg, and good afternoon, everyone. Thank you first and foremost to the organizers for having us, WWF Malaysia, present at this truly important and fruitful, productive session today. I've learned so much this morning, and I would now briefly like to embark, slide 2 please, on just giving a brief overview of WWF Malaysia and what we are, what we do. So we are largely a conservation-based NGO, and we have a broad-based conservation strategy for 2030, and you can see it covers a range of strategies covering forest conservation, marine conservation, and you can also see specific measures to address anthropogenic pressures such as climate change as well as plastics. Specifically, we have a goal on no more plastics in nature. Next slide, please. Slide 3. So within the broader organization, we have the 10 strategies, but I'm part of the marine program where we particularly look at 3 main pillars, which involves habitat conservation, species conservation, and footprint management. And these range from the establishment and management of protected areas in collaboration with stakeholders, reduction of bycatch and threats to species, as well as transitioning towards responsible and or sustainable fisheries within the Malaysian space. Next slide 4, please. So this is a picturization of where we work geographically within the Malaysian seascapes based on projects and strategies. And you can see that we engage in turtle species conservation, fisheries management, aquaculture projects, and also marine protected areas, establishment management, and so forth. And all of these sites and all of these strategies have been impacted or had its share of interaction with the issue of marine litter. While marine litter may not be primarily a consideration within our conservation projects, however, it's increasingly imperative that we address it because it's deemed to be so due to the interactions and levels of impact resulting on our work. Next slide, please. So moving into the session at this point, it's looking at designing a monitoring framework and identifying research priorities. I am neither a scientist nor does WWF at this juncture carry out direct monitoring of marine litter. We do carry out ad hoc marine or coastal based cleanups, and we do feed those data into existing platforms. However, today I would just like to share some lessons from the ground, and I would also like to provide some legal and policy-based perspectives. How can research and monitoring help towards shaping policies, laws, as well as guiding conservation towards addressing plastic pollution in the sense of reducing the impacts of plastic pollution, recovery, and so forth. And secondly, with respect to how we can guide conservation. Next slide, please. 6. So this is part 1. So there will be 3 general parts to this presentation. And the first one is going to be looking at how research and monitoring can help shape policy development. Yeah. Next slide, please. So we see that conceptually what has been established, that we have an understanding that plastic leaks into nature across the life cycle. But what we also need to be aware is that the leakage happens at different points for different types of plastics across the life cycle. So there are so many layers even with this concept. And what we know is the concept of leakage. On top of that, we are also dealing with legacy plastic waste which exists in the marine environment. So understanding the quantity, the space, the aggregation and so forth becomes very important in identifying and devising specific policy interventions. Next, please. So this is a map which WWF as a network has developed, a global plastics navigator in collaboration with partners. And this identifies the distribution of mismanaged plastics. And we have just specifically zoomed into the Asia geography in particular, considering that purportedly the largest number of countries contributing to mismanaged waste of plastics is in this area. So this provides two insights. One is that we are not alone and that it's a global transboundary issue which has already been established time and time again. And the second, that we cannot act alone and national measures or national monitoring alone would not suffice, right? Next, please. Another established fact, again, globally, is the true cost of marine plastic pollution across the different sectors and to different facets of our environment, society, and economy. Next, please. All these have also then resulted in an assessment that earlier this morning we heard the representative from COPSI presenting on the entire UNEA, United Nations Environmental Assembly process, where they had done stock taking, monitoring of measures and so forth. And very interesting revelation is there are hundreds and hundreds of interventions, be it policy or legal in nature globally. However, 2/3 of those measures actually only seek to address less than 10%. I believe the percentage is something around 5% of the plastics problem that ends up in our oceans. So it's not so much about the number of measures and the number of laws and policies and programs that we have, but it's also about trying to see if those measures corroborate or also contribute towards effectively reducing plastic pollution at sea. Next, please. So then the series of information gathered at the global level, ranging from the fragmentation of governance system, the lack of knowledge, the transboundary nature, and so forth, it then led to the passing of the UN resolution, also covered in the morning. I've just highlighted some of the key provisions for negotiation in terms of the possible establishment of a new global treaty relevant to today's discussions. And these range from how the negotiation of a new treaty is to look into the promotion of sustainable consumption production of plastics, adopting circular economy. It's also going to look at specific national reporting mechanisms and reporting requirements. It's also going to look at scientific assessments that will be conducted at the global level to advise policy development and so forth. So what are the implications from these negotiations within the Malaysian context, and how then can our reporting and monitoring framework be built to help facilitate a global policy development, in the sense as how can we help then identify, based on our monitoring, how a global framework can help address issues which are better addressed at that level, what issues we are not well equipped to address due to the transboundary nature of plastic production and pollution and so forth. And thirdly, in terms of reporting, we heard a lot today about common standards of methodology and reporting. So again, when we enter into negotiations, how well equipped is Malaysia to subscribe, develop, establish reporting mechanisms which can be comparable and at par to that at the international level. So these are just some of the global developments and global matters that will lend perspective into what we want to prioritize as we are considering policy, as we're considering research and monitoring priorities for Malaysia. Next, please. So within the Malaysian context, we have over 30 commitments which directly impact on addressing marine litter and microplastics. And these come from either international, national, or local commitments. And these commitments range from specific marine litter managements, either sectorally or in broad-based measures. So I have not listed down the range due to the 10 minutes provided today, but in brief, the three major documents or instruments guiding the tackling of the plastic pollution crisis are those listed there, ranging from the roadmap to move towards zero single-use plastics, the plastic sustainability roadmap, and more comprehensively, the recently launched National Marine Litter Policy and Action Plan. Now, today's session, we're talking about harmonizing monitoring. We're talking about prioritizing research and monitoring. The National Marine Litter Action Plan rightfully identifies 5 key pillars, but there are selected action plans within these 5 pillars which would be paramount in considering establishment of a reporting and a research and monitoring framework, I believe. And this would be with respect to the action on mainstreaming policy decisions, and second, developing science-based, strengthening science to advise decision-making processes. So this is just a broad context. Next, please. Against that context, now, if we were to, excuse me, develop policies, measures, or even legal interventions within the Malaysian landscape to prevent, reduce, eradicate marine litter, plastic pollution, or even to recover plastic pollution, there are core questions which need to be answered before we can devise A, timely, B, specific, and C, effective measures to address, and the measures which are also commensurate to the threat. And largely it comes down to how much, what, where, and at which stage and of the life cycle is marine litter caused and happening. We would also like to then understand the impact. What is the impact and what's the threat level of the different types of marine litter or microplastics that is entering our natural ecosystems or environment. And then we would also like to consider when and how these are measured and what exactly. So we heard today about common standards, methodologies, and so forth. So there are already standards out there. So instead of duplicating, how can we adopt best practices? And we've already had a plethora of information from earlier this morning. Now, the rationale for this is, as we had seen earlier, that 2/3 of the hundreds and hundreds of global-based measures only target 5%. How can we avoid making similar sort of, I wouldn't say mistakes, but the thing is, sometimes we get carried away with numbers. Earlier this morning, we were saying, if we can't count something, then we can't manage it. But then there's also the saying that not everything that matters can be counted, and not that everything can be counted matters, right? So now we want to count measures which matter. So implementation of policies, legal interventions, and management measures which matter in the sense that they help to eradicate the largest contributors of marine litter or the highest threats of plastic to nature and environment. So if you want to ban a specific product, how do we assess which products to be banned and what is to be better addressed through eco-designs and so forth? Hence, these are some of the parameters. Next, please. So in terms of policy and laws, research and monitoring forms as part of key enablers for 3 key main reasons. A is to mainstream. There's a huge policy component within the National Marine Litter Policy, which talks about mainstreaming, and this is across all sectors. Now we are calling upon different sectors, agencies, we're talking about governance, and we want these agencies to come on board, mainstream policy considerations. Now within the fishery sector, for example, we want abandoned gears, be it intentional or unintentional, to be reduced or eradicated altogether. But do we have a sense within the Malaysian context as to how this is happening and where these are aggregating and so forth? Similarly, these are the sorts of information for other sectors. Without this, we could probably just devise a measure to say, hey, we need to ban the abandonment of gears. But as we know, there are laws to say we have to preserve the environment. We should not pollute. but all these laws are there and yet pollution occurs, right? So if we don't design laws and policies well, not guided by science and information, then the environmental rule of law would be fundamentally compromised. Second is also science-based. So what we are hearing from industries over the last few years is, if you want to propose a ban, and if you're saying, for example, toxic additives to plastics is harmful, where is the science or where is the evidence to say that this is so before we take a policy intervention? Now, this is a bit of a tricky question because ideally when we are researching, when we carry out research and monitoring, the problem has already occurred. So on the one hand, it's important to form that scientific information to help guide interventions at present to address the threat. But on the other hand, we need to also start thinking about when research and monitoring has to happen. Can we prioritize research at the introduction level of, say, a new plastic product or a new process in manufacturing? And lastly,
we'll need to bring it to a close soon,
all right,
Shantini.
sure. Lastly, I just want to, in this point, I would just like to talk about the effectiveness of governance in the sense that governance and accountability can be enhanced through research and monitoring. I'll just quickly run through point 2 and point 3, if that's okay, Craig.
Sure.
Yeah, so the next slide, can you please skip to the next slide again? Yeah, so policy provides that Malaysia has several commitments with respect to conservation of nature, and we can see all these targets. So what has these targets got to do with marine litter and microplastics? Next slide, please. So this is a congregation of where biodiversity is distributed throughout Malaysian waters, and these are only internationally recognized areas. This map does not represent all of it. Now, what I'd like to show you is, next please. Next, this is an aggregation of marine plastics within the Malaysian waters. It's uncanny that marine litter aggregates where biodiversity resides, right? Next, please. So the research gap here is we often look into how can we address the problem of marine litter and microplastics in terms of stopping the production or the generation of waste and so forth. But there is a huge component in terms of guiding conservation. We want to establish and conserve and protect highly biodiverse regions. But one, it's going to take time for us to actually eradicate the problem. Even if we stop leakage at this point, there's a lot of legacy waste out there. How can research and monitoring help us better guide conservation and management? Does marine litter and microplastics make ecosystems more susceptible to, say, climate change? Are they more vulnerable in terms of their integrity, ecological integrity? So what sort of management measures can be put in place to enhance resilience and also integrity or adaptation measures for these natural ecosystems? These parameters are still not much considered, I believe. Next, please. So this is the third one. I'm just looking within now, the sustainable use of marine resources within the context of fisheries. Next, please. So if we see Malaysia's fisheries and aquaculture contributes towards our blue economy. Next slide, please. And what we can also see is there is a crash of demersal fish stocks, which are benthic, and we can also see that consumption has tremendously increased over the years, and Malaysians consume a large amount of seafood on a yearly basis. And next, please. What then is the marine litter pollution consideration here? This is again fisheries management. How can research and monitoring better help guide fisheries management within the Malaysian context? And this is important because when the Department of Fisheries is currently looking into revamping fisheries management in Malaysia, we are looking at management, maximum sustainable yield, exploitation rates, and so forth. However, there are reports to indicate that shellfish contamination, so it impacts food safety and it also impacts the collapse of certain types of fish stocks. So how does this interact with the overall food web in the fisheries context? And how is this impacting productivity of food systems in terms of marine fisheries? So these sort of parameters have not been factored into fisheries management. So this could potentially exacerbate the situation of fish stocks collapse and also management issues in terms of when we want to restock, when is the best time to restock, what sort of species should we be restocking, are juveniles susceptible to microplastics pollution, and hence let us not further negate conservation or resource management due to the lack of research and data. Next, please.
We'll need to call it to a close there,
Yes.
Shantini.
Yes, I'm already at the end. So in summary, this is how some of the research and monitoring measures should be beneficial in terms of the Malaysian context. It's already said earlier. And lastly, next slide, please. Yeah, these are some of the basic inventories which need to be established. Thank you so much. Back to you, Craig.
Thank you very much. Now, Ms. Shantini, you might not be a scientist, but you're definitely an advocate. I think we can all attest to that. One key point I got from that is that it is important as scientists for us to understand that we're not doing research in isolation of a social or an economic or an administrative context. We're doing our research for a reason. And as scientists, we know our research needs to be rigorous, but it's not just about putting data out there, because as we know from climate change, just putting it out there won't change policy or behaviour. We need to be able to integrate it into policy and informing policy, in the strategies, things that you've described there. So thank you for that. Okay, our second speaker today is Ms. Putri Alice Sharina. Ms. Alice is a researcher at the Maritime Institute of Malaysia, MIMA, and she holds a Bachelor of Science with a major in marine biology from the University of Malaysia, Terengganu. Ms. Alice is also a Navy reservist and an active open water diver, and she is speaking to us today about the Clean Coast Index, a tool developed by MIMA. Ms. Alice, the floor is yours.
Hello, Dr. Craig, can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
All right, sure. I'm sharing the screen. I hope that you can see the full screen now.
Yes.
Is it? All right, sure. So I'll start then. So, all right, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Craig. Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon and hello, everyone. My name is Putri Arlis. I'm a researcher from CIMA, specifically MIMA. So for my session, I'll be giving a little bit of introduction and explanation on one of our ongoing monitoring program. It's actually a tool, actually, the Clean Coast Index framework in Malaysia. So moving on to the next slide. All right, so this would be my presentation outline. So starting with a brief introduction on the marine litter issue, which I believe everyone had been mentioning and explained about this since the morning today. But never mind, I'll just go through this quickly. And the CCI tool that we are using to perhaps to monitor our coastal area, along with what we are trying to achieve in the present and future of the marine litter monitoring program in Malaysia. So, all right, so a little bit of an introduction on marine litter. So the issue of marine litter is actually come from a wide range of economic sectors and activities, whether it is directly or indirectly related, might be from land or even directly from the sea, depending on the sources of the litter itself. So given the definition attached, this is the definition from the United Nations Environment Programme, UNEP in short, which they had specifically mentioned the definition of marine litter is any persistent, manufactured or processed solid material discarded, disposed or abandoned in the marine and coastal environment. So, and then alternative the definition of marine plastic, which is the term that is commonly used to designate the plastic fragment or pieces found in the marine environment, or in other words, we can also we can see the terminology as marine plastic debris, marine plastic litter, or perhaps plastic particles. And this includes the micro and also the macro plastic debris. So according to UNEP also, 80% of the marine litter originates from land sources coming from the waste product that was released from the dump sites located near the coast or riverbanks. And even the littering of beaches, tourism, and also recreational use on the coast, fishing industrial activities. And also, on the other hand, the primary sea-based sources include abandoned, lost, or discarded fishing gear, shipping activities, as well as legal and illegal dumping. So, however, up to now, I presume that many action was already in progress and identifying various solutions ranging from upstream and prevention and even the downstream prevention like the beach cleanup, coastal cleanup, and also numerous global and regional and national activities are hence driven towards the tackling of these marine litter pollution issues. So, towards my next presentation. As we can see here, this I would say the summary of infographic by the WWF Australia. as we all have known, plastic has been a large concern due to many factors, such as being the most abundant material or category of marine litter, and its presence in the marine, the presence in the environment is a major concern because it remains for a long time. It remains in the ocean for a very long time compared to other litters like papers and metals, and indirectly affecting the marine life and also threatening the life of the human and the mammals, animals in the marine environment. So, and then to make it worse, a steady growth in the amount of discarded solid waste together with the slow degradation rate of many waste items eventually will increase the amount of marine litter that is found in the marine environment, like in the sea, on the seafloor, and along the coastal shores. So moving on to my next slide. Just brief one, this slide probably everyone have seen before, was presented by Ms. Shantini previously, just now. So I'm just going to touch on one pillar, specifically on what I'll be presenting today, which is the CCI. So therefore, one of the approach that Malaysia had taken by introducing the Malaysian National Marine Litter Policy and Action Plan 2021 until 2030. This is one of our efforts to combat the issue of marine litter at the national level, and including the state level and also at the local level. This document actually will be coordinated and implemented by our Ministry of Environment and Water, also known as CASA, in cooperation with several identified key stakeholders and target groups and even responsible agencies. So in summary, it contains actually 6 desired national outcomes that will be implemented through 17 identified action and 100 key activities under these 5 priorities. Also we call it as 5 pillars. So CCI specifically was mentioned under the pillar 3, which aim to establish a marine litter monitoring program, hotspots, and also evaluation and publish assessment. So CCI is actually a tool to monitor and framework by identifying the cleanness and assessment of the coastal area. So the national plan under these are the national plan under the pillar 3, specific to identify our CCI. Okay, so moving forward to the technical part. All right, so this slide shows how the Clean Coast Index was implemented as a tool to identify the cleanliness of the coastal area. So we lay out a 1 kilometer stretch and divide it into 10 meter each for width. So and then we will have around 100 transect, and then 30 transect will be picked randomly so that it won't be biased. So the length of the transect and the site information will be taken to be considered in the calculation. And then these are the relevant, this is where the relevant information we will be using, which is to incorporate it into this formula. And then from the formula, we will get the plastic parts per meter square. So that this doesn't mean that we don't count together with other materials. I mean, like for the example for woods, metals, we do count them, but we focus only the plastic part to be incorporated into this formula so that we can get the index whether the coastal area is very clean, moderate, dirty, or extremely dirty. All right. So MIMA actually first adopted this CCI method to study the marine litter program since 2010, and through a study entitled Management of Coastal Litter. So this study was done in collaboration with the NGO, Malaysian Nature Society, MNS. And then in the study, we conduct the very first assessment at several coastal areas, as you can see here on this Malaysia map. We covered almost all the states in Malaysia. So this is like 8 states out of 8 states in Malaysia for the pilot study. So this is originally our information. We collect information from this survey form. This is where we collect it manually. And then this is the summary of our pilot study area, where we did the assessment with. All of the beach that we conducted survey has the physical of sandy beach and also being categorized as the public recreation area, where many people doing various activities at the beach, including tourism activities and also local recreation. And we actually found out that the cleanliness of the beach range within very clean to moderate. However, this study should be continued further, and also we should not make a conclusion because this is just like 8 out of all the studies, out of the states. So I think we should do more monitoring programs. So this is only 2010. And then several monitoring programs being conducted back and forth, we had also somehow discovered that this one application, which is developed by the Ocean Conservancy, a non-profit environmental advocacy group. So it is called the Clean Swell application. It was an approach to incorporate technologies into our monitoring program. Several benefits that we can foresee is that this application is actually easy handling and also accessible anywhere. We don't have to print out the papers anymore. And then secondly, the application is somewhat user-friendly, where the data collection can be done by anyone. So if you, you don't have to have the application have a picture so that you won't be confused. And we also find out that from this approach also, it's somehow supporting the concept of citizen science by involving the public. And I believe indirectly we also create awareness for them to be concerned of their environment. And also finally, the additional benefit that we find is that the data key-in is accessible, and any registered user can look at the information that we have collected. Okay, and this is the comparison that we did on the CCI database, and this one, the left part is the information that we gathered in our manual form, and the right part is the Clean Swell application that we found out that it can be incorporated into our calculation. So the blue part is the plastic, and then the green part is the non-plastic categories. And then moving forward, so the monitoring, I believe that the monitoring activity should not be a one-off program, and you need to have a flow of data and information as a monitoring framework, as well as to do analysis where there is improvement or not, what are the factors affecting, like perhaps social economics maybe factors, and then those are the things that we had to consider when dealing with the marine-related issues. So as our moving forward plan for this national marine-related monitoring program, we started off step by step, starting with conducting surveys at the coastal areas in Selangor State. This is just one of the states in Malaysia. Well, this is just before the pandemic actually. So we were working together with the state government, the Selangor state government.
1 minute.
All right, sure. To continue the effort in monitoring and improving the baseline while further work our way with the other relevant agencies. And of course, the effort will not stop here. We will continue to move forward to the other state as well as to get the overall picture while having the best baseline of our monitoring program. And these are my reference. With that, thank you, Dr. Craig.
Excellent.
I'll pass it over to you.
Thank you, Ms. Alice. That was wonderful. Thank you. It's good to see the Clean Coast Index being applied. Its links to citizen science and its links to technology used to make the programs accessible to people, because everybody these days has a mobile phone. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Craig.
Right. Our third speaker today can't be with us in person, but she's currently speaking at a marine science conference in Cairns. But Dr. Cherie Moti from the Australian Institute of Marine Science has graciously prepared a video presentation for us. Dr. Cherie leads the Tropical Marine Water Quality Impacts team and the Microplastics Research Group. Her presentation is about the design and implementation of the Tropical Waters Microplastics Monitoring Program, particularly around the Great Barrier Reef. And we're hoping that she'll be able to join us later on for the discussion so that you can ask her any questions that you may have. Cheryl, can we play the video, please?
Today, I'm going to talk to you about AIMS's experience in designing and implementing a microplastics monitoring program. In 2014, we received funding from the National Environmental Science Program to undertake a review of emerging contaminants in Northern Australian waters. As part of this review, we came across a study by Reiser et al. They'd conducted 7 voyages around the Australian coastline taking tow samples. And investigation of these tow samples identified plastics. However, because we were interested in the northern areas, we realised that there was a bit of a gap in their data set. Coincidentally, this aligns with our 3 locations being Townsville, Darwin and Perth. And so this really put AIMS in an excellent position to try and fill some of these knowledge gaps. So the first thing we did was we sent out our vessels and conducted tows according to the standard collection methodologies. But it became clear that we didn't really understand what was needed and that there wasn't really a consistent processing method available to actually process all of these samples. So we applied the 3 R's of data science and developed a microplastics workflow. This workflow involves 7 steps with a series of criteria that the sample must meet before moving to the next step. Ultimately, the sample that gets to step 7 and is assigned as synthetic or semi-synthetic is the item that we then report on. However, we know that not all microdebris is plastic, which is why we do need to do chemical analyses, but we also know that not all microdebris is anthropogenic, even though visually they may look so. If we take an example of a fibre bundle that was isolated from one of our samples, if we'd taken that as a single item, we might find that the analyses will just show the dominant polymer type. However, we decided that we really needed to be rigorous with our work, so we unravelled this bundle into its components. And I'm just going to show you some representative fibres from this bundle. We have 4 fibres, 3 are white and 1 is blue. The first white fibre we identified as being polyester and therefore is synthetic and anthropogenic. The second fibre we identified as polypropylene, again clearly synthetic and anthropogenic. The third white fibre, when we analysed that, came back as a protein. So obviously naturally derived. When we went back and did a closer inspection of the microscopy, we saw that it had a tapered end, and this is usually indicative of a natural fibre such as a hair. And so we couldn't rule it out as being of natural origin. When we looked at the blue, we'd made an assumption that that would be a plastic because of its colour. But when we analysed it, we found that it was indeed cotton, which meant that it was naturally derived, but clearly anthropogenic. When we looked at the microscopy, we could see the intertwined nature of the fibre, indicating it had been man-made. So what we have developed here is a standardised, not just a standardised procedure, but also standardised terminology for accurately characterising marine debris. And ultimately, this will help to determine realistic assessment of potential ecological risks of marine microdebris on the ecosystem. So our particular interest was to look at the GBR and to see if we could start to understand through our monitoring whether we can identify where the plastics are and where they may be going to. We conducted a series of tows in the inshore and the offshore regions of Townsville, shown here in the green. We investigated the samples, and the data indicated that they did contain plastics. These plastic items were then put into a hydrodynamic model to assess where they might end up. And what we found is that those items were found just off Townsville in the inshore regions would track and follow the coastline, not mixing at all with those in the offshore regions. We found those in the offshore region likewise moved in a northerly direction, but did not mix at all with the inshore. Although this does seem to start to change as we get to the Cairns region. And currently we don't really have enough hydrodynamic data or information to be able to model beyond that. So what we've been able to assess here is that we've got a nice spatial map, if you like, or snapshot of plastic contamination and where it might likely be going. But it became clear to us that really what we need to know is to have a bit more of a temporal understanding of plastic pollution, plastic contamination. AIMS is a member of the National Mooring Network, and we oversee the National Research Station at the Yongala Shipwreck. And as part of this, we undertake water quality monitoring, and we piggybacked on those trips and asked them to conduct for us some microplastic sampling tows. And the tows transects over 2016 to 2019 are shown in the map on the right. What we found, however, is that these samples were quite different than the ones we'd worked with previously to develop our workflow. And in fact, they were quite heavily loaded with biota. So to ensure that our method was suitable for these types of samples, we conducted a spiking experiment using polyethylene. And what we were able to show is that, yes, we were able to recover plastics easily and reliably and reproducibly from these types of samples. However, the level of filtration required was quite significant and time consuming. So we developed a stainless steel and glass filtration unit. This is a size tiered where items, the larger items are trapped at the top and the smaller ones feed through down to the bottom. These are then captured on mesh, which can then be analysed by microscopy and also under infrared spectroscopy. So if we look at the actual data that we've collected from 2016 to 2019, the first interesting thing was that of the 66 tows conducted, only one was plastic free. The second thing is that overall, the baseline contamination did not seem to alter across the years, noting that each month is the compilation of the 4 years. What we did see, however, is that there were spikes in the data every 3 months or so, and we were keen to understand why this might be. Because we have the mooring information and the water quality sampling being conducted at the same time, we could then go and look at factors such as low winds correlate with high plastic counts. We also found that high river discharge correlated with high plastic counts. And we also found that low salinity correlated with high plastic counts. And so when we went back and looked at these particular months that led to these rises in plastic numbers, we identified 2 significant weather events. The first was the 2019 Townsville floods, and the second was 2017 Cyclone Debbie. And in both instances, there were much larger plastic counts through the introduction and redistribution of plastics in the surface waters. So what this means is that if there is an increased frequency of extreme weather events, this could increase local plastic contamination and therefore heighten the risk of exposure for marine life at those specific locations. So what is beyond 2019? Well, in 2020, IMOS provided us with some funding to undertake a new technology proving program. And in this program, we are combining spatial and temporal monitoring. So we started with the Yongala Research Station, and we've now extended to include another 6 sites around Australia. And what our early findings or our early trends suggest is that the urbanised areas, those that are in the red circles, tend to have the higher plastic concentrations. Now, this is very preliminary data because we only have 1 year's worth of data, so we're really keen to see whether these trends are actually continuing in years 2 and 3 of the program. And the data that we collect is to be made publicly available. So we collect a whole series of information, such as the year and the time and the replicate tow. We also provide classification information so that the users can look and use the data. The data is uploaded onto the Australian Ocean Data Network and is publicly available. You can open up and look at the map, see the 7 sites. You can go zoom in onto the particular site of interest and even onto the particular tow of interest to see what was found at that site. So where to next? Well, we really want to expand the number of sampling locations beyond 7. We really want to extend the temporal sampling sites, sampling events beyond the next 2 years and hopefully for the next 5 years. And we really want to be able to develop better hydrodynamic and oceanographic models to better explain the distribution of plastics that we're seeing. And finally, we would really like to examine the potential impact on organisms and ecosystems at each of these locations. Thank you so much for listening. Apologies for not being there in person. I am available to answer any questions via email. Thank you.
Excellent. Now, I know she's not here for me to say thank you, but that was an excellent presentation from Dr. Cherie. And as she mentioned, she's happy for people to contact her, to ask questions or discuss research and those sorts of things. But it segues nicely into our fourth speaker, who today is Associate Professor Dr. Kesavan Bubalan. Dr. Kesavan conducts research within the Marine Biology program at the Faculty of Science and Marine Environment at University of Malaysia, Terengganu. He has a wide range of research interests, and his current research includes microbial-derived bioplastics as substitutes for common plastics. And he's speaking to us today about methods for marine debris and microplastics analysis. The floor is yours, Dr. Kesavan.
Thank you very much, Dr. Craig. Can you hear me loud and clear?
Yes, perfect.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you. Thank you very much. Let me just start pulling up my slides. Okay, are you able to see this in full screen? Sorry, I can't hear you, Dr. Craig.
It's not in full screen yet.
Ah, okay. Is it full screen now?
Yes, perfect.
All right, okay. So once again, thank you very much, Dr. Craig, for your kind introduction. And thank you very much, Mima and Ms. Cheryl, for the opportunity for me to join this fruitful dialogue session. And I've learned a lot since the morning session and even now with the previous speakers. Okay, I would just like to focus on what I'm going to talk about today. It's basically on quantitation, characterization, and method development for microplastic analysis and marine debris. So let me just move on to the next slide. All right, I have actually separated them in 4 different sections, but I believe that section 1 and 2 interrelated, the quantitation and method development. And I'll be focusing on characterization and monitoring and awareness programs, which echo to all the things that we have done in method development and characterization in the later parts. Now, this is a very interesting infographic that I got from a paper published. It literally explains to us how microplastics are being recovered from different samples and what are the processes that is required in order for us to do the segregation and separation, and finally the analysis of the different kinds of microplastics that we have obtained. So basically, when we look at samples that we are getting from the marine environment, just like it was presented earlier on, basically we have to use a net. Normally, in this case, we'll be using a Newton net and to be doing a towing practice. And when we look at different organisms, it has to be a dissection of their organisms and then later, dissolving the tissue samples for us to get the microplastics. And similar separation process is also required for sediment-based samples and analysis. And finally, we would have to visually characterize them, do the sorting, and also to identify the chemical contents of the different kinds of microplastics that we have obtained. Now, when we look at the heterogeneity of the samples and also the biomass of the samples, they are very heterogeneous, and the amount that we can get from different environment varies from where the source is. And when we look at high heterogeneity and as well as high biomass, mainly they are from sewage or sludge origin, as well as the organisms itself and marine organisms, especially whole invertebrates. Now, just would like to share with you what we do here in University of Malaysia, Terengganu. This is a part of a research group that we have known as Microparticles or Microplastic Research Interest Group, MRIG. And we focus on 3 main elements where we get our samples from. And we abide by the guidelines that has been proposed by the WESPAC. So basically, when you look at samples from the water, sediment, as well as biota. So as for water samples, I told you earlier, it has to be a towing practice. And for sediment, it is a quadrant and transect concept. And in biota, it depends on what kind of biota you're looking at. And it's basically sample collection, tissue sample collection, as well as digesting the samples to retrieve the microplastics. Now, in relation to microplastic studies in Malaysia, I would say it has been quite active since the past decade. A lot of different work and research was published somewhere from 2015 onwards. And this is owing to the concern of microplastic pollution during at the time, and the initiative from Malaysian government as well as international collaboration for us to study on microplastic analysis in Malaysia. So these are some of the studies that I have enlisted here. We have tested on seawater, on fresh water, as well as the organisms, marine organisms and aquatic organisms. And recently some studies have been focusing on human samples as well as all the other toiletry materials that we have. Now, basically one of the problems that we have is on how these results are being reported. We do not have a uniform unit for us to make a comparison between all studies, because as we know, the microplastics vary in the type, in the formation, as well as the concentration. So normally people would report it as the amount in particle, in item numbers, as well as the sizes, or even in weight. So there's always an heterogeneous way of reporting the results. So there's one of the challenging part that we have to look into. And whenever we are trying to create a baseline data to do a comparison between different findings from different environment. And this is just in Malaysia. So we have a lot of data being reported elsewhere worldwide. And once we have to pull them together, sorting out the data and to look at the intensity of that particular microplastic pollution in an environment is always a challenge. Now, when we move to characterization of the samples, it's basically physical analysis and chemical analysis. I think this has been explained earlier. I would just like to touch a bit on this. Physical analysis is one of a very tedious task for us to do, actually. And just to share that, the samples, once we are processing in the lab, it is easily contaminated from the fibers or microparticles that you find in the air itself. So conducting separations and also identification is always a challenge for us. And that is where most of the time is taken. Normally, we use an optical microscope to identify the color, the shapes, and also the type, as well as for the morphology in more detail, it would be an SEM analysis. Now, once we move on to chemical analysis, the most commonly used instrument would be an FTIR. If at all we have the access to Raman, that would be an advantage. And finally, if you want to know the chemical makeup of each and every kind of microparticles or microplastics that you find, we have to go through a plastic pyrolysis process. So the most common way how it is reported by researchers would be a FTIR system for you to understand the chemical makeup of that particular microplastic. And all this will then lead to the microplastic characterization, which we report as the data that we have found. So basically, this has been shared earlier as well. You have different kinds of fibers, and fibers are one of the most common kind of microparticles that you get, or microplastics that you get in the environment. Not so on the microbeads or microparticles of uniform shape or rounded shape. It's normally all fibrous forms. And it's always a challenge once if you want to remove these fibers and tangle to each other, like how you just explained early on. And the most of the time when the fibers that we have retrieved is either polyethylene or it's either rayon fibers. Not so much we have found here in Malaysian waters are the ones from cotton-based fibers. Now, if you focus a bit more, this would be the, the morphology, the surface morphology of these particular fibers. And this is quite an important point to look at right now, as we understand that microparticles or microplastics are suitable environments for biofilm formations of bacteria. And I'll be moving on a bit more on the vector potential of these microplastics as we progress with my slides. Sorry, I had to go a bit fast because this is almost 7 to 8 years findings that we have tried to put together in slides and adhering to the time given. But I'll be happy to take questions later on. As for the polymer composition, FTIR is the method that we normally practice and we use. And from that, I think it's good enough to tell that we can identify the different kinds of microplastics and the fibers that has been found. And these are some from the studies that we have done. So the results are being showed here to you. Similarly, this was also reported earlier on. I have taken the courtesy to share a few published work from the Microplastic Research Interest Group in UMT, as well as other researchers who are interested in microplastic research. And we have found that it's kind of diverse. Initially, we started off with water, which was the easiest to analyze. And then we followed on to sediments as well as to the organisms itself, which is much more challenging as it proves to become. Now, this is just samples that we have retrieved from seabass fish samples, which is cultured fishes that can be found in Setiu wetlands. Setiu wetlands is located in Terengganu, and it's a place it's very well known for its aquaculture farms. So these are samples taken from these particular tissues of the sea bass fishes. And we have also studied the presence of microplastics in polychaetes. Polychaetes are worms that you can find in mangrove environments. It's normally quite diverse, and it is one of an important food source for the organisms in the estuary. And we found that even inside these polychaetes, we could find microplastics of different types. And these are some of the data that we got from marine waters offshore Kuala Nerus and Kuantan. These are on the east of Peninsular Malaysia. And as you can see, anywhere that we are trying to tap into any aquatic resources, and we are very, I think you would say that we do find it an unfortunate event, but to find microplastics in almost all kinds of different aquatic environment that we are tapping into. These are some of the examples of the images. And this is currently a concern for us. This is something that we are embarking on, a new study, where we're trying to understand the vector potential of microplastics and how this can be a source of bioaccumulation in marine organisms, especially food source, aquaculture-based organisms. The images that you see here are accumulation of plastic microbeads in Artemia, and Artemia is a food source for larvae, fish larvae, and shrimp larvae. And the use of microplastics as vectors to actually transport hydrophilic compounds as well as heavy metal compounds from the marine environment into the organism is actually very scary, as it can actually trigger different consequences on the organisms as well as us when we are actually consuming these organisms. And we wrote a review on this recently, and it is one of the most downloaded paper in this particular journal. And it has been cited in very many different microplastic research. Now, just to wrap up my talk today, I would like just to focus on monitoring and awareness. I would like to share that right now we are actually partners of an international grant, which was given by Erasmus, and it's known as EcoMarine, building a comprehensive mechanism for preserving marine ecosystems and life form from the negative consequences of climate change as well as disposal of plastic debris. So this is a multinational project, and we have two partners in Malaysia, namely University of Malaysia Terengganu, University Kebangsaan Malaysia, the National University of Malaysia. And we are partnering with Cyprus, India, Greece, as well as Spain, in order for us to come up with a marine monitoring system where we'll be establishing marine monitoring labs as well as developing marine monitoring modules, which is going to help us to advocate the importance of microplastic analysis and marine plastic debris analysis. At the same time, we'll be developing e-courses as well to teach and educate university students on marine monitoring efforts and methods. So these are parts of the objectives and activities of this particular research grant. And awareness program is, of course, very important. This is how we are trying to communicate with the public, with laymen, and we have taken all approaches possible for us to share the importance and to advocate the negative effects of microplastic pollution. And we have started from school students to university students and even the local public that we can get around Terengganu as well as the East Coast region of Peninsular Malaysia. And constantly we've been conducting webinars to share our findings at local and international arenas for us to communicate with scientists of similar interests from different environments and different geographic locations. And also media is an important tool for us to share our findings as well as to advocate the importance of microplastic studies and marine monitoring efforts. So this has been done in media as well. And recently we have been interviewed by a team from France. And this particular research that we are doing here has been also shared with them in their local news. So this is just to share with you, this is our research group members, and we are quite diverse. We are from different backgrounds and different expertise, and we are trying to pull together our efforts to make this microplastic study possible. And we are collaborating with different local and international institutions for us to go far in establishing a standardized method and monitoring method that can be used by all the scientists from different geographic locations. So with that, I would like to thank you, and back to you, Dr. Craig.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kesavan. That was excellent, and well done on combining your great amount of data into a short amount of time. We appreciate it. And I think one of the things that stood out to me from your presentation, Dr. Sherry's, is some of the challenges and opportunities for monitoring and analysing microplastics. And I think that segues us quite nicely, when we talk about challenges, segues nicely into our next speaker, who is Associate Professor Dr. Stephen Pratt from the School of Chemical Engineering at the University of Queensland. So Dr. Stephen is one of the co-leaders of the research and capacity building program that is behind this workshop today. He leads research in biomaterials and materials recycling with a particular focus on PHA bioplastics. He is also the inaugural director of the Australian Research Council funded Industrial Transformation Training Centre in Bioplastics and Biocomposites. And he's talking to us today about the lifetime of polymers in the marine environment. The floor is yours, Dr. Stephen.
Thank you very much, Craig, and a chance for me to say thank you to you and Cheryl for putting on an excellent workshop today. And thanks to all the speakers then for their contribution. It's been fascinating. I'm going to try and click on share, and hopefully my Zoom skills will get me through to where I need to be. Click on my slideshow. I hope that's sharing my title slide now, Polymer Lifetimes in the Marine Environment. Thank you. The sun's just setting here in Brisbane, Australia. The evening's nearly upon us. I'm in the suburb of Cleveland, just east of the city of Brisbane. And right on the coast here, and I'm in Quandamooka country, and it's a chance for me then to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land upon which I'm speaking and contributing to this workshop today. I'm just going to leave it on this title slide actually for a minute or so, because even though there's only a few words here, I think we can be pedantic just for a little bit and challenge ourselves to get into the detail and think, what do we mean by plastics or polymers? I really appreciated the last couple of talks, which then have gone beyond just thinking about plastic pollution, but actually defining some of the different types of plastics that might present in different environments. Lifetime, so we've heard, or life cycles have been referred to a couple of times today. We've heard or thought a lot about plastic pollution we can see and macroplastics, and then plenty of references to microplastics. But through the talk I'm about to go through here, we're also going to think about what does the lifetime of plastic actually mean, and what are our expectations for the end point? When is the life of the plastic come to an end? Should it be when we cannot see it anymore, when we're thinking about some of that macroplastic that's been referred to, or nanoplastic that I'm glad was introduced, or appreciate was introduced this morning, in terms of actually the fact there's very little literature on nanoplastics, right through to the mineralization of the plastic till it's compatible with biogeochemical cycles. And then even the marine environment, which seems like it should be straightforward, but then when we're talking about the marine environment, where do our boundaries for that system, where are our boundaries for that system, and are we including then some of the sediment and coast which can then capture plastics, which I'll talk a little bit about. So I'm still on the first slide, and I'd just like to thank as well Bronwyn Laycock and Paul Lant, who also with Craig at UQ have organised some of the work for this, or the background for this workshop. Okay, I've taken a couple of graphics from the literature just to get us started, because when we talk about or presenting about plastics in the ocean, I think it's nice if we've got firstly a schematic that we can talk to. And I'm coming at this, as Craig said, I'm in the School of Chemical Engineering here at the University of Queensland. And I'm coming at this from a perspective of thinking about the marine environment as a system. And I'm thinking about what flows into that system and then what exits that system. So it's important that I can be able to present that system in terms of inputs from land. And there's been literature then that describes over the last now 60, 70 years, how much plastic we have produced, and then some estimations of that plastic leaking into the environment. We've heard plenty about that today. And what we might expect then in terms then of the mass of plastic in our marine environment. And then we think about from that system what the sinks are, literally plastic sinking, but also then end of life of where the plastic is degraded. So we're thinking about inputs and outputs to that system. Because what I want to be able to consider then, as I said, is lifetimes, or how long is the plastic in that system. What we've heard about today, I think, has been fantastic. I would say adding to the conversation then, beyond just getting data on what's in the system now, I would like us to be able to think about the dynamics of the system and how material is accumulating in the system. And to do that, we need to understand how the material moves out of the system. What happens to it again, end of life? What are the lifetimes of the plastics? So the summary from all of that is, if we look back over our 70 years or so of mass producing this material, we should be able to find a lot of plastic at the ocean surface, and other people have published on this topic and have noted that actually through all of our accounting exercises, even considering some extreme sensitivity analyses, we're well under what we might expect to find there. So while yes, there's a problem and there's a lot of plastic that we can see, it's actually a lot less than we might have expected to see based on how much plastic we've produced and what we expect to leak to the ocean. And really it comes down to then 3 dot points. It's not there because actually we're misunderstood, or we're not great at quantifying what we're seeing. And that's a lot of what today has been covering. But the other 2 reasons are, and I'm going to introduce these 2 reasons in a little bit more detail, it moves out of the system. So again, that chemical or process engineering consideration of moving into and out of a system. And the consideration that actually it breaks down or it degrades. And then we're going to spend a little bit of time on thinking about what degrading means and what extent of degradation we might expect. So there's been some recent publications then on the movement of plastic in our marine environment. And firstly, the conclusion that actually that a lot of the plastic that has entered the oceans or entered the marine environment has actually then been captured or stranded or settled on its way to offshore waters. So when we're thinking about drawing our system and thinking where our marine environment is, there's an argument then that actually a lot of the plastic, the mass flow of plastic, is not in the water, but then is captured on the edge of those marine environments. And that was determined then by looking at actually the age of the plastic that's seen in those environments, and concluded then that it's not in transit, but it's actually been there for a long time. Additional to that, we've got material that actually was in the aquatic system and then has deposited or sunk to the ocean floor. And at first we might think that might be surprising because the density of this material, a lot of this material might be less than 1, but we see as it integrates then with biological systems that then we can alter the density and alter how buoyant it is, and that material can sink. And we don't know then whether it is released then from the ocean floor as the biofilm is then degraded. So there's a bit more work to be done to understand then, even of low density plastic, of whether they sink or not. And certainly then for some of the alternates that we're moving to, the high density plastics, like some of our bioplastics, we can expect those to leave the aquatic system as they sink to sediment. But what I mainly focus on, and what our team at the University of Queensland focus on, is understanding then actually the degradation of materials in different environments, marine environments or on land. And trying to capture then the story of the degradation from our products or macroplastics through to a lot of what we've just been hearing about, our microplastics, but right through to, as I said, the mineralization to end products that participate in biogeochemical cycles. And there's certainly some questions that I'm going to touch on in the next couple of slides about where our data currently reports on lifetimes I think is limited to some of the question marks about how it moves through C, D, and onto E in this graphic that I presented here. We look at understanding the actual processes involved in degradation of material, whether it is polyethylene, polypropylene, or our polyesters, or even our alternate biodegradable plastics, and try and understand then on their photooxidation and their hydrolysis and what is limiting those two processes. And interestingly, that we might not be able to just simply project from initial mass losses and initial photooxidation processes, but the chemistry then of what remains changes. And some of these then materials can be caught up or stuck in section C or section D here without them being released back to the biogeochemical cycle. So again, referring to some literature and then studies of lifetimes, and I've got along the bottom here then some of the common plastics we might see from polyethylene, PET, polypropylene. And the way the literature is reporting degradation is essentially a surface degradation. So this is saying that if you put a thick or big macroplastic material into the environment, we can then see degradation from the surface inwards. And if we do that, we might be able to expect or predict different lifetimes of thin materials in the order of decades to fat or thick materials in the order of thousands of years. But I want to put an asterisk next to that, because a lot of these studies, or I would say nearly all of these studies, only consider the degradation, as I said, from macro to microplastics. They don't consider, for the range of materials, what happens then from macroplastics down to nanoplastics, and whether those nanoplastics actually accumulate. And we don't, our lifetime in the environment is actually much longer, but in these other forms of nanoplastics, or in some cases soluble products that are not readily assimilable. And that's partly, as I said, because these processes are very slow. And a lot of the experiments so far look at the early stages of the processes and extrapolate from there. But the chemistry of the material changes as these processes take place. And through recrystallization and cross-linking, we can't just simply predict that then that macroplastic will continue to degrade until it solubilizes and is assimilated. It might be that for each unit of polyethylene we put into our environment, that yes, some of it will mineralize, but a large fraction will actually never find its way through to our compounds that are compatible with biogeochemical cycles. Just for the last minute or so, I'm just going to talk now about something closer to heart for me, which is then bioplastics, potentially as an alternate to our conventional fossil-based plastics. Because it would seem obvious that we could expect then the biodegradation of bioplastics to go right through to E and be compatible with biogeochemical cycles. And I put that there as a flippant rhetorical question. It may not be the case, actually. So we can look at some plastics like polylactic acid, where we are confident and we see hydrolysis and we see the material breaking down from macro to microplastics. But actually the lifetime then at microplastics or nanoplastics can be substantial. And we can see lifetimes actually surprisingly similar in marine environments for PLA as we might have for some of our conventional plastics. So then my last slide then says more needs to be done on this. So we are running some studies here in Southeast Queensland where we are actually looking at these different materials, and at the moment focusing on understanding what happens with our biopolyesters, so PBAT and PHA bioplastics. Also checking in their conventional polyethylene. And we're looking at these in real estuarine and open water aquatic environments. And in parallel, testing these in the laboratory where we can actually check the gas production and check for true mineralization of these materials. So we can try and line up what we observe in the real environments and say that when we look, it looks like we get degradation. are we actually, or can we correlate that with degradation to compounds that are compatible with biogeochemical cycles? So the summary then is, from looking around the planet, we see that plastic is apparently not accumulating in oceans as much as we might have expected. Is it moving to the shorelines or sinking? Is it degrading? To what extent is it degrading? When we review degradation rates, we might expect the half-life of plastics to be decades to thousands of years, depending on the morphology or the shape of the pollutant. But actually, if we look a bit closer, all those studies really only consider what is observed from the macro to micro transition. We don't actually know then whether there is accumulation at the nano or soluble products. We don't know much about the ultimate fate of those plastics. So if we move to the subset of material of bioplastics, we should think they have short lifetimes. Well, it's actually not that straightforward. They might be relatively short, but even then there's a range of lifetimes depending on whether we're talking about PLA plastics or PHA plastics or PBAT plastics. And it's interesting then to see whether what we see in the real environments actually correlates to the lab. So I'll finish there. Thanks very much, everyone, and thanks, Craig.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Stephen. That was great. Yes, changing our system lens, extending our system lens, which I really appreciate you doing for us today. And highlighting that we need to understand rates of flows between the different states of plastic and their eventual fates. So thank you very much for that. Okay. Now, I'd originally asked Dr. Kabir Suara from Queensland University of Technology to speak on this next topic, as he was the lead author on a paper that I found particularly interesting, because it was a way of thinking about and modelling the movement of pollutants at a mesoscale that I was previously unaware of. It used language of fluid dynamics that I was unaware of. Now, unfortunately, no, he is currently on parental leave because he and his wife just had the recent birth of their daughter. So we congratulate them all and wish them well. And fortunately, one of his co-authors on the paper, Professor Richard Brown from Science and Engineering faculty at QUT, agreed to step in. Professor Richard is one of the paper's co-authors, and he is the leader of the Environmental Fluid Mechanics Group at QUT, and he's graciously agreed to speak to predicting the spatial distribution of plastic in a dynamic environment. Professor Richard, the floor is yours.
Selamat petang. Can you hear me okay?
We certainly can.
Great, thank you. And thank you very much for the invitation to participate. And I'd certainly like to acknowledge Kabir and Dr. Anu, who has also been very involved in this work. And I'd like to recognise that I'm on the land of the Turrbal and the Yagara people, who are the First Nation owners of the land where QUT stands. I'd like to introduce to you briefly some of the collaborators we've had over about the last 10 years of the Environmental Fluid Mechanics Group here at QUT. And quite a lot of the work I'll be presenting is been in collaboration. So thank you to all the collaborators. So I'd like to present a couple of research questions from the fluid mechanics area. And I'd like to introduce a term, transport barriers. Transport barriers in this context cannot be crossed by dispersive properties. And by dispersive properties, we refer to things like momentum, heat, temperature, and material. And that material could include debris and certainly plastics. And there are many applications, many of which we've touched on through our presentations in our workshop today. Environmental pollutant transport, the kind of plastics we've been talking about so far today. And another interesting project we're working on is the transport of coral reef larvae for harvesting and reef restoration. The research we're doing is trying to improve understanding of circulation and pattern of debris, to locate these transport barriers so we can understand how a debris is behaving in coastal regions, and also to look at tidal effects. Well, why predict the spatial distribution of debris? I hope that these kind of predictions could contribute to managing the limited resources for monitoring, to address knowledge gaps around the plastic budget at local and global scales, and to help streamline monitoring approaches. Now, I would add that the approach we're taking here is a fluid mechanics approach, but we hope that that can contribute, and it's very good for us to be involved in this presentation, because I'd appreciate any input from people who are more on the ground. Now, okay, this work has arisen from a number of previous projects where we've looked at hydrodynamic modelling or satellite data in order to obtain flow field information about environmental flows. We've also worked on projects relating to drifters, and many of you will have been familiar with the ocean drifters that are used to understand the circulation and flow and global patterns within the world's oceans. And some of the project work we've done has been to apply those drifters on a much smaller scale in coastal areas. And then this module here, which is shown in yellow, which was the result of some funding from the Australian government, has been making it possible for us to identify these Lagrangian coherent structures. And they are structures within a flow that can help us to identify transport barriers where materials such as debris will not easily cross. Now, just to try and give a conceptual understanding of these barriers without giving any mathematical material, which I think might be a bit distracting in the present context, is to consider the blue line, which is a flow that is travelling down, and this is like an aerial view above a waterway where we look down on it, and we may have debris travelling along these blue arrows, and debris may be travelling, for example, along this blue arrow. And then it's quite a common phenomenon that debris will sometimes disperse and separate, but as we've already noted in many of the photographs shown today, debris very often accumulates. Now, from a fluid mechanics point of view, why is it that debris sometimes accumulates and sometimes repels? Well, this helps us to understand. And when we use this term manifold, it has a kind of mathematical meaning. But here along the red line, we have a region of attraction or stability, where debris that is transported to the red line is likely to accumulate and be stable, whereas debris that's in a pattern related to these blue lines is likely to be unstable and disperse. So we've tried to take this approach and apply it in a practical way. And I might add that this approach using the Lagrangian coherent structures has recently developed over about the last 30 years. Prior to that, it was not basically used in fluid mechanics and environmental modelling. But over that period of time, it's gradually gained more traction. And now there are many hundreds of papers published and some significant practical outcomes using this approach. So I'll present first a case study in Moreton Bay, which I'm sure most people are familiar with. This is the city of Brisbane here, a city of several million people. We have the Brisbane River and Moreton Bay, which has been shown already in some of our presentations. So using the approach that I've very briefly outlined, and Kabir and Anu, some postdocs within this group have published, we're able to identify, using the Lagrangian coherent structures, regions where debris is likely to accumulate on the left-hand panel, and then the right-hand panel shows areas where debris is likely to repel. Now, the first thing to observe here is that the areas of attraction and the areas of repelling are actually very closely associated with each other. And at first, this can seem a little bit confusing. But if we go back to this slide, we can see that it's not surprising that areas of attraction and areas of repulsion are close to each other, because we have this behavior here with stable and unstable manifolds. So we can do some more processing on this data, and we can use some criteria, which I'm not going to present in detail today, which can help us to identify hotspots for debris accumulation. And this left-hand panel has identified 11 hotspots where we have debris accumulation. Those of us who are from the Brisbane region may well be very familiar with these areas that have been identified. Well, it's all very well in a modelling framework predicting such things, but can we be sure that they're meaningful? So we need to look at some validation. And very fortunately, we're able to draw on data from Tangaroa Blue. And I'd like to express my great appreciation to that organisation and the Australian Marine Database for their support in providing us data, which we've analysed and is presented on the right-hand panel. That's debris collected between 2011 and 2018. And you can see there is certainly some correspondence between the two of them. But there are some areas that don't correspond. And the one in particular I'd like to talk about is Fisherman's Island, which is shown here. It's area number 3. But we contacted the Port of Brisbane Authority, and they have informed us that they make significant collections of litter on Fisherman's Island, but they do not report it to the Australian Marine Database. And so this database relies on reports and cooperations that it has with local organisations, but unfortunately it may not include all data. And I don't say that with any criticism of Tangaroa Blue. It's just the complexity of actually recording and reporting all debris that's collected. So that's quite a useful prediction that we can make. But what about the wind? What about the wind and its effect on debris? Is it possible for us to make predictions there? Well, we've been able to implement in this model a consideration of the degree to which debris is floating. And you can see here a parameter which helps us to quantify that. And here we can see debris that's floating significantly above the water. And this debris here is essentially neutrally buoyant. So if we, in a modelling framework, look at these 3 types of debris, we can then draw maps of these Lagrangian coherent structures that will help us to identify the transport barriers. Now, I'm not going to present a detailed analysis of this just at the moment, but we can clearly see that the behaviour of these 3 types of litter with 3 types of submergence are significantly different. And it may be important to identify how different types of litter behave in an environment. And this is a modelling framework which could help to do that. I'd like to briefly now present some work we've done in the Gladstone region. And Gladstone, like Moreton Bay, is a very busy harbour, and it's an area which is very critically located in the Great Barrier Reef. Here you can see the ship tracks that are recorded over an annual period. And there's a lot of ship activity there. This is just a summary of one slide, and this slide looked at this approach. This paper looked at upwelling and non-upwelling, and using Lagrangian coherent structures as a way of examining that. The green box shows an area where there's a lot of upwelling. The red area shows a region where there is no upwelling. We then look at a parameter, which is a kind of metric that we use to predict Lagrange coherent structures. And in summary, what we can see is that where we have upwelling, which is the green, the parameter is high. It is considerable fluctuation throughout the year, but the parameter is almost always the highest. The parameter for the upwelling is almost always the highest. Then we look at the non-upwelling area, which is labeled red in this diagram, which is a little bit inconsistent, the colors, but I hope you can bear with us there. That area is low, showing that there's this Lagrange coherent structure approach can clearly delineate between the two. And I've gone slightly over time, which I apologize for, but thank you for this opportunity.
No, thank you very much, Professor Richard. That was great. And there's two things I really enjoy about coming to a science workshop and participating. The first one is the new information you get. And the second one is the new questions that always get thrown up. And I won't ask you to answer this now because I will throw it more widely later on. But it got me thinking about are these processes scale invariant, and what are the possible interactions with the processes and rates that Stephen was talking about previously? In terms of whether there's temporal barriers through that, or spatial barriers to to these accumulations and degradations and these sorts of things. So anyway, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Right. Our seventh speaker is Dr. Lauren Roman. She's a postdoctoral researcher with the Commonwealth Scientific and Industrial Research Organisation, CSIRO. Now, we asked Lauren to talk because she had published a paper that got me thinking, are the conclusions we draw from our research valid? And are the conclusions we draw from our advocacy valid? And so Dr. Lauren works within the Oceans and Atmosphere Division, and her research combines laboratory analysis and statistical modelling to quantify and identify drivers of marine plastic debris and to understand its effect on wildlife. And where are we? And the floor is yours, Dr. Lauren. Thank you.
Hello, thank you very much. First, I'll just check, is my screen sharing correctly?
Perfect.
Yep, perfect. Thanks very much, everyone. I work with CSIRO's marine debris team, which is headed by Dr. Denise Hardesty, who talked to everybody this morning. And I'm just going to talk briefly about avoiding confirmation bias in attributing the impact of plastic pollution. So I've on the front here, I've chosen two images which sort of sum up this issue. The first one is the bottom one, which is an image which was taken during our global, some of CSIRO's global debris surveys, which are showing the very, very real sort of extent of plastic that exists in the environment. And then the other one is an infographic, which has some figures which are shown quite commonly, and a lot of people have probably seen these figures. However, in my searching, I've never found the source of these figures, and certainly I can't find any evidence from the scientific literature. So this is sort of just prefacing where we balance our role as scientists in expressing the true nature of, yes, plastic pollution is a big problem. However, what are the impacts and avoiding some of the biases that can come with that. So I just want to start today by acknowledging the traditional owners of the lands and seas where I live, here in Hobart, Tasmania, and it is nighttime here now, getting later in the day. I recognise their continued custodianship over this country, acknowledging the elders past, present and emerging. I also just want to have a caveat. This is a really brief summary, and this presentation is just intended as food for thought. It's by no means comprehensive, and it's not intended to sort of slander any particular arm of research. It's just something to keep in mind as you're reading plastic pollution research, including my own work. Bias in research, what is it? A 2013 paper gives this really good definition of bias that I thought I would share with you. Bias is any trend or deviation from the truth in data collection, data analysis, interpretation, and publication, which can cause false conclusions. So bias can occur either unintentionally or intentionally. And I'd like to think that most bias in research does occur unintentionally. I just want to talk briefly about biases in plastic pollution research. So first, just really briefly on biases in research and the study design. And secondly, the bias in interpretation of results. I'm not going to talk too much about bias in analysis just due to the time constraints. So there's two quite common ways that bias creeps its way into plastic pollution research. So first, in the study design, for example, where specific types of research are favoured over others. So this was covered really well in some of the earlier researches where people talked about gaps in their own country's research, and this is the case across every place on the earth really that conducts plastic pollution research. We are biased towards places that are nicer or easier to study. So for example, a survey of a plastic on a country's coastline, you may find is favouring the areas that are easier to study. So for example, sandy beaches and shorelines over muddy mangrove habitats. A second example is the design of the study isn't necessarily representative of the research question. So even within a habitat that you might be studying, you'll have a variety of sub-habitats. So using the shoreline example again, you tend to find a diversity of marine debris across the shoreline. So if you're only focusing on one part of the shoreline, for example, the strand line where most debris tends to accumulate, you're not really getting a faithful representation of the entire shoreline or the entire beach, especially if you're extrapolating those strand line debris densities across the whole shoreline. And that may sound silly, but I've seen papers that do exactly that. There's also bias in the interpretation of results, and results may be interpreted in such a way that do not always investigate alternative explanations for patterns in the variation. So for example, and this is just an example I made up as an example, but again, you do find similar sorts of things throughout the scientific literature. A study of people living near dump sites investigating human health, failing to account for socioeconomic factors associated with living near the dump site and other contaminants, and then attributing that variation due to the plastic and not necessarily other explanations for the situation. So briefly, and this is going to be very briefly on research and study design biases. In plastic pollution research, here are a few common sources of bias and places where bias can be introduced. So the first one, and again, this was mentioned earlier when talking a little bit about some of the difficulties doing studies across multiple countries. When there are multiple surveyors, a lack of clarity and delineation in methods can introduce bias through variability in human behaviour introduced by the surveyor. So in brief, what this means is you've got two different people who are doing the same task. Those two people are quite often going to do this task slightly differently just due to human factors, unless it's been very, very clearly and delineated the methods that they must use in order to do this survey. And what that can mean is you get variation in the results, which is due to the human behaviour and not truly due to variation in what they are observing. The second one is when you're choosing quantifying methods and reporting categories. Again, we've already had examples of this in the previous presentations where people are harmonising reporting categories from different plastic pollution survey methodologies. So plastic pollution is diverse. There's many potential ways to report the findings, and by lumping some things and splitting others, you're introducing your own biases into the reporting of that data set. So this is something that's become really apparent since the onset of COVID. So pre-COVID, face masks is not something that was commonly reported on in plastic pollution categories. Quite often it was lumped under various things such as medical waste or other personal protective gear, whereas now we're starting to see the emergence of this rather unique category. And that's, again, not a bad bias, but a bias in data reporting. The third one is that habitats sampled are rarely homogeneous. So you have diversity within almost every habitat that you're likely to encounter and sample. And when I say habitat here, I mean compartment as well, so it includes biota. So it's important that the sampling method representatively captures variation both within the habitats that you're sampling or compartments, as well as between them. Fourth is the variation in data collection effort. For example, the number of surveyors and the length of time that the survey is conducted. So this is a really common source of variation and bias in plastic pollution research. It's very important to make sure that you account for surveyor effort. To reduce the bias in design surveys, so we recommend surveys account for the following. So for example, clearly delineated and repeatable methods, quantification and reporting findings in a way that's harmonised with other surveys using policy relevant categories as best as possible. Representatively capturing variation within each habitat to avoid sampling effort, and making sure that there is good representation of different habitats. There's been a few talks on citizen science during this presentation, so I just made a citizen science specific slide as well, because it introduces its own unique sort of unique biases. So in addition to design surveys, citizen science data is really commonly used for research. There's a lot of benefits. So this is not to knock citizen science efforts. So some of the benefits of using citizen science in cleanup data is that citizen scientists typically remove the litter from the environment, not just count it. It's often cheaper to get data using citizen scientists rather than professional surveys, especially when they engage volunteer labour. You engage the community in preserving their local environment and raise awareness of local scale litter issues, hopefully fostering behaviour change. However, as always, there are caveats about data collected through cleanup programs. The first is when citizens choose their own sites, there tends to be a bias in the types of sites that they select. Really dirty sites tend to be favoured. People go to dirty sites to do cleanups. Also sites that have really high recreational social value. So national parks, beautiful beaches, places like this. Representativeness, stratification, replication between sites is quite rare in citizen science approaches. Sites are often sampled unevenly, leading to compromised within site representation and stratification, and also litter. There tends to be a bias towards picking up larger litter items. The third bias is that the untrained volunteers may not prioritise accurate data collection. I've certainly seen this firsthand when I'm leading cleanups. So this leads to errors in item counts, variation in recording of item categories, misrecorded masses of items, especially when you've got wet, sandy or soiled items. So just a few tips here. These are not insurmountable things. You can use some best practice approaches for cleanups to sort of circumvent some of these errors. So these include pre-selection of representative and stratified suites of sites, training cleanup coordinators, attention to accurate data recording, and also electronic data entry forms are really good at reducing some of the errors because you can put constraints around the data entry on these. So now I'm going to talk a little bit more in more depth about the bias in interpretation of results, which is something that has come to my attention as I've read more of the scientific literature. So I'm about to talk more specifically about the impacts of plastic on human and animal health, since this is the thing that most of my research has sort of focused on in the last few years. So bias is really common in science reporting generally, especially in politically and emotionally charged topics such as the impacts of plastic pollution on the environment, wildlife and human health. So you might have, when I pointed out the first picture, it showed unspecified numbers of millions of animals died due to plastic every year. When you look in the literature, it's no secret that animals do die due to their encounters with plastic pollution. And here is a picture here of some confirmed cases of animals that have died as a result from plastic pollution over a number of years. These aren't the only cases, there are more. However, the numbers aren't in the millions per year to the best of our knowledge. So it's important not to conflate sort of the emotions of distress of this occurring with unrealistic sorts of numbers, because by misrepresenting, you can really damage the relationship between scientists and the public through some of these misrepresentations. So I've recently published a paper, which is here, The Need for Attention to Confirmation Bias and Confounding in the Field of Plastic Pollution and Wildlife Impacts. So this was written initially as a response paper to a paper that was published, which looked at correlations between plastic ingestion in marine birds and relationships with blood chemistry. But it's a more general sort of paper, making some suggestions to scrutinise studies for these sorts of interpretation biases. The first scrutiny we recommend is people looking for confounding to see if there's hidden hands between the plastic and the response. The second is to scrutinise whether the statistically significant results are actually meaningful. So especially where data dredging approaches have been made. So this is where you test every single possible relationship between A and B. And just by chance alone, using the sort of 5% p-value, 5% of those are going to turn up statistically significant. However, if you've tested 20 different things and find one, you've got to scrutinise, is this actually meaningful, or is this just a quirk of the way that we've conducted our analysis? And the third one is, are the conclusions justified given the context of the study and the context of the animals that you've studied? So first, I'm going to talk a little bit about confounding and bias. So there's many types of relationships between the plastic that's present and the response that you might be observing. The first one is the causal response. This is what a lot of people assume are happening. The second is a confounded, where you've got an external factor which is actually driving both the presence of the plastic and the response. The third is the mediator, where you've got plastic driving some sort of external factor, which is then driving the response. And then you've got incidental relationships. There was plastic there was a response, but the plastic has nothing to do with the response. So for our first example, I'll talk a little bit about confounding and mediation and mediator relationships. So this is in the context of the study that we reviewed. And in this study, in essence, a population of highly affected seabirds with lots of plastic in their stomach, blood was taken, and a couple of different parameters were found to have a relationship with the presence of the plastic. So the author's interpretation of this was that the plastic caused toxicity, which caused this blood chemistry response. But in our paper, what we tried to explain is that the same response is also driven by nutritional factors in birds, specifically starvation, and that we suggested that likely there's either a confounding or a mediator relationship here between the plastic and the blood chemistry relationship. So we're suggesting that it's more, rather than it being a toxicity effect, more likely what the authors have detected is that birds with plastic in them have less food in them, whether that is because there was limited food available and the parents ate the plastic there was limited food available and the parents ate plastic, in which case it would be a confounder, or the parents ate plastic instead of food, meaning it would be a mediator relationship. We're suggesting that nutrition is the real driver behind the blood chemistry parameters that they detected. The reason these sorts of relationships are so common is because there are really commonly causal links between the presence of a pollutant and plastic, and causal links between pollutants and harm. And these have been demonstrated for many of the chemical contaminants that are associated with plastic. However, whether plastic is linked, the plastic provides a pollutant which then provides harm, or whether the pollutant is associated with the plastic which is then associated with harm, causality in these sorts of situations is really commonly implied in a lot of wildlife and human health studies of plastic where correlations occur, but whether these are actual causal relationships or just correlations quite often is not teased apart very carefully. So one of the solutions to this, I suggest, and I do this quite often in peer review, is if you do have a relationship here, unless you can really show that this is a causal relationship, we suggest being careful with the language and calling it what it is, which is a correlation or a relationship, rather than using causal sorts of language, unless you can eliminate sources of confounding. Here's another example, and this is a confounding example. So this is a critical perspective paper that was written by Ogonowski and al., and it's one that I really like. And what they did is they basically had a look at whether plastic, when you feed plastic to an animal, are the effects, the toxicological effects, due to the plastic, or just due to the fact that the animal was given something to eat? And they did a study where they looked at non-plastic natural particles like sand and things like that, and found that in many cases, the same sorts of toxicological effects can result just by natural particles. So really, what you're finding in these sorts of studies is not an effect of giving the animal plastic, it's giving the animal a particle which induces some kind of response. So this sort of raises the importance of having controls or blanks to separate whether the response that you're looking at is a response due to just the presence of the particle, or whether it's really a plastic specific response. Again, this is not to poo-poo these sorts of studies, it's just something to consider when you're writing. And it's something that's quite common, especially in my own work on seabirds, where you can have a bird that's starved with plastic in its stomach, but we also find birds that have starved with pumice in their stomach. So really, the plastic is there, but the cause of the death is more about the physical factors rather than it being a plastic specific thing. Thirdly, are the conclusions justified given the context? There's a really good saying in toxicology, which is, it's the dose that makes the poison. So basically what this means is that any particular chemical given in a high enough concentration will induce toxicity. So I can feed my sea turtle nothing but bananas, and at some point that concentration of bananas is going to induce toxicity just because of the toxins. Where this is applicable to plastic in particular is that plastics are made of a whole suite of different chemicals. Many of you will be familiar with the different types. You've got plasticizers, phthalates, flame retardants, UV stabilizers, as well as the adsorbed chemicals. All of these chemicals in given dosages can be toxic to animals. However, whether the dosage that the animal gets from the plastic as a vector, whether that's high enough to induce toxicity, and whether it's high enough to induce toxicity at a level of organization, biological organization, that's actually significant to the animal's life, that's where sort of is the million-dollar question when understanding the relationship between plastic exposure and animal and human health. And of course, this is going to be different for every single species, every single type of plastic, every single treatment of the plastic, every single size particle. There's a lot of diversity in this question. So yeah, I highly recommend reading this paper. All right, thank you very much. That was just an extremely brief introduction to some of the biases to be aware of when you're reading the literature and when you're writing your own scientific papers, just about considering some sources of bias, both in the survey design and also in the interpretation of your results and the interpretation of other people's results. So all studies have bias of some sort. We're not saying here your study must be completely free of bias. It's just a way to make sure that you know what your biases are and sort of caveat them appropriately in your discussion. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Dr. Lauren. Thank you for that caution on attribution of effects. Okay, our eighth talk, we're going to move along quickly because we are running a little bit behind time, but these talks are so fascinating, I don't want to stop them. Our eighth talk is by Mr. Uwe Rosebrook and Mr. Sam Cantrell from CSIRO. Mr. Uwe is a senior software engineer, and Mr. Sam is a machine learning engineer. They both work to apply artificial intelligence, or AI, to remotely monitor and identify marine plastics as part of the Ending Plastic Waste mission of the CSIRO. Now, I don't know about you, but to me, AI seems to be one of those things that forms the basis of sci-fi movies where the robots learn and then they basically take over. I'm hoping that, that both Uwe and Sam might be able to dissuade me of that and convince me that AI can actually be useful in monitoring plastics. Uwe, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and good evening to everybody. Yes, it is nighttime now. I'm in the same place as Lauren. First of all, I'd like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the lands that we live on and work across Australia, and pay our respects to elders past and present. I work in Hobart, in Tasmania. Sam is located in the ACT in Canberra. So would like to talk a little bit about trash monitoring technologies, in particular about machine learning. So as we're sharing our talk today, I will call randomly out Sam, and that Sam means to the next slide or hit the button of some sort. So excuse me if the random Sam turns up, that has its meaning. And in the mid or shortly after I started, I will hand over to Sam to elaborate on some of the technical details we have to present today. So trash monitoring technologies and machine learning. Sam. So there's a spectrum of various technologies. We're seeing a wide range of improvements coming out of surveillance or biotechnology advances. This ranges from applying new technologies to old data, like scanning satellite images, improving sensor technologies or deployment platforms. This is also like these annoying drones we give our kids to play. Naturally, computer applications are employed across the wide spectrum of monitoring monitoring technologies. In particular, computer vision is applied where any sort of photometric sensor is involved. So Sam went ahead already, that's fine. So what we like to focus on today is is machine learning applications. Can you move forward, Sam? Thank you. And machine learning applications have been around for a long time. It's actually honestly, it's an old hat. It's so common we don't notice anymore. Machine learning or ML has been around for a better part of the last 60 years, with one dominant component called neural networks, mimicking the organization of mammal brains, also around since the 60s. These days, mostly called artificial intelligence or AI, used synonymously with ML, is referring to a much improved set of artificial neural networks. While these are used synonymously, they are not. That's actually not actually correct to use in that way. But well, I'm not going to worry about that too much today. The important part is that it's been around in our electronic life for some time. So these nice letters there with lots of dots, they actually stand for acronyms which of companies I'm not allowed to mention, or what I can mention, I don't want to write it down. Namely, they are the big technology companies like Apple or Google or Microsoft or Amazon. These guys have been working on machine learning applications for decades earlier than most people would have known about them. And so how else, Sam? You can see that little video, that little girl is mine. I've asked her if I can show her her pictures, and she said yes. So my phone, these images are on my phone, and my phone knows that these two are the same person. So, Greg, I have to disappoint you. This whole sci-fi stuff is old hat too. So now, since we're wanting to focus a little bit on machine learning and what it could mean for detecting plastic waste in the environment, I'll hand over to Sam Cantrell. He will continue a little bit further.
Thanks, Uwe. So can everyone hear me okay? Beautiful. Yeah, so I guess I wanted to talk a bit more sort of generally about computer vision technologies and sort of how they're used to quantify the movement through or the presence of macro waste in the environment. And in doing so, we'll sort of touch on some of the, trends, approaches, as well as some of our own takeaways to, developing successful monitoring technologies. So by quantifying what sort of waste moves through the environment, when and from where, it's going to help us design and implement more, targeted and efficient waste management strategies, inform policies, and monitor their effectiveness. So a bit of context for the work that we do in this space. As part of CSIRO's Ending Plastic Waste mission, we deploy cameras with a bunch of partners to gather data from sort of riverine environments, and then use machine learning and computer vision to try and turn that information into try and turn that information to support decision making. So computer vision presents a really sort of exciting and powerful tool in this space, and indeed we're already seeing it be applied across a number of different domains by various research groups, startups, organizations, and businesses. And it ranges vastly, from remote sensing, sort of using drones or satellites to conduct small through to large scale surveys, all the way through to more proximal sensing using cameras attached to cars to detect the presence of waste in urban areas, monitor the flow of waste in riverine environments, and even to sort of detect waste in the upper level of the water column in marine environments. So there's really a huge spectrum of different domains out there where computer vision is being applied. And we've seen a significant uptick in the amount of research and solutions being generated in this space, especially over the past few years. And all of these solutions sort of consider two main factors in their development: the data, which encapsulates the information, say riverine environments, and the models which interpret that information and produce some kind of output. And so we just wanted to touch on approaches in these two sort of regards. So generally what we've seen out there is, a large number of, privately curated but small data sets. And as people have sort of begun to realize how data hungry these models are, we've seen people start to, leverage crowdsourcing for large scale collection or even web scraping. And even in some cases more recently, synthetically generated data sets to supplement their curated ones. Leveraging data set from a similar domain can be sort of a good starting point to kick off your development, but we've really found from our work that for reliable performance, it's really important to have a lot of data from the domain that you're deploying your solution to, whether that's drones or waterways. And so the majority of approaches out there, really tend to utilize sort of established detection or segmentation models provided by sort of, those big companies to detect sort of individual items or, regions of waste. Recently, we sort of have seen some work sort of exploring more, novel and unique architectures, but there's not really any sort of benchmark in the community, and due to the sparsity of the domains, it can be sort of hard to know how well those transfer. But generally, the most successful approaches that we've seen tend to utilize established models and focus on the data. And there's really a lot of exciting work being done in this space, and we're seeing a lot of approaches be applied with reasonable or limited success to their intended domain. But there's still a bit of a question, why don't we see more ubiquitous deployment of these approaches? And so really the main limitation that we've seen and encountered in deploying these technologies is just poor generalization performance. It's pretty easy to achieve good results on a small scale data set, but that's not necessarily going to generalize to slightly different or unfamiliar conditions. And that's not really entirely a surprise. We know waste presents in a vast array of physical appearances and conditions. And with these sort of, really powerful models and small data sets, it's quite easy to, overfit and not learn general features, accidentally, learning waste looks like this, but not like this. Another aspect of that is the model's exposure to backgrounds. So, in addition to learning what an object is, it also needs to learn what an object isn't. And that's really sort of the crux of training well-performing models that we found. It's having, a large-scale, well-annotated data set with a really diverse array of objects and backgrounds that's representative of your domain. So yeah, unfortunately, despite what the media says, these technologies aren't magic. You get out of them what you put into them. So you need to be quite considered in what data you're training the model on. And so in terms of solutions, unfortunately, there's not really a simple, catch-all solution. You really need to invest the time and the effort into developing the data set for your domain to sort of achieve reliable results. And with a suitably large scale data set and diverseness, you start to see transferability between sort of different situations in your domain. And this process is, it's really iterative. It's not collect your data once, deploy it once. Developing a really reliable solution means, continuously collecting data, validating it and incorporating it. And that requires, continual effort and support. A more sustainable solution means, automating that workflow wherever possible. So humans that are required for annotating or otherwise, that sort of effort is minimized. A lot of the solutions that we've seen that, really work are, about closing that feedback loop. This lets them iterate faster, build up a large-scale diverse data set much faster, and ultimately be able to develop and deploy a much more reliable solution. I'll just hand it back to Uwe now to quickly tie this thing off.
Yeah, so we're intending to make you some time. So just to summarize what Sam's outlined there, what we're trying to do, learning from the points Sam made, is that we're focused very much on the workflow and the automation of that workflow as much as we can. So we collaborate with quite a few people in various countries, and so we set up drop points for them. We pick up this data, so the drop points and the data we're collecting is basically imagery of trash in domains of interest, where eventually we want to deploy proper cameras to do this automatically. So the first step is always get some domain-specific data, generalize some context, train models, deploy models, and do the same thing again from the models. So the models will produce data, we'll ingest the data, we'll review the data, and retrain the models and deploy the models again. And that process is automated as much as possible. And that's really the only way of creating some reliability in the identification of objects, especially with anthropogenic objects disposed into the environment, which take all sorts of shapes and all sorts of variations that deteriorate, that colorize. They do everything you can possibly imagine. And we still need the model to understand that that's the same object, or at least the same type of object. So the other part we also realized is that from many of the groups which have started this process of looking at using machine learning models to identify trash, is they had a really great idea, they had great support, had a great community to support it, but then they ran out of steam because there is a limited time available to do this sort of thing. So as it happens is that we are pretty close, and we're almost there, I think, to from the technology point of view. But unfortunately, the larger groups, the better funded groups, will survive and provide hopefully a way forward and pave the way to move forward. So with that, there's one point that I wanted to make. Apologize. There's one more point I will need to make, is as Lauren pointed out very well, is that there's a lot of bias in the detection, in the evaluation of these models. And there's also a very good question to ask is, how accurate do we actually need to know how much trash is there? Is the number of items enough? Is the proportion enough? Those are questions to be answered by the analysts and really the people who are interested in making policy statements. However, it is not as simple to just simply say, well, I want a count of objects, a count of items. It's just not that simple, because you still need to separate between anthropogenic waste in the environment and things which are supposed to be there. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you, Eva and Sam. That was, yeah, that's really fascinating and interesting to see what's happening. And I'm not reassured. I think robots have taken over, so it's too late. Okay, our ninth speaker, we've got three more speakers. Our ninth speaker is also going to be talking about the application of new technologies for monitoring marine plastic pollution. New technologies, old technologies, remote sensing. Okay, Ms. Jenna Giffog is a PhD candidate at RMIT University in Melbourne. The research looks at remote sensing by satellite technology. And Ms. Jenner is currently studying new ways of leveraging Earth observation sensors to detect sub-pixel plastic accumulations in remote coastal areas of Australia. Now, we appreciate that Ms. Jenner is actually speaking from the Netherlands. We first started earlier this morning. It was 2 o'clock in the morning for her, so we really appreciate her being. Ms. Jenner, the floor is yours.
Cool, thank you for that introduction, Craig. Before I get started, I am going to do the same thing that many other people have done today, and I want to recognize the traditional owners of the land where myself and my colleagues have conducted our research, which is the land of the Wurundjeri peoples of the Eastern Kulin Nations in the areas around Melbourne, and I wish to pay my respects to their elders past, present, and emerging. So as Craig mentioned, my research is co-sponsored by RMIT University and the University of Twente in the Netherlands. And as you can see by my slide, I'm here to talk about the potential that satellites have for detecting plastics. Satellites have been spoken about a bit today already, and there's a bunch of different types of satellites. So to clarify, I'm only going to be talking about a group of satellites that we know as Earth observation satellites. And we use the information that we get from these satellites to do spectral detection methods, which I'm going to go into a little bit more in a moment. So are my slides moving? There we go. Cool. So before I get into the research that I want to share with you.
Log back in again, and we will actually jump to our 10th speaker of the day, and we'll come back to Jenna. Now, our 10th speaker is Dr. Linda Davies. She's a lecturer in the School of Arts and Sciences at the University of Notre Dame, Australia, in Perth. So she's currently on West Australian and Malaysian time. Dr. Linda was interested in determining whether local or state government initiatives to reduce marine plastic pollution would have an effect at a local level, and whether the actions of citizen scientists carrying out beach combing could reliably measure this effect. Personally, I think that it's hard to imagine a better research laboratory than a West Australian beach, but hey. Linda, the floor is yours.
Okay, can everyone see my slideshow?
We can see your question, so we've got the last slide.
Okay.
There we go, front slide.
All right, and can you hear me okay? Because it's starting to go a little bit cutting out.
Yeah, we can hear you, yes.
Okay. So in terms of my particular slide presentation, it's a little bit different to everyone else's, I think. Basically, what I've done is looking at whether or not we can look at public policy, like government policy, and work out whether or not we are actually making a difference. And there's been a lot of problem with the literature in that there's a lot of spatial and temporal variation in where plastic actually is. So if you do a beach litter monitoring program once a year, you're going to get very different results depending on storms, depending on winds, which has come up previously. So I basically was inspired by people with environmental stewardship in the city of Coburn, which is in Western Australia, and basically thought there's people picking up litter all the time in this particular location. And I do acknowledge there is bias because it was a heavily polluted area. So we weren't aiming to quantify how much litter was in the region. We just wanted to see whether or not anything that the government was doing could make a difference. Now, this slide shows that in 2018 and 2019 and even 2020, these are the local initiatives that were put in place by our local governments that surrounded this beach that was my case study beach in Coburn Sound. You can see that from 2018, there was a big push to try and stop plastic straws in Western Australia, balloons, and a lot of different single-use plastics, such as cutlery. There was also a big problem, well, in Australia, we've realised that there is a big problem with discarded fishing litter, which is polluting our oceans. So we've also got different policy changes within Western Australia to try and address that problem. So with all of this policy in place, how are we ever going to know if the policy is actually making a difference? So that's when we conducted weekly beach cleans, I guess. So myself and my dogs walked the beach every week, picked up all the litter, and we recorded all the litter. We found consistencies with what was reported previously for beach litter in Australia, where a lot of the litter was associated with fishing. So 34% of all the litter was associated with fishing and boating kind of activities. There was a lot of unknown litter, which means that it's just the litter has degraded beyond a point where it isn't recognisable in its original form. So that's obviously an issue that's still emerging, globally. We found, similarly to what was reported before, most of the plastic that was picked up was soft plastic, hard plastic, and also, as I mentioned, the fibres and the fishing line. So rope fibres was a big problem when I first started this study. So within as little as 2 years, so basically this started in 2018, the end of 2018, I analysed the data up until the end of 2020 and just the beginning of 2021. And was interested to find of the different types of bans that had been implemented in WA, there was some significant results where I saw a significant reduction in the number of balloons that I had picked up on the beach, the number of earplugs and earplug packets. That the study beach where I am is heavily industrial as well as a high fishing recreational resource. We found that beverages, straws, we found a significant reduction in straws, and we also found a significant reduction in the amount of rope that was washing up on the beaches, as well as the amount of fishing line. And so and we did also find that there was other items, such as the sewage items, that there was a reduction as well. I couldn't find any policy behind that, but there has been a big push in WA with the WA Plan for Plastics coming out, where more and more different types of industries are going to be held accountable for emissions into our marine environment. So in terms of their findings, so if you look at this map, you can see that the study location is actually here. It's called Woodman's Point or Jervis Bay Dog Beach. And you can see the city of Coburn is in the red. They implemented different bans on straws in 2019, fishing litter. They had a special campaign against fishing litter, and they even spoke to the different marinas in the area for people to check their boat ropes. They also had different types of cigarette litter bans occurring that didn't really seem to work. But they also installed a sea bin, which collected a lot of the single-use plastic as well. The City of Fremantle in 2019 put out their ban on single-use plastics and the use of balloons within the council. And also the City of Rockingham to the south put out bans on balloons and single-use plastics in their policy. So over the period, so it was end of 2018 to the very beginning of 2021, but we saw a 41% reduction in fishing line. We saw a 48% reduction in rope. We saw a 53% reduction in straws. We even saw, even though it wasn't significant, we saw a 42% reduction in bottle caps, 58% in balloons. We did, as I mentioned, we did see a little bit of a rise in cigarette litter, but that's yet to be addressed. And we saw a 50% reduction in food items. So that's the containers, food containers, as well as cutlery. So with that, we realized that if we have regular monitoring, which can overcome the temporal issues associated with beach litter, regular monitoring by citizens who are cleaning up these beaches on a, like some of the citizens I've met are cleaning up on a daily basis. So if we can capture that particular litter, and sorry, I should admit that these people that I have observed are not recording it through Tarango Blue's Marine Debris Initiative. I speak to them about it, and basically sometimes there's a bit of a barrier, especially if you're picking up a couple of hundred pieces a morning, that it's actually really time consuming to log all of those. So what we're suggesting is that these people can put this litter in a specially designed depository on the beach. It can then be standardly entered into the Marine Debris Initiative, and it can be measured, and we can look at more things such as product codes, best before dates, just to get a better idea. I've even found some different companies branding that, you know, you can actually approach them and say, look, your litter is ending up in the ocean. And we can work and find out and give people hope that we can detect whether or not these policies are working within 2 years. So we believe that this regular kind of approach, while it won't work everywhere, it's only worked at this study location because of the dedication of people picking up litter very frequently, but it can really help where people are doing this. We can not necessarily know how much pollution is there, but we can see reductions or increases, so it can advise policy on whether or not it's working or whether or not new approaches are required. So this work was published earlier on this year, and I just wanted to also include that there was also a study that was done in 2021 on the policy for sinking the crayfish or crayfisher pots, sinking that extra rope. There was, apart from the fact that we found a significant reduction in rope on the beach, there was also that publication that there was a reduction in whale entanglements also associated with that policy, which is just showing it's having some effect. And thank you so much for letting me be a part of this. I've learned a lot today. I know my study is very simple compared to most, but I really appreciate the opportunity
Thank you,
to talk.
Linda. Thank you very much for that. No, yeah, part of this is about having a conversation, and we really appreciate your time. So thank you. Ms. Jenner, are you there?
I am. Let's try this again.
Excellent. Floor is yours.
Okay. I'm not 100% sure when I lost you, so I'm going to go from the second slide.
Yes.
Excellent. Okay, cool. So apologies for the dropout before. I'm not sure what happened, but I seem to have lost my internet temporarily. What I was going to do is give you a very quick 30,000 foot overview of remote sensing and spectral signatures before I start sharing some of the research that's happening in this field. So I'm not sure if it was heard before, but optical remote sensing uses the electromagnetic spectrum, in particular, the visible part of the spectrum that we can see with our eyes, and also the infrared part of the spectrum, which we can't see, but our handy satellites can. So in terms of how we get the data from these satellites, photons that are emitted from the sun will interact with our atmosphere. They'll pass through that atmosphere, and then they'll hit some surface on the Earth. And when those photons hit the surface of the Earth, there are three things that can happen. So the light/energy can either pass through, which is what happens a lot with water. It can be absorbed by the surface, which is what happens with vegetation in certain wavelengths, or it can be reflected. And it is this reflected light that then comes back up through the atmosphere, and some of that will be detected by our optical remote sensing satellites. And just to clarify, when I refer to surface here, I'm referring both to natural surfaces like sand and water and vegetation, as well as man-made surfaces like concretes and plastics. And what happens with the light that interacts with the surface, whether it passes through, absorbs, or reflects, depends on the surface in question and also the wavelength that that light is traveling at. And so from the satellite information, we can figure out a ratio between the total amount of light that's coming through the atmosphere and hitting the Earth and the amount of light that's then being bounced back and reflected. And this ratio of incoming to reflected light tells us a whole lot about what's happening on that particular part of the Earth's surface. So we don't have to necessarily have been there in person to be able to observe what's going on. And to make things very, very simple, there is more to it than this, but we don't have time today. This ratio, as it changes over wavelengths, is what we call a spectral signature. So on the bottom right-hand corner of this slide, I've put 3 example spectral signatures just to show you what they look like. So on this slide, we've got water, soil, and vegetation. And you can see that even just with these 3 types, there's a huge amount of variety that can happen. So to summarize, surfaces like water and soil interact with light in different ways. Those interactions are detected by Earth observation satellites, and these interactions let us draw relationships between the light satellites are detecting and what's happening on the Earth's surface. And now that we've got that out of the way, we can actually start talking about plastics. This slide is a bit more crowded than the previous example, but what we are seeing here, they're still spectral signatures. These are spectral signatures for some of the most common types of plastic polymers that are found on beaches. And there are also the spectral signatures for several different beach sediments as well. Those are shown with the dashed lines. And the sections in this figure that are shown inside the red boxes are the areas of the spectrum that have been identified as being useful for separating plastics out from their surrounding environment. So if you look, you can see that there are several dips in the reflectance for the plastics inside these areas, but those dips aren't there when you compare it to the spectral signatures of the sands. One thing to keep in mind with this example or with this illustration, these are spectral signatures of pure samples. So these were collected from beaches, taken back to a lab, and that's how we get these measurements. However, as we all know, plastics are just one part of what can be found on a beach. So often these signatures are all mixed up together, and the plastic signature is often quite faint when compared to the signature from, say, sand or seaweed or other forms of organic debris. And so what researchers are currently trying to do and currently working on are ways to enhance the difference between these mixed up signatures by developing algorithms that can leverage the differences between them. So within marine plastics research, this particular area of algorithm development is still relatively new, as it's really only been in the last 7 years or so that satellites have been launched that have sensors that are in the right places to spot the differences between plastics and what we have around them. So what I want to do for this next section of my presentation is I want to show you some examples of research that's been happening around the world at the moment. So this is from the area of remote sensing of plastics. To make things very clear, the figures that I'm going to show to you, they are the property of the respective research groups that I've cited next to them. I do have all of these citations as well if anyone is interested in following up and learning more about this research. I find it really fascinating, so I like to keep tabs on what they're doing. So for this first slide, I'm showing 2. The figure on the right, if you look at the dotted circle, that's the plastic target they were aiming for. But this group was also able to detect nearby floating fish farms, which are the yellow circles down the bottom left-hand corner, which is really fantastic. Unfortunately, their particular method also resulted in false positives, which are the yellow spots that you can see inside the blue circles. Those were actually nearby boats. Okay. Next slide. All right. So here, another paper by authors who used Sentinel-2, which is one of the global coverage satellites that we have. They were able to use spectral detection methods to separate out sargassum, which is a type of seaweed that forms large clumping mats on the sea surface, they were able to separate those from other pixels that were likely to contain plastics. So in these figures, green represents the suspected vegetation and red represents the suspected plastics. So the bottom image shows a plastic accumulation off the coast of Hawaii. Very recently, this paper was only published last month. Another group of researchers based in Greece floated a bunch of plastic targets made of different types of plastics, and they tested a whole range of newly developed algorithms to see how they would work. Their results were very promising. So they found that quite a few of them did seem to be able to detect most of the plastic targets. They also tested 2 different satellites as well, which is very nice to see. And as we also heard from earlier today, Dr. O'Neill, there is also movement within Australia to start developing some of these new spectral indices as well. So this is an area that is moving very quickly. We're expecting to see some fairly significant developments over the next few years. Just to very briefly mention the research that my colleagues and I do. So as I said before I dropped out, plastic signatures are often mixed in with other signatures and they can be quite faint. So what we've been researching is what are the detection limits? So how much plastic do you actually need within a pixel before a satellite can feasibly detect it? So we tested a whole range of different plastics that we collected from beaches. We tested 3 different types of beach sediments. And what we found is that in general, a pixel needs to have around 3 to 4% plastic cover before we think a satellite would be able to detect it. But there are situations where that cover may go up to about 10%. I don't have a figure to show, but we're also investigating the suitability of a range of Earth observation satellites for detecting plastics at the moment. What we found so far in our preliminary research is that certain satellites like Maxar's WorldView 3 are more suitable for plastic detection than some of the global coverage satellites like Landsat's, like the NASA's Landsat program. And so finally, the last thing I want to quickly cover is, I guess, want to place this field of research within more of a broader context. So while spectral remote sensing and satellites are really promising, and it's a very active research area at the moment, it's not the only way we can use remote sensing. We heard from CSIRO just before I came on about how they're using AI to do another version of remote sensing using images and machine learning. It's also important to recognize that while there are some advantages to using spectral detection methods, mainly being that we can detect sub-pixel concentrations of plastics, these methods do have their limits. So when we're considering integrating these methods as part of a marine debris observation system, it's really important that we are very aware of what their limitations are as well as what they're capable of. So that's it for me. I'm going to stop talking before I drop out again. Thank you for your patience and dealing with the poor internet connection. And yeah, looking forward to the discussion that's going to follow.
Thank you, Ms. Jenner. That's fantastic. Thank you for persevering as well. Yeah, and because we've been running a little bit over time, our discussion might be a bit constrained, but hopefully we will get to something. Now, our final speaker today has just got in from the airport. Pak Arisman, good to see you there. Now, Pak Arisman is the Executive Director of the Centre for Southeast Asian Studies, Indonesia, and he has adjunct or visiting positions with a number of universities around the world, including Western Sydney University. And he's been travelling today, as I just said, otherwise he would have been in session 1, and we're grateful that he's here today. He has been involved in many research and consultancy projects with international development aid programs in Southeast Asia, including USAID, the Danish International Development Agency, and a number of others. And today he's going to be speaking to us about a capacity building project between ASEAN and Norway to reduce plastic pollution regionally. Thank you, Pak Arisman. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. I would like to share one of our projects in ASEAN region. I'm a team leader of this project together with Dr. Hans Fredrik from Norwegian Institute for Water Research. Our project's title is ASEAN-Norway Cooperation Project on Local Capacity Building for Reducing Plastic Pollution in the ASEAN region. Yeah, the project follow a catchment approach to reduce marine litter, focus on the needs of local stakeholders and build on the competence of local partners, consider interaction between the ecological and social dimension within a defined area, adapt method to the geographical, hydrological, and socio-economic context. The main goal of this project is to build capacity to tackle plastic pollution from the key source through improved knowledge of the source, release, transport, and fate of plastic pollution. The first of the objective is develop monitoring method for riverine litter and build local capacity for monitoring. The second one is assess socioeconomic impact of plastic pollution and reduction measures. And the third one is identify reduction measures for key industry sectors. And the last one, educate stakeholders and disseminate the experiences. We have three catchment. The first one is a Citarum River in Indonesia. It's one of the longest river in Indonesia, in Java. Around 5 million people living in the catchment. And the second catchment is Imus River in Philippines, located in southwest of Metro Manila in Cavite province. And the third one is a small river, Pulok River in Da Nang City. So our project based on the river monitoring. As we know together, the plastic pollution comes from the land, going to the river and ending in the ocean. So for the environmental monitoring component, we built a local capacity monitoring in the pilot catchment, including developing protocols, guidelines, training program for macro and microplastics. And the second one, collect baseline data for reference and transport of plastic litter through initial monitoring campaign in pilot catchment. And the third one, establish a suite of standard and harmonized method for monitoring plastic waste in different parts of the river. In the three rivers I mentioned, Indonesia, Philippines, and Vietnam. And the last one, establish method of quantification of flux of plastic to the ocean. For the socio-economic component, we built collaboration and capacity to assess socio-economic drivers, impact and reduction measures among project partners, engaging industrial sectors, business association, and small medium enterprise. The second one, identify plastic consumption and waste disposal habit in the household. We are also did waste sampling in this three catchment area. And then the last one, establish the role of culture and protect how people perceive and practice plastic. For the industry component as well, we established drafting the best available technique and best environmental practices guidelines for ASEAN. And then looking for the policy option. And then the last one, examine the plastic policy application for developable livelihood, especially along the river. So this is two publications will be published in ASEAN Secretariat website in September. The first is Handbook of Methods for Riverine and Marine Debris Monitoring, edited by Dr. Hans Frederick, Dr. Rachel Harley, Dr. Hidayat, and Dr. Michael Graf, two from Indonesia. And then also from industry, we have best available technology, BET and VEP for plastic waste reduction in the plastic packaging industry and plastic recycling industry. This is, I'm involved in this guidelines because my background is actually environmental economics. So I focus on the socio-economic component. So yeah, that's all our presentation. Look forward for discussion. We have several research output. You can access to the ASEAN website in September soon. Thank you. Look forward for discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Pakar Osman. That's great. Really appreciate it. Appreciate the fact that you've been traveling and have come and talk to us today. We are getting close. Let me see. It's 7:15 Australian time, 5:45 Malaysian time, and West Australian time. We do have time for a very brief discussion, and I guess what I would like to ask each of the panelists, and we'll go in order of presentation, and Jenna can go before Linda. We'll have the original one. And what I want to either, because we've got non-scientists and scientists in the group today, so either an insight that you have had listening to the speakers today, either from the research or from this morning, and then or a research question or an idea that has occurred to you by listening to someone else from another discipline that's related to your own research that perhaps could be integrated. And then I'd like you to, again, very briefly identify a piece of research that we need to know, we need to have in order to help us advance our marine plastic monitoring. So I will start. We go back to the start. Where do we have? Ms. Santini, are you still there? Let's see.
Yes, I am.
Excellent.
Hi.
So, and you know, what do you think? One piece of research or knowledge that we need to know.
Thank you. I think there were like 3 questions in there, but I'll just, in summary, there were great insights from all the presentations, which ties into all the gaps that I had identified within the Malaysian domain. So in terms of Malaysia, for me, the first thing that jumped out was, why is the literature in terms of regional as well as Australian-based research more progressive? And what are the enablers to drive research and scientific monitoring that is necessary within the Malaysian context? So that's just one thing that's niggling me in the back of my head. The second and things is something about place-based management. So we saw examples about how local-based measures are driving change. So it's trying to see how we can prioritize some of those studies within the Malaysian context. And thirdly, I would like to also then see if there is any assessment of existing literature within, say, the Malaysian context on marine plastic based pollution, to see whether how complete are those data sets, which can actually, or how useful are those data sets to drive what type of policy change. So I think there are some research designs which could benefit from another step to help drive policy change. And perhaps sometimes that's where the science policy interface is required, to make sure that research design in itself can help effectively address policy or legal change. Thank you.
Fantastic, thank you. Ms. Alice.
Yes, that's great. I'm here. All right, so can you hear me?
We can.
All right, okay, thank you. So if I may echo the question that you asked, is what research is required to support this marine plastic monitoring? So I would quickly say that research that I would suggest is to further support marine plastic monitoring would be, one of it is perhaps discovering the variety of methods available to provide a solid baseline in monitoring progress. And I would just like to quickly share that one of the other monitoring methods that I have encountered recently was during our training of trainer program with CSIRO in Phuket. And I believe everyone here remember Dr. Denise and Dr. Lauren, alongside with TJ and Justin. They did a fantastic job during our training of trainers by introducing their methods. And additional second research that I would suggest would be continuous development of tools or equipment in complementing the monitoring activities by incorporating technologies, such as I've mentioned before, is the CleanSwell apps, which I find it as a very brilliant idea because of its features that allow data collection to be done at your fingertips, and also direct navigation and ability to store and generate data for public view. And finally, I would say research in encouraging a more environmental friendly product along with advancement of litter management. I think that's all from me.
Wonderful. No, thank you very much, Ms. Alice. Right, Dr. Cherie's not here, unfortunately, but she gave a great presentation, and I know she's happy to be contacted. If people want to talk to her about the microplastics monitoring, I'm sure we will. Our next speaker, Dr. Kesavan, the floor is yours.
Hello, thank you, Dr. Craig. So I would like to acknowledge the advancements in the monitoring programs, as well as the research input that has been shared from the Australian counterpart. Of course, the question that was raised earlier on how, I would not say the lack of data, but there is no unilateral platform for Malaysian researchers to come up with a proper data management system for microplastics. I think this is one of the main efforts whereby the project that we're working on right now, whereby we are trying to identify one of the 2 main players in marine research. The universities has been constantly improvising marine research to come up with marine monitoring laboratories, which will help to actually standardize the methodologies. Because when we are communicating with different countries from different geographic locations, everybody have their unique sampling methods developed for that environment. And one of the constraints would definitely be the access to the environment. So whichever that is easy, like one of the topics that was discussed early on, the access to the environment, and of course, the availability of the resources is something that we have to look into. And for us to have a cruise or something, an expedition to actually cover the environment along the coastlines of the whole nation is something of a big challenge. And I hope that would be possible when we have international bodies working together to move forward to that one same goal. So I think that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you. Excellent. Dr. Stephen.
Thank you, Craig. Just two can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes, because I switched microphones. Firstly, before what research should be done, just it's a fantastic collection of data that I wasn't aware that was available. And I guess the challenge for all of us is knowing what's being done and trying to pull the different parts of it together. And then the second part, and Lauren's touched on it, I think, even in the chat box, to better understand flux. So we're getting better at actually checking what's there at any particular time and getting better at checking down to smaller and smaller components. But I think the next challenge is to try and understand movement. And then there were some talks already about that into and out of particular zones in marine environments, but I'm talking about then the marine system as a whole. How do we quantify flow rates in and out and how long material is there for?
Excellent. Thank you, Stephen. Yes, no, we were very careful in our selection of who was speaking today to paint a picture that was diverse and had great depth and breadth. So, yeah, no, your point's well noted. Professor Richard, are you still there?
Yes, hello. Thank you, Craig. I'll try and be succinct. I spoke about a new modelling approach for marine transport, Lagrangian coherent structures and transport barriers. And what I would say is something that we can contribute is applying a new conceptual approach to debris and plastic transport. So it is a new idea. The next thing is how good is that idea and how useful is that idea? So listening to today's presentations from all participants almost, there's a lot going on that I wasn't aware of. And if anybody is interested to collaborate, that we could work further. And if this is useful to you, I'd certainly be very keen to collaborate and find out whether this is a valuable approach practically or whether we need to go back to the drawing board.
Excellent. No, thank you for that, Professor Richard. I think that's great. And certainly that ties back into what Shantini was saying is having these conversations and sharing the information and you know, getting cross dialogues happening. You know, it's absolutely critical, and it's why we set this up. Dr. Lauren.
That's great.
Thanks. Dr. Lauren.
My talk was mostly theoretical, so I don't have too much to add other than it's really exciting to hear what everybody's doing, and I think we both Malaysia and Australia have interesting lessons to learn and take away from each other, and it's good to be working with everybody.
What would you see as being important to research? What do we need to know from your perspective in terms of for monitoring, to inform monitoring?
I think it would be great to have a look at some of the regional level assessment. Each of us have been working in our own compartments. Australia has been working on Australian sorts of issues. Malaysia has been working on Malaysian sorts of issues. And I mean, that makes sense geographically, especially in the time of COVID. But we're neighbours, and now that we've had this collaboration, it would be good to sort of work together on these issues, because ultimately the drivers are probably similar between the two countries. We've got not that big of a stretch of ocean between us. So there's probably a lot of, I'm sure we have more similarities than differences in our research. So it would be great to work together as well.
Absolutely agree. No, thanks for that. Now Uwe's had to go. So Sam, Mr. Sam, comment from you.
Yeah, thank you. So we sort of discussed the use of computer vision to detect and monitor the flow of waste through the environment. We've done a lot of work with sort of various councils and countries to, continuously ingest, process, and analyze that data, and, provide that valuable information back to shareholders to, support that decision making. So I think in terms of the space of computer vision, really an increased amount of, collaboration to share the data as well as methodology and best practices would be something that's really valuable in, developing and deploying robust solutions.
Could you see from any of the talks today any possible collaborations or interactions, that could be achieved?
Yeah, the space of sort of hyperspectral imaging presents like a really valuable proposition. Takes a lot of that sort of variety sort of issue, in terms of there's a lot of different ways trash can present, but sort of a very unique chemical composition. So that's sort of an interesting prospect that we've been playing with, but also the aspect of, large scale, data collection using what's it called? Open source, I guess, community scientists and stuff like that to sort of get that sort of scale and variety of data that these sorts of like machine learning models really need.
Excellent. No, fantastic. Thank you. Now, Ms. Jenna.
All right, let's see if I can stay online for the whole time. So the two things that were asked was for an insight that we've learned, and then from a piece of research that we think needs to be advanced, right? Okay. I think in terms of insights, one of the really great ones that I've got from today was listening to Dr. Roman's discussion about bias. So I guess in my field of remote sensing in marine plastics, one of the challenges we have is getting ground truth data, because it's very hard to go out to the ocean and find plastics, and we end up relying a lot on media and social media reports of where these plastics are, which means that our sampling is not truly random. There is going to be a bias in there based on when people are taking these photos and reporting these incidences. So yeah, that was a really great point to bring up, and it is one that's quite relevant at the moment. In terms of research that I think we need, I guess again speaking from the perspective of remote sensing, and a bit from the perspective of, I guess, the machine learning area, there's always a risk with research that has buzzwords in it that you can get very carried away with what it could maybe do and a lot of the hypotheticals. So I think it's very important when we're doing our research that we also make sure we're not neglecting what the limits of these techniques are. And we have sort of a defined left and right of arc of what they can do and what they can't do. So I think that's really important, as well as going along and highlighting all these amazing things that we're starting to be able to do, to be able to go, this is fantastic, but also, take it with a grain of salt sometimes.
Excellent. No, thank you very much. Dr. Linda.
Hi, I was really blown away with how much is being done in Malaysia. I thought that their monitoring programs that were discussed today and in the Southeast Asian region were very comprehensive. I saw some synergies in that they have multiple different people doing things slightly differently in different areas, which makes it kind of hard, which shows that we need that collaboration. We all need to monitor what's in the ocean, what's in the ocean bed, and what's in our ecosystem, so in our marine fauna as well. So, my thing's more grassroots. I think that if you have got local policy and local push in certain areas, then you can actually drive that kind of research to make meaningful results and just evaluate policy in a timely way, rather than waiting 10 years and go, oh, maybe that didn't work. So it's about monitoring, collaboration, and doing it in a way that it is quite quick, but still robust.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Linda. Right, Pakarisman, you're at a bit of a disadvantage because you didn't get to hear, unfortunately, you missed out on a great range of speakers, but if you had to think about the research that you feel we need to know or need to have in order to advance monitoring, or capacity building for that matter, would you have a comment on that?
Basically, like in the Asian countries, it's very diverse, like what we done with Indonesia, Philippines, and Vietnam, because we work with the local university, like in Da Nang University in Vietnam, and the La Salle University in Philippines. Indonesia, we work with Indonesian Institute of Science, now call it BRIN. Dr. Hidayat, his background is hydrology. So we have like you already present, our colleague here already present some modeling. This is in our project also, we have like a hydrological modeling in the river, in the ocean, but we try to combine with a multidisciplinary approach, like how to contact with the waste, how to quantification of the waste going to the river from the household, and then how to change the behavior related to the plastic consumption and and also related to the role of industry to reduce plastic pollution, especially the plastic packaging as well as the brand model. So yeah, our approach is a very, I call it multidisciplinary approach and very ambitious to looking for the, like this topic, harmonized monitoring method. It's not easy because, but we try in our phase 1. We hope in but our project will be continue for the phase 2. Look forward to all of here, like Cairo and others to collaboration in the future. Thank you so much. Thank you,
Pak. Thank you.
Terima kasih.
I will hand back to our MC, Ms. Anis. She's there just because we've come to the end of the research section.
Thank you very much, Dr. Craig, for moderating the engaging presentation and discussion. And now we are delighted to invite Ms. Cheryl, followed by Dr. Craig, to conclude the program. You have the floor, please.
Thank you very much, Ms. Anis. And again, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, speakers, participants, and of course, Craig, thank you very much for that. It's been a very exciting day. Indeed, since this morning, it's been a long day as well. Just to conclude, I will not attempt to summarize session 1. Pretty much, I think I've done that during the presentations earlier, but I just like to reiterate at this point that what started off between MIMA and Australia in terms of supporting the Australian and Malaysian bilateral agreement for a comprehensive strategic partnership, or the CSP, and then considering our newly launched National Marine Litter Policy and Action Plan 2021 and 2030. And of course, when we talk about the national policy, it was very much tied up with COPSI's Regional Action Plan on Marine Litter, or the RAPMALI. All these 3 different platforms actually brought us to today. That's how we came here. And that's how we wanted to look into specific pillars in our national policy in terms of more enhanced collaboration with Australia, of course, in this case. And we've been indeed really delighted, and it's been a pleasure that this initiative has had its strong support from the University of Queensland, the Australian government, as well as the Australian High Commission here in Kuala Lumpur, and support from the National Focal Ministry in Malaysia, the Ministry of Environment and Water, CASA, which without them, I don't think this was going to be possible. Now, ladies and gentlemen, another thing that I'd like to mention as well is you'll notice that if you're familiar with the national policy, this dialogue has been very much in support to Pillar 3 in that policy. And what we intend to do next is to support another pillar, which is actually the Pillar 2 on technology. So we're going to bring in again experts and people who knows, people with the know-how experience to try to discuss and try to bridge the experiences between not just Malaysia and Australia in this case, but also the region. And hence we've seen speakers from beyond Malaysia. We're really excited. We've had speakers from Indonesia and so on. Now, just quickly, I will also mention that some of the major areas that has come up from session 1, just to try to sum it up, I know it's not easy to sum it up, but some of the points that has come up under the monitoring and reporting framework indeed has been, looking at what we've got now in place and try to build upon that. I remember there was a point where it has been stated that we shouldn't try to maybe come up with something totally new. It's going to take time. So we should try to leverage on the partnerships, on the initiatives, on the best practices, lessons, actions on ground, and try to move from there. So there has been many suggestions, and I believe the team, there is a team taking notes today from all the presentations and discussions. We hope to synthesize this information and put it up at least as an input paper or outcome report from today's engagement, where I am pretty sure it's going to add a lot of value to the ongoing discussions at national and regional and perhaps international levels. So ladies and gentlemen, with that, thank you once again for your active participation and for being here, despite the time differences between us. And we look forward to welcoming you again at the next dialogue session in September. Do look out for emails coming to you in your inbox. We'll keep the communication going in the meantime. we will be contacting you and we will be updating you on some of the follow-up measures. With that, Craig, I'll pass the floor to you to conclude and close the session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cheryl. Look, these sorts of workshops take a lot of effort, and I have to acknowledge Cheryl and Mima and her team for all the support in pulling this together. And of course, you know, the opening speakers this morning, the delegates, you know, His Excellency, the High Commissioner, what have you, talked about the relationship between our two countries, and we just wanted to reiterate that how important it is to have these dialogues, to have these discussions, to share information, to raise awareness, to provide opportunities for collaborative work. You know, certainly when this project was first started, we in Australia didn't think that we had all the answers, because we surely don't. We're still, you know, working our way through these things, and as some of our speakers just recently said, you know, we've got a lot to learn together. There's a lot of similarities and things that we can learn together, and it's really important that we have these dialogues. And we appreciate the invited speakers who have talked today, but also participants who we can't see, but who have been logged on and listening, and hopefully will go away with maybe some new insights or new thoughts, or be energized and have new enthusiasm to get involved in research or management or beach cleanups or things like that. But also to reach out potentially to the speakers who have spoken today and go, hey, you know, can you help me with this? I've got some information. How about we collaborate? How, you know, let's make these things happen. You know, one of the least things that would be good to come out of this is some new research partnerships between the various organisations in Australia and Malaysia and in the wider ASEAN region. And I think that would be great. Look, I'm not going to talk much longer. It's been a really intense day, some fantastic talks, a lot of insights. I've had a lot of insights. As Cheryl said, we're going to come up with a paper that will be useful. I hope that behind the scenes that people will talk, our speakers will talk amongst each other, because I can see some great synergies there that could be developed. Yeah, so I just want to say terima kasih banyak. You know, thank you very much. Yeah, selamat jalan, selamat tinggal. You know, good night, goodbye to those of you who are traveling, those of you who are staying. It's been great. Thank you very much for your attention.